Hello everybody, welcome to another day of the WardiTV stream. How are we all doing? How are we all feeling? Welcome! Good to see you all. Thanks for joining us. As we kick off onto the final couple days of WardiTV October, we're going to be starting the day out with Gumiho versus Oliveira. Then further down the line we're going to have Max Pax versus Shin, CLEM versus Rogue, and Showtime versus Spirit in that order. I'm going to be kicking that off in just a few. How's everyone doing? Hello and welcome. As we're just waiting for our 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just waiting for our first map pick actually to start coming through now. We should be off and away into some action, guys. So, first map's going to be Oceanborn. Again, we're starting the day off with the TVT. Again, hello. Hope you're all doing great. Thank you so much for joining us early, bright and early for the TVT. Like I say, some great matches to follow as well. Hoping for some good games today. I think we can get some good ones. So, let's see what happens. Going to be starting off on Oceanborn. Second map will be Alcyone. Dynasty, Golden Aura, Side Delta, and Post-Youth Vetoed. So actually some of the bigger maps, a lot of the bigger maps have been taken out. Alcyone, probably one of the bigger ones left in. So second map Alcyone, first map Oceanborn, third map to be decided still. Just waiting on that one. Third map Ghost River. That's going to leave us with like an Amphion and probably fifth map. Oh, Crimson. We actually don't see Crimson Court a lot nowadays. It really doesn't get a lot of love. So, yeah. What are my ads doing? My ad timer just reset? My ad timer just reset. That's so dumb. I'm going to have to run some ads here, guys. Sorry. Alright, going to double check everyone is ready. Just going to ask the question and we'll be off and away into some action, guys. It is going to be, like I say, Oliveira Gumiho to start us off. Perfect. Alright. Here we go, everyone here. So just gonna double check everyone's good to go. Get ready to kick this off. Go, 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 go. I see one more person. Last second join. Let's get in game. Alright, it's gonna be Gumiho versus Oliveira coming up to start us off here, guys. Oh, I forgot to hit the game privacy to off. Oops. Alright, let's go into the TVT. And let's get this started. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing great. Alright, let's do this. Let's jump into it. As we have in the top left corner of the map, our blue Terran player. This is Oliveira. And he is going to be taking on the red Terran in the bottom right corner of the map, Gumiho. As we enter the quarterfinals of the WardiTV October event, this $1,000 event happening over the last few weeks. Excited to bring this to a conclusion here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being here. And let's try and round this out as we get set up and underway. With the refinery and an SCV coming up initially, the barracks coming through, and the gas as well from Gumiho. So it's going to be racks gas from Gumiho and gas racks on the way from Oliveira, so already right from the very start. Some differences here across the board in terms of the setup that we're going to be aiming for, and where we're going to try and take things over the first few moments. Now that CC continues to get the SCV on the way, the refinery's coming online, a couple more gases coming through the barracks building, and again SCV is just producing on through as we get this all set up and ready to rumble. Racks will finish in just a few moments, and that will give us That first Reaper on the way. Of course, Oliveira will have access to slightly faster gas here, so something there for us to think about right away, but shouldn't be too major of an issue. Orbital command coming up on both sides of the map as well, as we get this all settled in. Factory is going to be starting up too, so we get that going without too many delays. And yeah, early game TVT getting set. Interesting that Gumiho is actually just going to rush out that factory, while Oliveira will not. Now Oliveira gets his factory down. He's the one with more gas available, so interesting little things to open up with. Just want to take a moment to say hello to everyone and welcome to Stream Properly. Hope you guys are having a great Tuesday. It's Tuesday, right? Yeah. Hope you're all having a great Tuesday. Thanks so much for joining us. Just quickly mention, if you're already watching on the YouTube feed, do consider, giving us a little like on the video on the stream. Helps out a whole bunch. It's always greatly appreciated, so that goes a long way. So yeah, check that out. Thanks for joining us so far. Let's see what happens as our factory's about to finish. CC coming down on the low ground still. Refinery also coming about right now. Reactor is about to finish up, and a couple more Reapers on the way out. Cyclone, Marine, Reapers and Hellion all continuing to produce for the moment. Command Center also coming through from Gumiho. Just getting that up and online and ready to party. Yeah, a couple of Reapers and a Hellion then on the way. Okay, and against the Cyclone means that Gumiho will be able to get a bit more pressure kind of out on the map quickly, but shouldn't be able to do much against the Cyclone. The Cyclone should be able to put up a pretty good stop and a pretty good fight against the majority of this, so that should create some stoppages and problem solving. So we've seen the reactor finishing up. And again, a couple of Reapers and the Hellion just going to come through. Starport going to start up the medevac, get that on the way. Just going to go and get a couple of units just rallying out to the front lines here. I'll see another couple of Reapers just going to be popping out in a moment. And that's going to give us a real kind of 5 Reapers and 3 Hellions. Medevac on the way, more Reapers and another Hellion still being made. We are going to have a hell of an early kind of fighting squad here from Gumiho. Is this something that can truly get across the map and have an impact? I'm not completely convinced straight away, but I'm very happy to be proven wrong. Let's see what comes of that. As the medevac does float out to the front, we get set up. Again, Raven about to finish. Interference Matrix coming through. Siege Tank producing. The medevac loading up. And the SCV still popping out. We are going to go for a move across the map. Reaper Hellion is going to go charging across toward the upper left-hand side. We've got a couple Cyclones, the Raven, the Reaper, all gathering up there. A couple Marines come down the low ground as well. Gumiho continues to move across to the upper left side and getting ready to move into the natural expansion here very shortly. Hellions load up, so obviously we just go for the main base. The Reapers can jump up there too, but we have Raven in position. We have the Cyclones in position. I don't want to see this doing a lot. We actually left one Hellion on the low ground by mistake. And we are going to see the initial SCV there picked away at. I mean, it's just so many Reapers, though, more than you used to kind of playing against. And so I don't blame Oliveira for being cautious about going into this. The Cyclones can get jumped on quite easily. Auto turret goes down. I think that's what needed to come down ASAP. But the problem is, where do you place it so that these units don't run away from it? That's a very good question to ask. And in this case, it took a little while to figure that out as well, I think, as now 5 SCVs dead. When you get any of these Cyclones, I think a unit to kill or two would be really nice, as we're actually going to lose everything. A unit kill or two would have been nice to stop the counter-attack of Oliveira a little bit. I mean, 5 workers is great and all, but now Oliveira should have map control because Gumiho has given up all of his early game unit investment. So I think that's a pretty big factor across the board there. Marine, Cyclone, the Raven still gathering up for just a couple of moments here. Let me settle down. Good to see what our next part of the plan will be. One upgrades coming through. The stim pack on the way up as well. Raven still move around just a little bit, and again that interference matrix coming online also, getting that underway. Continue to get this all on the roll. There's a couple of SCVs and the Ravens moving out the front. A couple of Marines going to be hanging about there too. The Ravens still up around the top. Marines, Siege Tank, and the Cyclone figuring out what their next move may become as we'll drop a depot down. Refinery's going to finish up very shortly. orbital will land. And continue to chip away. Again, the 1-1 upgrades, the combat shield coming through, the stim pack on the side of Gumiho. 2 Ravens overhead, and we'll just go finish this Marine off, chasing it down, pushing it out over to the corner. Just going to kill that. Again, 1-1 upgrades and combat shield still coming through, additional Marines still coming up. We get ourselves the armory and the command center on the way in. Again, 1-1 and stim pack coming through as well. What's up, Z Trainer? How you doing? Hello, everyone. Again, chat. If you are here, let me know. What's up. Let me know how you're doing. This is not on the new patch, guys. I've not really fully read the patch notes myself yet, but I've already seen a lot of takes on the patch. Very likely that the tournament I was talking about running next week, we will run on new patch if there is a mod for it. So, yeah, very likely we'll do that next week. So, that's my current plan. Because then at least people know they're signing up to play new patch, right? But obviously not going to make a halfway done tournament kind of play on new patch. A couple of players actually asked already, and I was like, no, no, guys, no. Next week we'll run a patch tournament, I think, as Viking gets in there, Medevac gets shoved backward. The 1-1 upgrades on the stim pack still coming through on the side of Gumiho, Marines, Viking, Siege Tank all continuing through. 2 upgrades will start up on the side of Oliveira and from Gumiho, so both players going to get 2-2 on the way. Am I on the balance council? No, absolutely not. Honestly, I didn't even know we still had a balance council, to be honest. I'd be very surprised if this patch goes through the way it is. I mean, honestly, it just feels like there's a lot of extreme shifts for not really much purpose. So yeah. Interesting to see though, as you have Marines and a Cyclone. It's going to come through and push their way through this set of rocks. These rocks are going to be taking quite a bit of damage. 2 upgrades coming through, +1 vehicle weapons on the way in. Vikings, tank, Marines all continue to build up on the side of Oliveira. Just going to get this set of rocks taken down. A couple of SCVs just going to move across and hit that 4th base. Trying to get that established here, as this TVT obviously from the early game really did slow down a lot. Yes, quite a bit of pressure to start out with, but from there, it's really just been very chilled, very laid back, and very much so, much more passive experience across the board so far. Marines going to run to the top, and again a Cyclone. And a few Marines continuing over. A couple of SCVs are going to go and get chased down. 5 workers going down immediately. These other few Marines getting shot at. The Medevac just about escaping away. And 2-2 coming up. +1 vehicle weapons is on the way out as well. 2 additional starports building from Oliveira. 2 Vikings, 2 tanks, 3 Marines. All of that continues up right now, as we do have the 2 starports building from Gumiho as well. The SCV still coming out here. The Medevac's on the way also. Continue to get that all on the go. Big push from Oliveira, and Gumiho's kind of off to the left-hand side. He's going to get Matrix on the right already. Tanks will come down here from Oliveira. They will begin to siege, and they're going to be able to hit the tanks of his opponent. Gumiho's sieging up way too close. Although Oliveira actually stops to start hitting the Marines with the tanks instead, because he's getting crushed by the Marines. This fight goes the way of Gumiho, who only just finished his 2-2 up at the tail end of that fight as well. I do not know what went so wrong there for Oliveira. It felt to me as though going in, Gumiho was out of position. His tank on the left side got blasted. I wonder if it was just... I wonder if he... I mean, it was obviously nice to hit the tanks with the tanks, but then maybe the tanks just need to hit a few more Marines, then focus on the tanks afterward. That was a fairly crazy moment or two, actually. Pretty wild fight. It was difficult to see how that one was going to go heading into it. Marines tanks passing up the right-hand side. A few Vikings going to come over. First Viking going down. Second Viking... Oh, Medevac actually going down there as well. Missile turret taking some damage, as it will also fall. Ravens will drop down interference matrix, and anti-armor missile lands on a few Marines. Gumiho realizes just how well that last fight ended up going for him, and now breaking through. Can he get on top of the next couple of siege tanks? One of them will not fire at all. The other will fire, only a couple shots before this game is decided, and Gumiho will take the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. A 1-0 advantage here for our Korean Terran player in the first quarterfinal of the WardiTV October event. Alright guys, give us a moment as we'll host game 2 as soon as our couple of players are ready. Second map will be Alcyone, so just get that set up and ready to go. Gumio's Raven, anti-armored Oliveira's Marines. Yeah, just made the difference. I was going to say, with the fact he was down an upgrade as well, I was kind of surprised, but yeah, anti-armor missile do be pretty powerful. As we get everyone in here. Oh my god, there's so many casters today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 casters. My goodness, it's a busy day in the world of casting, apparently. Everyone wants to be in here for some TVT, and maybe for that Max Pack Shin and CLEM Rogue Showtime Spirit set of matches that we got coming up after this as well. As we get ready to kick this off. Alright, let's dive in as we kick off into game number 2. We are going to start off in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Currently down a game is going to be the blue Terran player, former world champion. It is Oliveira. He takes on the red Terran player in the top right corner of Alcyone. This is Gumiho. Game 2 of this best of 5 as we get underway and we get started off. Excited to see how things will go. TC's going about getting settled in. To see where we're gonna go with this all, as we just have ourselves the racks coming up, the gas coming in as well, get all of that ready. Just settling for a couple of moments. And Reaper's on the way out, Orbital's coming through. We get ourselves set down here for the moment, just get that up and running. And see where we can go with things for a little bit. Again, factory coming by. Just going to get ourselves the Reaper on the move. Just going to get across there initially. Start making some progress. Again, Reaper's on the way. Factory's coming through. The SCV's in production. Again, all of that settled for the first little bit here. Seeing where we can take things as that Reaper continues up as well. Sup, Sola. How you doing, my mate? Thank you so much for the 43-month resub on the tier 2. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for streaming all the time. Don't have much time to watch, but when I do, you're online. Hell yeah. Well, if you ever miss the stream and if we're ever not online, make sure you check out the YouTube as well. Doing a lot more of the live streams on YouTube nowadays too, which just means that you can catch more of the, you can catch more of the games if you kind of just like watching like a full stream and stuff. Those VODs on YouTube, so it's not just go and watch the best games. If you just like kind of putting it on and have something playing for a few hours, those YouTube VODs are available for the live streams as well. It's actually one of the things I've realized I kind of like about the YouTube live stream is that it really is just a great place to save like full stream VODs. It's really nice. Reaper's getting in. It's going to be Oliveira finding 3-4 SCVs early. That's obviously a lot more than you kind of meant to get with just a couple of Reapers, not much else happening. So Oliveira gets in, is the one to kind of draw blood early in this game. That's a nice little change of pace from what we've been seeing before now. And Oliveira down a game, but in a TVT best of 5, but almost always a long way from being done. So I don't think that'll be an immediate concern for Oliveira. These TV tiers, they really do often just really kind of go through massive, long best-of-5 series against each other. Very kind of back and forth, very aggressive. That's actually going to be a nice catch here as Oliveira gets rid of the medevac of his opponent too. Has his own medevac to play the evacuation game with, and we'll get a lock on to that Cyclone there. He's able to get the Cyclone kill. Now he should be able to win out against everything else. Lock on is denied by the Reaper Grenade, and wow. Nice for Oliveira to get rid of the medevac, because that takes away any of Gumiho's chance to maybe turn back around and get back into this as well. So it actually feels like a pretty big deal as that medevac continues to float out over the right-hand side. Medevac into the main. Ourselves the Cyclone setting up. Just gonna see the medevac gonna go around over that right-hand side. Again, interference matrix coming through, the Ravens coming through, the siege tank as well. Command center build on both sides. The Reaper's gonna go after the SCVs already. Oh, nice. So Gumiho gets some counter damage, but it does mean that he's also under attack on the other side. He's going to have to stop paying attention there as he focuses on his defense. But I mean, 5 SCVs is a good start. Like I say, let's see how much we can get done in total. That auto turret about to expire, but honestly, just a good amount of Marines. That Raven just lives as well. Oliveira missing an opportunity there to maybe get a little bit more done. Cyclone still finding lock-ons, trading with the Marines. Cyclone is going to get the kill, but we actually lose to the Marine as well. And that Raven being so low, if we could have just tapped that down, that would have been beautiful. I'm going to get there as the medevac gets pushed away. Raven gets up to the top. Viking and the siege tank continue to come around. A couple of depots still on the way up as well. Tank is going to be shooting. Medevac coming back over. I see that Raven coming about as well. Would love to try and get something done in this game. Get that energy building up. Army gathering, tanks all set up, a couple of Vikings, the stim pack continue to come around as well. Marine just going to go check forward, just going to take the watchtower. And again, 4-1 upgrade, stim pack continue to come by, factory and the armory coming up as well. Continue to get that going. Submarines is going to get there, a couple shots coming out. Marines is going to get picked there. Again, 1-1 upgrades, and that stim pack continue through. We are going to be seeing a couple of shots coming in. Interference Matrix going down to try and help us break into that high ground. Here with more Vikings, siege tank production continuing. There's the mech upgrades going in to complement this mech play, but she's setting up for right now. That tank line is looking good. Oliveira ahead in supply, but breaking forwards is a different beast. Now, he does have quite a few Vikings. I was wondering if he could maybe add on a couple of libs to help him break through these positions, but I don't know if that's just going to offset the Viking count to be in Gumiho's favor anyway. Yo, what's up, Snoop? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 11-month resub. Thanks for all the tournaments and casts. Much appreciated. Hell yeah, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciating the the sub helping us to run events just like this one. Again, guys, we will be aiming to set up a new patch tournament next week. So if you guys would like to, make sure you're helping to support that, do consider support with subscriptions, etc. Always appreciate it. Vikings, tanks, continue to move about. Medevac coming over. We're just going to have our 2-2 upgrades on the way up. Our combat shield is about to come through. Command center in the factory building as well. A couple of Vikings will join up, and the tank's going to unsiege. We have got a blast going out on the left-hand side. Those Marines and tanks already whacking away on that set of rocks. Oliveira just trying to open the map because he's playing the bio style, he's playing the more active style. He's going to want ways and positions to break into his opponent, and the way this is going, it feels like Oliveira could end up just going for like a swarm up a few different ramps at the same time. This tank line of Gumiho is getting very spread. I mean, this is not exactly multiple ramps at the same time. This is just kind of breaking forward and saying, you do not have enough siege tanks set up here. I actually think this would have been better if he focused the tanks. He spent a lot of time hitting Vikings there. I actually wonder if he could have just gone for the tanks up the left side and gotten on top of this 4th base location. He's going to try and move tanks into position here now. He's going to stim up and move forwards. The Marines are going to split as we try and deal with this. A lot of his tanks getting targeted down. Gumiho reinforcements some tanks over here as well. One of them still not sieged. Do we have enough? Not really to break through from Oliveira. Gumiho is going to make this a defense. The Vikings can land to play cleanup. A few Marines actually going to do okay against the Vikings that land, at least clearing up so those, excuse me. Bless me, sorry. Well. Continue to gather up a little bit. Will there be new maps on the new patch tournament? I mean, they haven't announced any new maps, so I'm going to say no, probably not. I don't know what maps we would use. If they come out and say, hey, look, we're thinking of using these maps for the next map, we'll, unless they said that and I didn't see it. And, yeah. Was on the way out, Hellions on the way through. Factories are building on the side of Gumiho, so 3 factories coming up at a time. A couple of command centers coming in. Sense tower is built, and the Marines are going to stim forward, and a couple of those Hellions continue to go down as well, so that is going to be a cleanup. And that's going to be a lag spike. What does it mean? It is in it. Oh. It's not very often you see the Korean caster lagging out on the Korean server. It'll take a couple of moments. Few seconds, and we'll get back into this, guys. Obviously, a moment in this game where I feel like tides are turning. Oliveira's taking all the bases, but losing out, being aggressive. Not exactly ideal. Let's get back into this and get back to it. Vikings going to land, a couple of Hellions going to try and run past. Of course, this is not what Oliveira needs after some ineffective fights. Losing SCVs, not exactly going to put him in a great place. He's going to get here. That's actually really nice catching the 5th of Gumiho, because Gumiho is starting to just kind of take base after base, no punishment. The good thing for Gumiho is the fact that we're going to be able to get rid of so many of these SCVs here, so he's looking to do a very good job. Marines and tanks continue over. Vikings going to continue to take hits. Thors continue to press forward as well. A couple more units continue over. A couple of tanks going to be taking shots. Marines as well. I mean, obviously, this is Gumiho now looking to just take a 5th base on the gold instead. The Vikings getting shot at. Marines are going to step through. Vikings and Thors taking shots. The Vikings trying to press forward as well. Shots coming through. A few Vikings still overhead. We're still trying to find just some opportunity here. Oliveira's supply has just not climbed back up after those previous fights, trading into all of those tank lines. Now, he doesn't even have that many workers. He's got a lot of bases, but only 81 SCVs compared to the 93 of Gumiho. And Gumiho is starting to get an army out around that right side of the map. As Oliveira is going to get that siege tank at least, but he's going to lose one in the process as well. A couple of Widow Mines even from Gumiho being added in. We will see those, and we will blow them up with the siege tank, but it's obviously a threat as, you know, this gold base is not going to be allowed to happen. And now Oliveira is going to have to show a real actual response to a Hellbat tank army that's moving down on the other side of the map. You have to have an answer to this. Vikings going to start landing, and to be fair, the air army is looking pretty sizable from Oliveira. That's definitely going to be where his advantage stands in this later stage of the game. You're talking about 13 Vikings, 6 libs. That's why the Thor count is growing on the side of Gumiho to try and deal with that air army. Is going to go. CC moving into planetary would be nice, so just deny that and just stop. Like, obviously, you can't lift up because the Vikings would just lift up against it as well. So, base top left goes down, and Gumiho doing a great job of denying position on the map for Oliveira. That's a huge deal. Vikings going after the armor as well, going to deny. Plus 2 ship weapons. I mean, the harassment from Gumiho is going off the charts compared to what you probably expect. World still coming about. Viking going to get picked off as well. Thors keep on moving about. Just going to be seeing the rest of the bio coming back over the right-hand side of the map. Thor's going to try and match this as well. Liberator trying to take position, but that one's just a little bit too far forward. I mean, the extra libs showing up, a lot of them at once might be able to do something about those Thors, and the Thors again deleted a little bit, so Thor's going down. Gonna have to be careful about this, and that's where Oliveira will hold advantage. A lot of SCVs going down too. A Thor drop on the other side of the map to hit a planetary fortress and to start trading with some of those SCVs. So Thor's all over the place, defensively, offensively. Dropping on top, Thor's going down. Just going to be seeing the planetary fortress still taking damage as well. Army coming around the left-hand side. Thor's tanks, Hellions, mines. The rest of the army from Oliveira on the right. Tanks still fighting. SCVs are going to be trying to repair this base, but another successful attempt here from Gumiho to just deny bases. So one of the things that Gumiho has been amazing at in this game, just really being able to do a good job of moving around the map as the Hellions getting on top of these tanks here. That's going to be a cleanup as well. Oliveira losing momentum in big ways, losing bases, losing his offense. Oliveira is actually having a bit of a struggle here. Some Widow Mines dotted about are going to make it difficult to play cleanup as well. Libs, Vikings, and Marauders coming across. Oh, he's gathering. Just going to see a Viking in the middle, just going to get taken down as well. Things shooting up again, just Gumiho with units over here. And the thing is, it's magical how he always has like just a few units. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it's always enough to get kind of serious damage done. In this case, this base does get delayed. The Liberators do show up, and they're going to be a pretty good answer, but still getting a few more SCVs as well. Oliveira having played Denial on this gold base might be the one thing that's kind of keeping him in this game as well, because Gumiho has obviously had his fair share of base denials. Oliveira's been minimal on the base denying, but getting that gold might be the sort of thing that keeps him hanging in here. And now with the defense on the left, he might be able to run up the left-hand side as well, right? Like, he might be able to get to the upper left-hand corner and just deny that base that's coming online, which would be nice. Get rid of that. Gumiho at the same time may try and take some position in the center of the map. A siege tank in the middle there. It's going to get hit hard. We'll start diving forwards. Bioun's coming through. Tanks going to begin to siege. Bio up the top. They continue to split forward. Multiple tanks going down. The Thor going down as well. Halbat's still being grabbed. The rest of the Bioun's going to come through. The siege tanks will all drop. The Vikings go down as well. It's a good fight from Oliveira in the center. And he's kind of winning out over here. I don't see these Thors doing enough. They're fighting one live at a time, which is great. But there's very minimal repair going on. The tanks, if they just shot the freaking Thor, they would have helped a lot, but they're going to kill the planetary, and maybe Oliveira's going to have the final joke in this game, because it's been a pretty wild one. Back and forth, pretty non-stop action here in this TVT, but I just don't think Gumiho can hold on anymore. Oliveira will scramble to a 1-1 scoreline in this best of 5. It felt as though it should have been very comfortable for him the way it started, but he definitely got overconfident pushing into some of the positions. He definitely took a few steps too far, and in the end, he's able to get back into it and just about win out anyways. But yeah, that was not exactly pretty. As we're going to go to Ghost River here for Game 3 of our best of 5. Everything best of 5 today, guys. We'll have 4 best of 5s for you. Like I say, Ghost River coming up next as the players just taking a moment to hop into that replay, see what's going on, and just figure things out a little bit. Is it here? All right, let's go Ghost River. Let's get this game number 3 underway, guys. Again, this is 1-1 right now. Just waiting for Oliveira to accept the invite. Alrighty, let's try Gumiho up. Office referee. Got 10 casters in here before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're missing 3, now 2. Now 1. Who else are we missing? Who ain't joined in the lobby on time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We definitely had 10 before. Oh, Inu lagged out, didn't he? Yeah, maybe no Inu. Alright, go goes gold. Let's get into you. Game number 3 here. It's all tied up 1-1 in this best of 5 series. We are going to head into this in just a couple of moments as the countdown resumes. Oh. Alright, attempt 2. As we go into Oliveira versus Gumiho Game 3 again. Quarterfinals here. Winner of this gets into the semis. Like, whoever wins this got to be fairly happy about that semifinal, right? You're talking about Showtime or Spirit, when you could be talking about Max Pack, Shin, Clem, or Rogue. So, dive into this, guys. I'll just mute up for 1 sec very quickly. Bobby. Sorry for that, guys. Mini phone call. Alright, so let's get into it as we go into game number 3 of this best of 5. Sorry for that. Did we miss anything? Not really. No proxies or anything. Good guy Terran players not proxying when I gotta take the phone call quickly. Beautiful. Alrighty, so we have got the Reaper hopping up into the main base. Just going to be seeing our factory and the CC coming online, reactor coming through, and our factory coming in on the other side as well. Everything getting settled in for the first few moments. Nothing too crazy. Just to start out with as we get this all up and running. So yeah, we get this all started. The reactor will be done very soon. The Hellions are coming up. We'll see what exactly the early aggression is going to take us into eventually. Hellion the Reaper just hanging out on the watchtower. A couple Hellions, not on the watchtower, on the ramp. There's no watchtowers on Ghost River. Well, CC's coming online. There's more Reapers and Hellions though from Oliveira, so maybe it's an attempt to be aggressive here early. Of course, whoever breaks the tie in this will be on match point. And a couple of Marines, the medevac continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the siege tank now on the way as well. In the end, the Reaper Hellion not coming across the map from Oliveira, just going to be hanging back and playing the defense on the natural, so not much happening on there just yet. Yeah, and Hellion and the 2 Reapers coming up that left side. Just going to be seeing the Hellions and the Reapers coming forwards there. One Hellion already taking some shots. It's just jumping up. The medevac going to get into that upper left-hand corner. Well, the good thing is, obviously, so far we're defending against this and not letting this get too crazy or anything. So making sure that's going to be a good defense so far. Just making sure that Gumiho can't get away with anything just yet. Tank sieging, Marines setting up. Reaper's just gonna jump in, SCV already dropping there as well. Continue to get active. And units just gathering up. We pull away to the sides. Seeing the Hellions and the Reapers coming through. A few of those SCVs already getting caught. It's going to be a couple going down, making up for the damage we just took back on the other side of the map. Hellions still getting going. A couple grenades going down. Marine the SCV getting blasted. Siege tank there in the corner pushing that Hellion away to the side as well. Raven is about to finish up. And a couple of units from Gumiho going to start moving out over to that left-hand side. So peeling away over in that direction. Vikings tanks continue to settle. We are going to be having this army of Gumiho coming around that left side. The Vikings, also to give you some vision into this, the tank setup is honestly pretty reasonable for Oliveira. The Vikings going to land and Cyclone actually backs out of the way there, does not want to risk itself too heavily. It's going to be interesting. We've got to come through here. We're going to Matrix that first siege tank. It's going to go down any which way. I'm surprised we didn't Matrix this tank in the back as unsiege tank versus siege tank go fighting. Now actually going to have to go into the main base to play defense, though a couple auto turrets come through. Oliveira's tank wins on the low ground. We got to get rid of the siege tank in this main base. So far, we've not really lost SCVs. If we only lose 3, I actually think that's a bit of a win from Oliveira. He cleans out this army, which was not looking like an easy clean out, especially once Gumiho had already taken position. I would say that's a pretty good win for Oliveira, all said and done. Vikings get up to the top. Tank joining up with it. The Marines come down. Tank gonna get grabbed. Love these Vikings just landing down for damage. They were super successful in the previous game, and once more here, gonna find a bunch of damage already. 10 SCVs dropping. It's a fantastic start. The few Marines and the tank trying to get over to help, and the SCVs get blasted into oblivion. The Vikings still up in the skies. Army down the bottom. Viking Marine tank moving across. A couple CCs still coming up. The rest of this army gathering. Ships gonna start coming through. A couple tanks gonna get sieged up. That tank gonna go down. The Vikings gonna be in some trouble. Wow, Oliveira just gonna smash and get in position to the point that Gumiho just insta GGs. I'm kind of surprised that we get an instant GG. I was not quite ready for the game to come to such a sudden stop, but the Oliveira comes across the map. Obviously, had done well clearing up. And this is, I guess, the issue is just the tanks that were lost on the other side of the map. Yeah, I guess I'm not giving credit enough to the fact that this is one tank, and also because we're trying to play mech, there's not really support for that tank. It's only Vikings. Sorry, I guess there's a second siege tank here, so yeah, I mean, same idea though. 2 tanks is still not exactly enough. These Vikings at Gumiho should have been instantly on the ground. They just need... if you're going to have something to support the tanks, then you have to do something, right? And yeah, those Vikings probably had to land down there straight away, so... yeah, that kind of came to a pretty sudden conclusion, although if you go back and check it, then it's not super sudden. It was kind of expected, I guess, but didn't really realize how weak Gumiho's defense was. We'll take a moment, guys, as one of our players has gone to the bathroom, so a moment or two we'll kick into game number 4. And we'll go into that very shortly here, as it will be into Amphion for our 4th map of this series. So into Amphion for map number 4, get this on the go. Thank you for joining us again, guys, as we work our way through the games today. Not very. Give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 casters. Someone's just not very good at joining lobbies. There we go. We got them. Ready, go, go. Players are set. Let's do this. Let's dive into game number 4. As Oliveira will be on match point and looking for his opportunity to play through into the semi-finals of the WardiTV October event. Again, after this, we're going to be going from the bottom hot portion of the bracket with this Oliveira Gumiho series to the top portion with Max Pax versus Shin. Obviously, we saw that series yesterday, Max Pax versus Shin. It was a little one-sided, so kind of really hoping that Shin takes that series from yesterday and can mold something into a little bit more advantageous for himself today. So fingers crossed on that one as we get ready to go on Amphion here. Let's kick this off and let's get this started as we are going to go to the top left corner of the map. The blue Terran player, this is going to be in match point position. Oliveira looking to make the semi-finals of WardiTV October. Bottom left, our red Terran player is going to be Gumiho. Game 4 of our best of 5. We get this set up and ready to rumble. It's going to have our barracks coming through, gas coming up. Let's see where Amphion is going to take us. SCV coming to scout across the map here early. Oliveira to go try and see what's going on. Let's see if we're going to join this Reaper. Going to try and take a shot or two as the Reaper moves in initially. From there, see if you're going to fight that Reaper. Gumiho nearly goes down, which is going to be great because now we have this high ground position. The CC has to stop building. That's already a fantastic start. Job very well done already. Couple Reapers just join up together again. Cyclone on the way out. Gumiho can at least get back to building that CC, but good play from Oliveira, right? Winning that little Reaper war for a little bit does help him a little bit. Reaper's Cyclone coming over, Commencer getting settled as well. The Hellion's just going to join up, just going to move up this ramp. SCV, the Cyclone going to take some shots, the little grenade goes down as well. Cyclone locking on, a couple of Marines coming over. We are going to see the refinery setting up as well here. Seeing you push on through, just going to be seeing 3-4 SCVs going down. Gumiho, I want to take some damage, deal some damage then. Medevac Marines coming through, the Cyclone coming up as well. Let's gather up, we are going to have ourselves. Medevac going to move out. I'm just going to be seeing the interference medics coming through, the Ravens coming in. In fact, pulling back down the bottom left. Cyclones, gonna see a couple of Cyclones already moving across, trying to see what we can get done. And in fact, coming down that bottom side. Cyclones is going to get set up. There's going to be a couple of Marines going down now. These Cyclones are going to find SCVs. Shots come through, the auto turret hit, and the Cyclone's going to get down to the low ground. Well, those SCVs begin to go down. A few of those SCVs dropping, a few workers dropping on both sides. So damage being done. Gumiho and Oliveira set at 34 workers each coming out of this, which is an even game. The only benefit I would say right now to Oliveira is he's still got 2 Cyclones aggressively placed, whereas his opponent only has the 1, and they are going to get a few more SCVs, so Oliveira basically just wasn't done yet. He actually gets quite a significant amount of SCVs there. So that's very nice. And Evac peeling up the left side. CC setting up. And Stimpack Vikings all on the way in. The Raven and the Siege Tank coming through as well on the side of Gumiho. Cyclones lock in, SCV, and take a few more shots. Medevac loads up. 8 Marines going to go over the right-hand side. So Medevac going to go up the right again. A couple of Vikings tanking the stim pack coming through as well. Oliveira does have a couple workers advantage. Third base is ready to move out soon, morphing into the orbital, as will Gummihos. So let's see if either player wants to try and take that step into the third base sooner than the other. Marines going down. Mortar turret setting up. Cyclone going to be there trying to fight as well. A couple of these tanks in good position. I mean, SCV's going down across the map. This drop of Gumiho is going to be deadly, as Oliveira's push to the front is okay, but he's going to be 8-9 workers worse off in terms of what's being lost. The solar turret will go down as we attempt to try and break through that tank. He's going to lose a tank moving forward, though. The Viking lands. SCV repair attempt was decent, but there's one tank to the bottom side. I'm not sure if Oliveira's really realized that was there, because, yeah, I felt as though the push forward was kind of thinking about, oh, I just need to bust through that tank and I'm good. So Gumiho's going to get a defense out of this. His drop on the other side is still going huge. The Cyclone's now going to get shot down as auto turrets come into play. The Viking helping. The Raven doesn't even die, and this is Gumiho who turns this sequence of events into his favor and will be taking a game 4, it would look like, to tie up this series. Vikings gonna go down. Oliveira setting up tank, marine, combat shield going through. A couple of those tanks unloading on the other side. Oliveira's gonna have to play defense, but I mean, he's got a lesser Viking number, so his opponent's just gonna push in already. We are just starting to just go for this. Gumiho decides to back off. The two Vikings, sorry, the two siege tanks are gonna scare him a little bit apparently. Combat shield continue to come in. Vikings gonna come down, SCV's gonna sell. Vikings gonna get there again. A few more Vikings coming up, factory on the way, SCV's building. On that left hand side, a few Vikings still moving about, a few of these other Vikings coming back to the top. As you move around there, Vikings continue through, the factory sets in. Vikings will shoot a few more of those. Vikings continue to go down. I mean, Gumiho continue to just own this position for the moment. You have the solar tank over here, going to get cleaned up as well. How come MaxPax plays in this and not big tournaments? I mean, MaxPax plays pretty much anything that's online. That's all it really comes down to. It's either that, or he just really thinks the WardiTV tournaments are more prestigious than some. You know, who needs an eSports World Cup victory when you can try and become a WardiTV October champion, you know? Marine's coming over, a little drop going down. One Marine just going to get grabbed. tanks Marines is going to pick up on the left-hand side. He's going to knock down a set of rocks. Open up that space, so the couple of tanks are going to step up as well. It's going to be seeing the Vikings still overhead too. Vikings, Libs, just going to join up together. A couple of tanks sieging up as well, setting up to go. Going to be seeing Marines on medevacs coming through. Also, CC on the way. A few Marines going to continue up. SCVs take some damage. Tanks are going to step up. Marines are going to come through. A couple of tanks go down. It's going to be seeing this Orbital going to get jumped on as well. Lib's just going to be sieging. Just going to be seeing the tanks getting pushed back. All of those tanks actually going down. I mean, Gumiho making a pretty decent defense here, especially knocking the tank count down, but forward location going to be exposed for a little bit longer. Marines really trying to make the most out of this. Gumiho on his way up to the BCs. CC landing down on the left. Again, the BC, couple of tanks, Vikings still coming up. Missile turrets coming through also. He's just going to get lifted off. The Marine's going to go in out to the command center as well. PC just going to fight for SCVs, continue to go down. A couple Marines getting picked away at, so we will see those all dropping. SCVs still going down as well. Medevacs coming over. The Marine tank on the left-hand side from Oliveira hanging about also. Still looking to see if you can find anything of an opportunity. Give over the BC, continues to put some work in. Surprised this game. I don't know if it's necessarily close because Oliveira is still down by 20 workers, but army supply is close enough that it's a competition, I suppose. Although quality of army is definitely something to mention. The Vikings going to shoot down a BC. The Vikings going to land. A couple of Libs are going to set up. Marines are going to get there. A couple of Libs get chased away. Stop, what about to be done? A few more SCVs coming up. The Vikings are still coming out. 2-2 upgrades continue building from Oliveira. The +1 ship weapons coming in also. Couple command centers and the orbital building up as our Vikings tanks and C coming online. The weapon refit coming online as well. Orbital still setting up. Another base bottom right gonna get settled. Marines is going to step up. A few Vikings are going to land. Just going to be seeing Vikings jump back up. BC going to get turned back around. Vikings and tanks are still on the move. We are going to drop a missile turret into the center. Ourselves Vikings, and a few more factories coming through as well. One vehicle weapons. And plating coming by as Gumiho just fully mechs it into these later stages. This is what I mean by quality of army, right? Like, Oliveira might have been competitive in army supply, but when you're playing Bio versus mech, being competitive in army supply oftentimes isn't enough. You need other things to be going on as well. These shots coming through. The Liberator going to siege up. A couple of SCVs will begin to go down. And obviously this is a position you just can't really afford to kind of have go on for too long here, as the Marines are going to try and step forward to get the Lib. They're going to take some tank shots in the process. The Vikings are winning out for Gumiho already. The BC on the 9 o'clock base is obviously going to be an issue, as Oliveira will try and drop on top of these tanks to play the cleanup game. And he might be able to break through them, but it's still obviously going to come at a pretty sizable cost as the battle cruiser hits away. It is now going to teleport out of there. A couple of Vikings come through, and the BC gets back down to the south at the end of all of that. Armies continue to gather, and the Vikings tanks continues to come up as well. Marines going to go jumping through. A few Vikings taking damage. Army trying to step forward. Oliveira trying to get forward as well. I'm honestly kind of glad we got a game out of this because I really felt like Oliveira was a little bit kind of flying dead in the water initially. But, as though we're doing alright. Just going to be having those S-Hellions getting over the left-hand side. BC coming over the right. 16 S-Series dead there. Shots coming through. Vikings going to have to back it up for a couple of moments as we just open up some rocks. And once again, Gumiho maxed out. Looking to make a bit of a stand out onto the maps. Looking to step out over there. We'll start seeing this fight breaking out. A few tank shots coming through already. The Vikings overhead. Shots coming by. This is, I think, the fight that's going to do it and send us through to Game 5. 2-2 tied up between Oliveira and Gumiho. Our opening TVT of the day is going to go the distance. That's what you love to see. All 5 games being played on our opening round of 8 best of 5. We're going to jump into Crimson Court to round this series out, guys. I'm just going to run ads on Twitch just in case because we've been seeing some longer games here. I don't want this to be like a 25-minute game on a skinny kind of campy map and just have to play ads during the final moments of it, guys. So I'm just going to play it safe and play ads now. I know I've been playing them between every game. Just apologies that is a... Just the way that the length of games is going just means that's better safe than sorry. Take a moment for us to get this hosted up anyway. We get ready for game number 5. Again, ace match for the first match of the day. Beautiful. We've got 4 best of 5s today. Ace match on the first. Should be good. GoGGGL says Gumiho waiting for Oliveira to give us the same double check, and our caster count is once again at 10. Looking beautiful. We should be able to go into this TVT in just a moment or two. Get this kicked off, ready to begin. Alright, go versus Oliveira, go versus Gumiho. Got 10 casters. Let's click start. And let's get this ready to go. Crimson Court coming up for this final deciding map. Gumiho and Oliveira. One player gets to advance through to the semi-finals against Spirit or Showtime. We'll figure out who that will be later on today. Of course, after this, we've got Maxbax, Shin, Clem, and Rogue all in the top half of the bracket to figure out in their round of 8 matchups. Today could be a lot of fun, especially if this TVT sets the precedent. Hopefully, the other matches continue through. I know a lot of fun as well. Is the whole tournament today? No, just the round of 8. Our round of 4 and finals will play tomorrow. It's actually very rare that I do round of 8 and then round of 4 and finals split like this. Usually I do the whole tournament in a day, but I just figured, I was like, well, maybe we'll be brave and just believe that the series will be good and that each day will kind of stand on its own as like a good lengthy stream, and so far it's working. I can't wait for tomorrow. The first best of 5 is going to be like a 3-0, 25 minutes. Second series 3-1, but somehow still only lasts 30 minutes. Finish our finals after the stream's been live an hour and 40. I'm going to be like, nah, the pain. But yeah. Oh, we will hope that the games are good. I'm going to work on, like I say, running a patch tournament next week. I was going to run a tournament next week anyway. I think now that we know there's a patch, we can absolutely just focus on that. Give us a good reason to run something a bit different, I think. So that's exciting. Oliveira top right, Gumiho bottom left as we get into Game 5 of the series, our final map of our first matchup. Like I say, some great matches to come after this, so don't go far. Once the series ramps, we're going to have plenty more for you guys to go through. Next going through, the Orbital and the Reaper coming up as well. Get that started. Reaper's on the way from Gumiho. 2 racks in base. A fairly safe defensive kind of play that can also create some opportunity out on the map as well, so definitely some options there. A couple of Reapers continue to move about. Just going to get onto the map, moving around already as we get settled in. We'll continue across. SCV will go down. Just going to have ourselves the other couple Reapers coming across as well, trying to deal some more damage. Just going to be seeing the bunker on the way up from Gumiho also, getting that coming through. There's 3 Reapers. You need to be careful. Obviously, it's nice to kind of build up into some Reapers early, but it would be nice to keep control of the map with them. Now we're going to lose one. The Hellion's going to help to lower the HP of the other, and yeah, the Hellion can go and cut these Reapers off, as they will just try for an SCV. They will get it, but that's going to be the end of those Reapers. They all go down. Nice cleanups there in the end. You get another SCV on the low ground, but that's going to be that final Reaper dropping now. It's going to be 4 dead Reapers for 3 SCVs total in the game. CC delayed by a few seconds. Gumiho's is completed. Obviously, Gumiho going to be way later on the factory. His factory finishes as Oliveira's starport is done, so that's going to become very intriguing. See how those timings work out. Reapers hop up. The Marine's going to be there. The Hellion as well. One Reaper goes down. Second Reaper moving about. Just going to see the Marine still coming over to the corner and just chasing that Reaper down. Chasing it out of there for the moment. Starport, SCVs, and the Cyclone all building through. Not going to see Joe. Couple Marines on low to the high ground. Just going to see the depot taking a couple of hits already, so some shots coming around there. There's the Reaper going to shoot. The depot goes down. Tank going to fire, and again the medevac is going to lift up, pull away. Position then from Oliveira, but can he really do much? I mean, he's down 7 SCVs, actually only 5 now. There's obviously a couple finished up, but continuing to go around with that for the moment. Just going to see the SCVs still repairing. A couple more SCVs going down. Bunker is still taking some shots. Tank still firing. Marine goes down, and Just going to continue to sit here and put some damage out. That bunker is going to get cleaned up right there. So that bunker will go down. A couple of Vikings still trying to step on forward currently. See those tanks firing. It's going to be seen a Viking trying to land as well. Cyclone in the front going down. A couple of SCVs. The Marines going down. Now just going to be seeing that Viking continue to trade. A couple of tanks going to try and step further forward as, you know, going to see that single siege tank. Oh, hits a Marine. And Gumiho just says GG. Can't get enough units up to defend against that. And this is not going to be a long drawn-out final map. It's just going to be 6 minutes done and dusted. Oliveira is going to win it, and he's going to advance to the semi-finals. That Chinese representative, former world champion, gets to the round of 4. He'll be taking on Showtime or Spirit in tomorrow's matchup in the semi-finals. So congrats to Oliveira. We'll be seeing him tomorrow. Excited for that, so we'll see you there, Oliveira. Thanks so much for joining us so far today. All right, guys, first series of the day is wrapped up, and it is time for us to move on into our next one, which is going to be Max Packs versus Shin. We're going to get everyone to swap on over to the NA server, and we've got a couple of NA server matches in a row, with Europe versus Korea being the line of interest for the next little while. Max Packs versus Shin, then CLEM versus Rogue. Couple great series coming up here. Max Packs Shin was the finals of yesterday's WardiTV Mondays. CLEM versus Rogue, a little bit of rematch maybe from that previous event that we had, the Big Leo League Cup, and Rogue beat CLEM. Some good times. All right, let's get ready to go into this. Alright, Max X just needs a couple minutes. Perfect. Alright, it gives me a moment to, I don't know, I guess sell out. Is this with the new patch? No. No, we're not going to just randomly put the new patch on halfway through a tournament, especially when the patch is debatable, to say the least. to be honest. Yeah, especially when the patch is debatable, to say the least, so there's just a lot of things changing in the patch. I don't even necessarily know if it's all wrong or what, but excuse me. Alright guys, like I said, just waiting for Max Packs to join us. I was just waiting for some ads to play out, then I was going to do a little sellout section, so you know, your favorite part of the stream is coming up. My opinion on the patch? Yeah, I didn't really read through the whole thing properly, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like some of it's interesting and some of it's like makes me like tilt my head a little bit and be like, what? kind of a huge patch, isn't it? When you scroll through, there's like a lot of changes. Crazy. So yeah, Reddit feels like Protoss got shafted. Yeah, but last time Reddit was correct about the outcome of a patch was probably in 2011, so... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not necessarily trying to say it's good for Protoss, but initial reactions of like read and stuff usually doesn't go great. MaxPax is here, so we can get videos started, guys, for MaxPax versus Jin. So we'll get that ready to go. Thanks for joining us. What I wanted to say very quickly was just, hope you're all having a great day. And also just a quick little sellout section. This is a WardiTV tournament, which means it's powered by you guys. We cannot make this tournament happen along with the other events we run without your guys' support. So if you're enjoying the stream, do consider doing all the things to support, which is following the Twitch channel. You can like the live stream on YouTube, or you can even subscribe on the YouTube. Like I said yesterday, but we actually have a ridiculously low amount of subscribers watching on YouTube. Like, a lot of people that watch live on the YouTube actually just aren't subscribed to the channel, which is like bonkers to me. So hit that sub button. Super easy to do. Helps us out massively. And then on top of that, if you're really enjoying, of course, you can go a step further and do things such as subscribing to the channel with the Twitch Primes, or just regularly subscribing, all those kind of things. You can also check out, if you like the tournaments and you want to specifically support the tournaments, the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of your pledges on the Patreon page go directly into WardiTV tournament prize pool. So if you're looking for a way to support the tournaments, Patreon can be the place to do that. So do check that out. Appreciate you all listening to the little sound section. We are just a couple of moments away from getting into this. Our first couple of videos are done. Our map pick will come in a moment, and we'll get this ready to open up. We're just one veto and a map pick away from getting into the lobby. And from there, it should be pretty much no time at all to resume into some games. Post-Youth, Crimson Court, Golden Aura, and Dynasty are the matches that get taken out, or the maps that get taken out of this series. As Terranzoid, man, honestly, I feel as though you're just like a YouTube donating machine. Thank you so much for the 10 euros. I've got it on my list of things to do for, yeah, I've got my list of things to do to connect the YouTube to the donation sounds, but it was more, I tried to set up the other day, and it was more complicated than I realized somehow, so I guess we'll see how that works out in the end. It's gonna be Alcine. I need to start us off. As you get this ready to go, don't tell your wife. Okay, I'll keep it quiet. I was about to just ring her up and say, you know what, thank you, Terranzoid's wife, thank you so much for, you know, continuing to let me support the stream in the StarCraft, but if you don't want me to mention it, then I'll hold off on the phone call. Are there any plans for some PTR tournament with the new patch? Yes, I've literally just been saying we will run a PTR event next week. We'll do like a full $1,000 like week-long PTR tournament. I don't think we'll make WardiTV Mondays PTR. I think we'll do like a separate tournament that is all PTR for the week. So yeah, we'll do a full €1,000 event, or $1,000 event. I was thinking about what to run next week anyways, and now we have the PTR. It just makes it a little bit easier. So yeah, we'll probably run something like Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Yeah. Or Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Oh, yeah, I have question mark on a Sunday. Oh, apparently I forgot the mod. Amazing. Second map, Amphion. Third map, side Delta. Waiting for the last couple maps to be decided here. Yeah, maybe just like Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, we do like a... Yeah, okay, I actually know exactly what we're going to do. Yeah, I know exactly what we're going to do. Cool. Alright, players are here. Videos are done. Sorry for the slight delay, guys. Just took a little bit. Players are ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Who did we lose? We lost somebody. We swapped server and we lost somebody. Okay, I don't know who's missing, but I'm gonna kick this off. Let's go into game. Let's get this going. Let's see what happens, guys. Thank you for joining us again as we get our second best of 5 of the day underway. Max Packs versus Shin coming up. We'll also test the new maps. Yeah, I haven't actually seen the new maps. I didn't read this, but honestly, I didn't read the PTR notes properly yet. They went online last night. I was like, I'll read them in the morning. I've had a busy morning. Where do they write the maps? I haven't seen the news about maps anywhere. Alright, let's jump in game though. Can link me the maps or something, that'd be great. As we do have in the bottom left hand side. The red Protoss player to kick off this best of 5 PVZ. It is going to be Max Packs in the bottom left corner of the map. As in the top right, our blue Zerg is Shin. As we get this up and running and underway and look to see what's going to go down as we get settled. So Shin lost yesterday to Max Packs in the finals of WardiTV Mondays number 7. Just to see whether because kind of a sad series for Shin, didn't really get kind of underway at all, but like I kind of hope he takes that series and obviously picks up a couple of things from it and kind of comes in with some new stuff today to kind of look a little bit better. Smooth out some of the early game defense, for example, is immediately going to make things a whole lot better for him, for example. Could be huge. So yeah, I think Shin should be able to learn a little bit from yesterday's series. So in a way, I was kind of glad that they actually played yesterday, because to me, I feel like that sets up for maybe a better series today. I feel like if they just played today, it would have been the 3-0 from yesterday, but now, probably going to get to see something a little bit more back and forth, and so should be good. Comes over, just gonna keep on moving about. A couple queens, lings, drones, all coming through. The ling speed coming up. Stargate building on the side of Max Packs. Our Nexus finishing very shortly as well. Excited to see what that Stargate leads us to on the side of our Protoss player. So again, that Stargate up and running here just to start off with. Get that underway. And yeah, Nexus, Walkgate all coming up as well. Step comes back over, again Stargate and the Stalker and the Warp Gate building. That's really what we're waiting on to decide what the next stage of this is going to look like, so excited for that to come around. Step's going to be there, and a couple of Lings and the Queens are going to be there to play defense and to push that away. Pull some probes in as Shin gets in with a couple of Lings. I mean, that's already, to me, I feel like Shin kind of doing what he's comfortable with, which is always very exciting. Oracle gets into the center, a couple Lings going to take the watchtower. Again, Spore coming up. I have the Queen hitting the Oracle a little bit. Oracle just going to get over, just going to be seeing the Nexus coming through, the Pro continues in. Oracle just going to get hit. Again, it's going to turn around. Drone going to be taking some damage as well. Oracle coming back through into all the natural. Melee upgrade coming through. A few extra drones coming in. Crypt Humans are coming up across the board. Twilight Council and Forge building from max packs. The Nexus also coming up to finish very shortly. The couple of Adepts will warp in. Twilight Council building. As Adepts warp in to the third base here and look to play defense. The Lings come wrapping around. The Adepts going to get there. Push the Lings back. Oracle's overhead. Shin playing into that melee upgrade. The issue he had yesterday when playing the melee upgrade was the storms. His opponent got to storm very comfortably, and MaxPax was able to use those storms very well to really just make the fights very one-sided, which is, you know, the correct thing to do as the Protoss player. If you're playing against melee upgrade Lings, you want storms. They deal with them very well. You don't let the melee upgrades come into play at all. You want to just shut that down ahead of time. You don't want to let that develop into something more than it ever needs to, you know, really be. Queen stepping forwards there. A couple of Creep Teamers will go down. The Adepts will shade. Those Creep Teamers go down already. Queen still putting some damage out. Oracle still coming around there. Hold on a moment. Oh, nice. Stasis Ward hits a lot of the drones, actually, so Shin going to get caught up a little bit there, trying to deal with the Adepts. He's honestly dealing with the Adepts pretty well. Not taking any real damage, just the Stasis Ward hitting a bit harder than he maybe would have hoped for. Infestation Pit and the Hydralisk Den. That means we're going to go no Bane Nest, but again, with the charge that's coming online, I would not have minded seeing Banelings at all. Have the Banes to smash through the Charge Lord Archon. I mean, it feels like there's going to be a timing window here for MaxPax to strike, in which his opponent's going to be in a lot of trouble. This battery is going to take some damage. Overcharge drops on it. The Lings keep showing up. Melee upgrade obviously already active here. First couple Stalkers going down. The Oracle able to get a lot of kills during this, and the extra Zealot warp in should be enough to turn this around and push that back. Things get to the bottom side. Lurker Den coming up and online as well. Charging +1 continuing through. That's going to get to the center, like I said. It's going to be rough without any Banelings. I mean, a few Hydras coming up, so a backline bit of damage output would be huge. I'm just getting there, pushing the Prism away. Hydra continues about. Zealots and Archons will step forward as well. We will see the Stasis Wards coming through. Zealots Archons continuing over. Just going to be seeing the Hive on the way in. A few Hydras going to be there. A couple of Zealots going down. The Lings are going to run across as well. Just drones gathering up. Hive about to finish. The spine crawler coming through. +1 missiles. No skill augments all on the way. And the Lings and Hydra still building. Another stasis ward will catch. Our Zealots going back around towards the upper left-hand side as well at the same time here. You have +2 attack. Extended Thermal Lance, Colossus, and Archon all on the way out. Our Nexus and Robo facility building from max packs as we continue to set up. Well, Shin's alive, and I feel like that's one of the big things to kind of take from this, is that he's surviving longer than he survived at certain points yesterday. We actually have Hydra's going to get underneath that prism. Maxpax leaves it AFK. Could have kept it running to the bottom corner, but does not and gets punished for it. Nice pick up there from Shin. That's going to be a major plus. That's definitely one in the correct direction. More shots coming through. Stasis ward coming down again. Things trying to wrap around. Lurkers actually burrow up down at the bottom. We're going to be seeing cannons and batteries all getting hit here. So Shin with a big push in with the Lurkers now active. First Disruptor's coming up and online. Can we defend on the other side of the map with so many Lurkers on the bottom side? This could be something of a base trade scenario. And right now, base trades always feel pretty good for pros who can recall at the right time to really shift things in their favor. Hydra's flying away. Colossus still hitting. I mean, the Hydra's just not going to do well against this Colossus. You need these Lurkers to be your defense. You need those to be kind of joining in this fight. Like I said, across the map, these Lurkers are not being stopped. I will say that obviously MaxPax has not been able to continue progressing forward here. Those Disruptor shots are very good. Yeah, MaxPax has not continued to progress forward, so I was worried a little bit for the base trade element of this, but actually MaxPax doesn't keep on base trade, and he can't get into base trade. So he has to come home to deal with this, and now the Colossus are going to go and try and intercept these Lurkers. They are going to get there to get some shots off, and that will be a successful move. And end up burrowing. I don't think that's the play. I think we just keep running. Yeah, the Colossus are going to shoot a few down, but just, you know, take the losses on the chin and just go with it. Battery sets up, a few Lings nibbling at the Nexus. Archon's Colossus gathering together. We do still see Lurkers hanging out on the gold base. Storm building from max packs. Obviously interesting this game. Went straight in towards this Colossus. Did not go into the Storm. Shin, you know, close to being maxed out right here currently. Game one of this best of 5. A few Lurkers continue to morph through. +1 Carapace coming up as well. As it moves over, Lurker's going to get very burrowed, obviously trying to reposition to make sure they're always in the right place. Archons and Mortal join up together, Ling Hydra coming through, the Lurkers get set. Viper's going to get a bunch of abducts here. A bunch of tech units brought in, almost too many. We can't get rid of all of those at once. 2 Archons died out of the 4 abducts. Like this still settle, a few Vipers gathering up. Yeah, the Vipers come through, Spire on the way, a couple Nidus networks getting going as well. We are going to get this Nidus into the main base right now. Shots coming by. Lurker's going to shoot up a few shots here. Just going to be interesting because you've got to be careful not to kind of throw those Lurkers away. Shin doesn't have a massive army supply lead or anything anymore. Max 3 building very well in this game. Shin going to try and move around aggressively. The Nidus network's being shut down. Great defense so far by MaxPax, doing a fantastic job of that. Disruptors move up, and that's going to be some Lurkers getting busted down. Keep stepping forward. The few Lurkers come through. The Niners actually getting out here, and the few Lurkers that get out will start to fight those Zealots. Actually going to get rid of that Colossus in the front. The Archons and the Immortals come back over as well. Going to be seeing the Hydras coming through. Niners getting set up for this Disruptor shot and the Storm combined. The High Templar have to be careful. They're taking damage here as well. As Shin saying, I felt as though MaxPax had started to recover in this game a little bit, but clearly not well enough, and obviously still only on 3 bases, so any losses right now become extremely expensive. Whereas Shin is rich, and you can see that just with the amount of Nidus he's thrown at his opponent. I kind of love the kill on the gas. You know, if you've only got 3 bases, gas in the main will be mining out right now. I mean, you're genuinely denying something that's kind of necessary for your opponent to play with. Detection apparently just not available. Okay, it is available. There is some detection here. Just at first it felt as though those Lurkers were going to never be hit. And Shin takes a step away, and well, what do you say about yesterday? You know, that series, maybe something Shin can learn from and come back stronger today. Well, that's definitely happening as these Zealots go onto this Lurker Den, and that's going to get swiped down. That Lurker Den falls, and a new Lurker one will have to be built. So MaxPax still doing great on the counterattack, still trying to put some work in. Archon's going to be there. The Immortals and the Colossus step up as well. Lurkers continue to burrow. Just going to swim across over this side. Burrow up behind this mineral line. And those probes get pushed away also. Hackers will sit there, continue to put some work out. As you have, I mean, just again, being behind the mineral line is huge. Look at all those probes outside AFK not mining at the moment. It's obviously very expensive. Huge amount of money being lost as the Lurkers going to get jumped on by those Zealots. Nidus going to get wrapped around. But we actually got the Nidus up long enough to evacuate the Lurkers. Even the little things are going well for Shin as MaxPax, I think, realizing it's time to pull the trigger on one final fight across the map. But it's going to be hard to pick where to attack into. And of course, attacking into Lurkers is quite oftentimes a death sentence for a Protoss player, especially when you're forced to attack in deep against the Lurkers, which is pretty much what this is going to be guaranteed to be. Got a couple of Archons, Immortals getting jumped forwards. I'm just going to push those Zealots away as well, continue to chase those out. Let's push that all the way through for the moment. Just going to be seeing the rest of these Zealots going about. The Hydra's going to be hitting there. Archons and all the rest continue to come through, just having ourselves... I mean, honestly, there's a lot of potential in the Protoss army. It's just, is the number of units good enough? You know, you can drop some Storms and have some Immortals fighting, but if you just go up against so many Lurkers that it doesn't matter what damage you do, I mean, that's kind of where we're at right now, you know. We have MaxPax moving down the bottom right. Immortal Colossus Archon continue to come through. Storm's coming out. Colossus taking damage. Another Storm comes out onto the Hydras. We do end up stepping away though. Taking a moment right now. Spinecrawler, Hatchery, both taking big shots. We're going to step in. That Lurker goes down. Drone's in some trouble. Hatchery falling. Going to see the rest of those drones continue to get picked away. I'm just going to see a lot of those workers going down. The fact that this is still a game is kind of wild. I mean, I understand that MaxPax is kind of limited in Shin, but MaxPax has only just now really gotten back to 4 bases. Lurkers get up in the natural expansion. How much can they really achieve? Well, they're stuck in this corner. That said, some of the Archons can't really get through to fight, but there's going to be a cleanup. Shin's going to strike elsewhere at the same time, running Lurkers into the third base. Obviously, we use the recall in this, so that means we're in an extended period now where Max Pax is a little bit more vulnerable because he has already used his recall. So he's going to be, if he gets out of position now, there's less of a chance for him to come back and handle that. Now on the bottom side, on the new fourth base that just came up and online, there's going to be units there as well. Lurkers once again in position. They might be good enough to get the base on this one. I mean, it's not super quick, but the Army would have to come across from that third base. The Nexus is already a quarter of the way down. And we're going to be able to unburrow and get away in the Nidus network as well. Love these evacuation Niduses. Obviously just allowing you to play a bit more efficiently. You're right, if that Nidus wasn't there, you might lose a couple Lurkers. Instead, you get out with every single Lurker in the game on that attack. Amazing. +3 melee, +3 carapace, both coming online. The Lings get across here. I'm just going to pick away at. And very nearly kill off that Pylon. Pylon actually just about able to survive. 6 more Corruptors coming through. The few Spore Crawlers coming up as well. Hatcheries are still building. The Overseer is also not far from being done. This opening game of Shin versus MaxPax going the distance a little bit right now. You have the Nexus, Battery, Cannon all coming up and online at the moment. So just continue to bring all of that through. And MaxPax having to rebuild that base again. Resources lost. This is why MaxPax is still in the game. 35,000 to 24,000 resources lost. That's why. That and the fact he's also done okay at denying some of the bases of Shin. Crazy to think that Shin's having such a struggle though, because this felt like such a guaranteed kind of game for him at some point. Now moving into Broodlords, of course, there's not a lot of answers to Broods. MaxPax has not had the money to tech up much further than he already was at in this game, and that's definitely going to be a factor. The Zealots get in over there. The Lings are going to come back around. The Colossus, the Archons combined to get rid of some of those Lings. Going to move through here. The Hydras go down as well. It's going to be a nice cleanup. The Hatchery coming down over on the far right-hand side. Just going to get that into position as well. It's going to be having a couple of Zealots. Going to get the drone, get the Extractor again. Just a little bit to harass, trying to keep Shin honest in this game and give MaxPax hope to return in this and to bring this back around as the Archons pull back over. Just going to see a couple of Lurkers shooting away as well. A few shots getting fired up. Broodlords continue out. Hatchery on the way. Spore Crawler is about to complete. Archon Immortal stepping up and a couple drones go down. Lurkers are going to be there to push away again. Hydras and Lurkers step into this mineral line now as a few of these probes begin to drop. The cannon going to get jumped on. Storms all across the other units. Hydras trying to hit the Nexus. That's going to force the recall to go on to cool down again. We do have the evacuation Nidus. The Niduses have been, again, very well utilized, like I said. Making sure that those units can get away time and time and time again. Ensuring that we make our getaways as smoothly and as cleanly as possible. You know, Shin doesn't have a lot of money banked. To fight right now could be kind of decisive. I'm worried for Shin a little bit. I mean, I think the Broodlords do help a lot. But there's a lot of emphasis on this upcoming fight. If you mess up that fight, you can definitely end up in a ton of trouble right now. Phoenix comes down. The Overseer gets picked off. Stargate and additional probes continue to come through from MaxPax. The Tempest comes online as well. One brood goes down. The other broods come back across, firing away. Archons and Immortals get chased as well. Coming straight over here. There's broods still chasing. A couple of Spine Crawlers going to go poking and prodding away. The Broodlords chasing down the rest of that army. Hydra's going to turn onto this Nexus. The Pylon going to go down. The Nexus is going to continue to take a lot of shots. The broods will work onto that position. High Templar falls. Now chasing down for the Archon as well. Archon will go down also. Obviously, the broods are less mobile than everything else in the army and on the map in general, so it's correct that MaxPax is going to try and run around this for some positions. Interesting that Shin is chasing this army around with Broodlords. A lot of the time you would just say, you know what, nah, it's alright, let's just commit the Broods to a certain place and deal damage with them and let the counterattack happen. The Storm comes onto the Broodlords, multiple Broods getting hit. I've ducked a bunch of units forwards, Archon's Colossus all going down. Viper's still taking shots as well, the Hydrogen Lurker's trying to step forward, Broodlords are still firing away. Do not have enough to really deal with Tempest right now. Tempest are going to be a very good unit to have. MaxPax being able to get up to those as an answer to the Broodlords is huge, because Tempest are also very good against the Lurkers. The Hydras are the one thing that can do well against these. We now have to start building Corruptors. Obviously, if you can Viper abduct those Tempests in, that would work as well, but MaxPax is going to make a stand. 18 workers in the game. The fact he's still alive, and then this game is reaching the 25-minute marker is really kind of ridiculous. Tempest, Archon, and Mortal Colossus pulling out to the central watchtower here. Some spines and some spores coming online. Corpse going up, +3 missiles will start. See those structures in the back going down. A couple of drones getting hit. Broodlords are going to be firing. Things running again. Battery cannon in some trouble. Just going to be seeing the pylons perhaps in some issues as well. Just going to get the recall off, and the Colossus will be there to deal with the Lings. Push that back. I mean, what does MaxPax on 15 workers. I mean, he's basically relying on this one fight. Credit to him again. The fact he even made it to Tempest. Not just the fact that the game's gone on, but the fact he's ended up making it to Tempest. Like, I said at some point, it's like, well, you know, the Broodlords are great because MaxPax will never have the tech to deal with them. Well, was I wrong? Yes. Look at that Tempest count. Ridiculous that he got up to that, considering the fact that he's never really been off the 3 bases that he's had. He obviously had a 4th base at some point. I mean, if he can find a fantastic fight, it's possible. It's just looking less likely, and especially now we've got Corruptors up to fight the Tempest a little bit, but that's a Viper that goes down. I mean, hey, take some freebies, take those Tempest shots and run with them. I'd like to see the Tempest actually shoot those couple of Lurkers. I mean, I guess the Gold's nice to get rid of too, but it's also not going to be a bad thing to shut down. So we will lose the hatchery here, so this base will drop. I mean, Shin has got bottom right base, is able to mine, so that's going to be a big step in the right direction for him. Everything else gathering still. Archon being brought up from MaxPax. A few Corruptors and the +2 air weapons continue to come in. This network will fall. It's funny, there's just so little creep on the map. There's like a bit of creep connecting some of the bases, and that's about it. It's always been a game where MaxPax has had his positions on the map at times and has been able to knock any creep spread back and reset the attempts of creeping up as the Zerg player. The reason MaxPax is able to do this is because every unit in his army is a tech unit. 7 Tempests, Colossus, 6 Archons, 9 Immortals, only 2 Zealots in the game. The only gateway units. And that, and the fact that obviously attacking into the pros can be kind of rough. The Zerg army's never really been set to kind of fully do that. We're going to start trying to make a move now. Hydras will split across 2 different rams as the Corruptors make their move. Storms and Archons will try and make something happen here, as obviously the Tempests, though, are going to be kept busy by the Corruptors. We're just going to let those Corruptors run through and go after the Tempests. Well, the Hydras actually took a step back for a moment. They're going to come back through now as well. To be fair, I don't think there's much to really stop this, as Shin does Zerg forward. And he does find himself game number 1, 28 minutes on Alcyone for Shin to open the scoring in this quarterfinal. And if that ain't a turnaround from yesterday's games, I don't know what is. What concerns me is that it felt like Shin was in so good of a spot, and it was still that much of an effort to get through to a victory. It terrifies me because it feels like any other opening, and MaxPax is still going to stomp this game, right? So, yes, Shin, you got the game win, you got the map win, but like, I feel like there's a lot of work to be done there to make sure that isn't something that goes wrong in the future, basically, as we ready up for game number 2. Thank you for joining us, everybody, here on the WardiTV October quarterfinal day. Tomorrow, our semis and our grand finals. And then I'm going to be away on the weekend. Again, I'm going to be going to a UK StarCraft event this weekend. So away this weekend. More stuff going on when we come back. Exciting times. Alright, let's hop into our next map here, guys, as we have got to the bottom left-hand corner. Down a game. The Blue Protoss player looking to fight back. Yesterday's WardiTV Monday's champion. It is MaxPax. Ian M7, my friend, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to kickstart this game number 2 with. Going out to Lucid, X14N, Block Party, Threads, Abyss686, Tony UK, Tony UK, and C. Vronsky, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Get some love in the chat for Ian. Always dropping subs in the channel, always supporting and always helping us to get more StarCraft 2 action going. Thank you so much, Ian. As to the top left of the map, up 1 game is going to be the red Zerg player. This is Shin. I'd love to just take a quick moment to mention, especially over on the YouTube channel, we've got a load of YouTube viewers again today, over 300. Please do consider liking the stream here on YouTube. It helps more people find the channel, allows us to do more YouTube content for you in the future. It takes 1 second for you to scroll down from the YouTube video and go and hit that like button. And also, if you're on the YouTube and you don't already subscribe to the channel, I would really appreciate it if you hit that subscription button. It's obviously free to subscribe on YouTube. Really appreciate it if you can take a chance to go and do that. It really does help us out a lot. So, yeah, check those things out, guys. Super easy. Free way to support. Likes and subs go a long way. We're at 43 likes right now. Just click the like button myself on my phone. So, yeah. Go and, oh, no, now we're at 44. See? It's rising. You guys are following these. Now it's at 48. See? You can get that to 100 easily. 100's always good to get to. Help us get there. And like I say, just YouTube's like, whoa, people like this. And it tells more people to watch. And believe it or not, us StarCraft fans are simple people. YouTube tells people to watch good StarCraft. People come watch good StarCraft. So, yeah, hitting that button really does help. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. As we get into game number 2 of this best of 5 series. Shin with the lead. I'm not convinced. It was a good start. It was a good setup. I'm terrified by how much of a struggle it was to close the game out. Because to me, him taking that long and looking that weak at points just means that if he does not win the game, essentially, at the 10-minute mark, I'm always going to favor MaxPax. In any sort of equal later game scenario, this is going to look like MaxPax, unless Shin starts playing a very different and a much stronger and a much better way of playing, right? So, hi, YouTube. Twitch chat saying hi to the YouTube chat. YouTube chat, have you a response for Twitch chat? I don't know if two chats should really interact. That sounds kind of scary. Shin Solo should share game. Shin starts and Solo comes with the lurkers. Oh my god. That's actually so true. Shin can like get into those good positions, but then Solo's actually the one who, when he just survives into those positions, he does amazing. That's actually so funny. That's kind of honestly a very good analytical point. Twitch chat, I think YouTube chat, I just ignored you, I'm not gonna lie. Feels bad. Alright, we got ourselves the Adept moving around. Link speed and drones continue to come over. The Queen moving about a little bit as well, figuring out what we would like to do. Figuring out how things are going to go over these next few moments. Once again, Link speed coming up, finishing very shortly. The Gateway still building forwards, a couple of probes, and the Oracle coming online as well. And the Adept coming back down the bottom left. How do I stream across multiple platforms? I go to my OBS and I click Start Streaming, and that streams to Twitch, and then I go to the YouTube button, and I click Start Streaming to YouTube, and then it starts streaming to YouTube as well. It's very clever. It's like a plugin for OBS that lets you have additional outputs. I can't remember what it's called, but if you look it up, there's a way to do it. I know some people use Restream and stuff, but I have good enough internet nowadays that I don't need to I don't need to do any of that stuff, so this is actually quite nice because the restream stuff I feel like is a little bit less reliable and stuff, you know. So actually just streaming from my, basically my own internet to 2 different places is great. You're so dumb. Sometimes you watch live, then weeks later watch the same match on YouTube and feels like deja vu. Well, that's just how good StarCraft is, right? You know, sometimes you can watch the same thing a second time and it's still enjoyable, even if you get a bit of deja vu with it. There you go. We have Stefan in the YouTube chat saying hi to Twitch. There you go. the cross Twitch, the cross chat interactions are complete. Beautiful. Thanks everyone for hitting that like button, by the way. You got like plus 25 likes in like 2 minutes. That was amazing. Oracle is going to get pushed back once again. It's just going to get shoved away there. Blink's coming across. The Adepts continue to shade. +1 and Blink coming through. The gateways are building. The probes are producing. Going to see Oracles and Adepts moving up into this natural expansion where we are going to try and move into the mineral line. A few Lings coming across and hitting those Adepts for a couple moments. Now the Adepts shade into the main base where they're going to go after some more of those drones. Lings continuing over. And again, a few more drones continue now. +1 and Blink continue to come through. The gates coming up. The probes are on the way. Just having ourselves the battery and our simulators and all the rest continuing by as well. Pylon continuing to come up also. The Lings continue through right now as we just have ourselves the +1 and the Blink both continuing to come out on the side of MaxPax. And yeah, battery coming through. The gateways are coming up. The simulators are all coming online. These Oracles are going to get back over to that far left-hand side. Actually ends up getting cancelled. These Oracles are going to dive onto the Queens. First Queen going to start taking shots. Second Queen coming through as well. Oh, go back up there. I was going to say, a Queen does go down, but the Oracles do all live. One Ill Alex, thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much for resubscribing and supporting the stream today and the tournament and all the rest. Thank you very much, really appreciate it. As we do have +1 missiles, Lings, Hydra, Den, all coming up. Groove Spines will start. Robo Facility, 6 more Stalkers on the way up. Charge Storm +2. All the things to take MaxPax into a very comfortable later game position. These Lings, oh, I love that bling. MaxPax is like, yeah, welcome to my side of the map, because if you're going to want to get away, I'm not going to let you. That's funny. That's a cute little move. One of those things that wasn't like super impactful, but like just cute, right? Just cute little moves, always fun. Always enjoyable as we have the Oracle now swinging around the left-hand side here from MaxPax as well. More Lings heading down into the center. Maybe going to aim for that Nexus. Also a possibility. Just going to jump straight onto this. The Oracle will activate. That Nexus dies. That's not a cancel. So some minerals down the drain. A little win for Shin where it feels like he needs it in this game too. So far it's been pretty cozy for MaxPax. Shin is going to get to Lurkers, but like I say, I feel like this is now Shin getting to Lurkers without anything really happening to MaxPax. To me, Shin's going to have to play to a different level than what he played in that last game. The one thing I'm going to say, right, I've been fairly critical about that last game for Shin. The one thing I will say is it was a little weird because obviously Shin kind of got into a good spot, but he lost a lot of his bases and economy himself. So I do wonder, maybe the one thing we can hold out hope for Shin is perhaps just saying, you know what, this is a position or this is a setup where we can actually go into a very good kind of game plan. And just sort of say, right, you know what we're going to do here? We're going to go into a... maybe we're just going to go and say, right, I've got my proper economy. I'm going to be able to tech switch much more smoothly. I'm not having to kind of react to my own kind of weird situation. And even though he was very ahead in that last game, maybe the place he got put to kind of had him guessing himself. So let's see if that comes out to it as Lings and Hydras work their way through on the rocks on the left-hand side, opening up access towards the 4th phase of MaxPax, which has been cancelled one time already. Lurkers will start to rush into position. Seismic Spines is only just on the way up, though. So we got 8 Lurkers, but they're not fully upgraded yet. Which makes me a little skeptical about actually trying to take a fight, missing, range and stuff. Especially when you're trying to push into the Protoss. I feel like you got to be a little bit cautious if you're missing upgrades that are very important. Is this the new patch? No, we're not going to implement a new patch halfway through. tournament. We will run a new patch-specific tournament next week, guys. So next week we'll run specifically a new patch event for you all. So I was going to go to town on a few of those Zerglings. We do have Lurkers and Hydras joining up together. Spine Crawler still whacking away. Queen putting some work in. Lings as well. Seismic Spine's coming up on the Lurker Den. The Prism moving up that left-hand side as well. Going to try and get around the back. Queen's going to shoot at the Prism. So Prism taking some hits. The Lings are going to get there. The Zealots are going to be taking some shots as well. Whoa! Selu J 77 on the 20 gifted subs, bro. I will come back to those in just a couple of minutes because I feel like we're on the verge of a big fight breaking out here. Thank you so much for the sub bomb. Appreciate the support. As this fight is breaking out, Storms are starting to come down to the Lurkers, but the Stalkers are stepping into Lurker range. My goodness. We're actually going to see the Stalkers. They blink back, but new Lurkers had actually just jumped into that position. So the Stalkers are melting. Shin pushing forwards into the front, and this base is in trouble. We're going to have another storm coming down, and Shin just keeps on leapfrogging a few Lurkers further forwards. They don't even have adaptive talents yet, but now we're sieging up the fourth base, and Maxpax will not hold here. Prism denied. Tempest on the way, but not in time to stop the Lurkers, and Shin getting rid of the fourth is a huge move, and now is going to keep on coming forward. Pushing straight into this position. Another storm goes off the stasis ward on a single Zergling, and Shin is handling this very well so far. Keeps on stepping up. A couple of spines to deal with. Zealots across the map is looking good too. Hydra's into the natural expansion, going to knock down the pylon, and will begin to engage in toward the Tempest maybe even. As Maxpax, how much more damage will he end up taking here? A couple of Hydras onto that Tempest. The spines will go down there, but the reinforcements are going to be good to play cleanup. Well, the storm comes down. Archons and Stalkers continue to come about. But those Lurkers are just in such a good spot. And again, the Tempests are not in good enough numbers just yet. They're not showing up and putting attention onto the Lurkers. So if the Tempests aren't getting rid of the Lurkers quickly, they're going to hold this position and do a ton of work. The only concern right now is, oh my goodness, all the probes going down as well as the Lurkers shoot down to that low ground deadliness coming through there from Shin. I was going to say my only concern is maybe now the Tempests will get a full cleanup and maybe Maxpax can stabilize, but I think this is way too much, man. We're talking about 37 dead probes. Shin's economy at 90 drones. The difference here to the last game is that Shin's not taking any damage during this, so the continuation of units from Shin is going to be absolutely huge. Zealots are wandering into the Lurker line as well, and Shin is looking as though he might take a 2-0 lead in this best-of-5 quarterfinal. Wow. I love it. You know what? Because I saw so many people yesterday when Maxpax beat Shin as well. They were like, tomorrow Maxpax is just going to whack Shin again. It's not even going to be close. And now we're almost on the verge of a Shin 2-0 lead in this quarterfinal. That's absolutely massive. And that's the beauty of StarCraft 2. You can put the same two players up against each other one day to the next, and the games can just look so very different and just look so very, have such a different feel to them. And players can play so differently as well across the course of one day to the next. Kind of crazy, to be honest. There's a few Lings going to run out over on that far right-hand side as well. Hydra's joining up, the drone coming over, +1 flyer attack coming through, the +3 missile upgrades on the way. Overseers are building, Spore Crawlers are producing, Hatchery goes down into the top corner as well. Army continues to go on across again, just going to have ourselves the Nidus network coming online, the Nexus getting settled as well. Drop of Lords going to set up here. A few Hydras going to jump into the Drop of Lords Lurkers as well, as we have ourselves the Archon Immortal continuing through. Observer coming up. Corruptors on the way. Couple batteries building here from Maxpax as well. Now High Templars also coming online. I like it. You know what? Just utilizing the fact you've got money dropping around, looking for different openings. I don't hate it at all for Shin. I wonder if he's going to put some attention into that bottom right base. Obviously, I think continuing to deny bases of your opponent is one of the more important things to maybe try and get done here as well. So, I'll be very interested to see if we can kind of maintain that as the Drop Lords head in toward the main base now. Hydra's Lurkers getting into the main base. Temple Archives going down. I mean, okay, production going to get camped here, and that's obviously going to be an issue. The Stargate will fall as well. We're just going to have our Archons stepping up, getting a bit of damage on the Vipers already. Now the Tempests are shooting away. A couple of Abducts, though, and those Tempests will start to drop. Storm's coming down, not really landing. I mean, this looks as though Shin's army is going to be way too good. And you know what? My concerns at last game, I guess off fading away a little bit. I guess just the damage MaxPax did make the game a little bit weird for Shin, and that's why MaxPax fought his way back into it to make it more difficult for Shin than it maybe should have been. This game shows that Shin really means some business. Those lurker timings are brutal. MaxPax is just not stopping him from getting into those positions with those lurkers soon enough here. Maybe it's time to go to the drawing board between games 2 and 3 quickly and figure out what you're going to try and do to stop this style of Shin, which is clearly having success against you. Last game he went Colossus, this time he went Storm. Neither of those have really worked out just yet. I'm just popping out. Of course, this was a different game for Shin as well. Last game he played melee upgrade opening and was quite aggressive Ling-wise. This game he went straight into missiles and much more into those Hydras and so. Queen gonna get taken out. Just gonna be seeing this Corruptor's gonna go and spray down the Nexus. Stalker's gonna go blink underneath. The Viper gets pushed away. Corruptors are just going to commit. They want this Nexus. Super Battery will activate, and I think that means the Nexus will live, which means that giving up all these Corruptors would be a little bit silly. Only 3 of them survive. And so Shin, a little bit of a misplay there, right? Get a little bit overconfident in his ability to actually clean that out. Just while we take a quick moment, Henry said, thank you so much for the 17-month resub on the Prime. I am coming back to those 20 gifted subs, I promise you. I just don't want to... I feel like this game is kind of on the verge of maybe ending, so I promise we'll come back to those gifted subs. Maybe once the game comes down to a GG. This entire main getting wiped was obviously kind of brutal as well, all that production going down. A big deal as well. Couple of Lings is going to get shot at. We do have ourselves the Forge coming up, Stargate as well. Again, the Greatest Spy about halfway done. That'll be done very shortly as the few Corruptors continue up as well. Lings, Hydras, and Lurkers making their way around the left-hand side. Corruptors setting up as well. Greatest Spy is going to be finishing. Couple Spines coming forward. Lings going to make their way up. Hydra's going to get in position. The Lurkers are going to be there. Tempests are going to begin to shoot. A couple of those Tempests start taking big shots. Archon's trying to come forward as well. Super Battery going off for the moment. Whoa, a couple of High Templars in the middle there taking a big amount of damage. That's huge. Going forward once again to the Storm coming down. Corruptors will take some hits. The Archon goes down as well. Hydras will jump onto the Stargate, knocking down the attempted move into carriers, which is kind of a huge deal as well, right? If you got to carriers, this game becomes very different again. One carrier denied just before it finishes. The next one's actually quite far from being done. This Stargate on the low ground, I'm sure, is going to be a nearby target at some point. 15 additional Corruptors. If we lose some units, we'll replace them with Corruptors to fight these Tempests in the sky. They're probably the most annoying thing MaxPax has right now. We do get forwards and kill off one of them. With only one Stargate left in the game, though, it's not like these Tempests are being rebuilt the whole time over. As soon as we get the rest of these Corruptors here, I think there's going to be a split, spread, and dive in from Shin as he potentially looks to close out this game too, and to take this to a 2-0 lead in the quarterfinals. Not one we saw coming after yesterday's WardiTV Monday result. Corruptors will dive, the Tempest will fall, MaxPax GG's, and Shin goes up 2-0 in the quarterfinals. Shin a map away from a semi-final appearance by taking down MaxPax. Eggsfly Diamond, thank you so much for the gift of sub going out to the Cypher 587. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And going back up to those gifted subs, Sellage77 gift now 20. Get some Wardy hype in the chat. And as some love was dropped, those subs got to Max009, Z Zang 2, Simkin TV, JLTT 1234567 TJ Mist Pro 13, Robo Toak 2244, Noobish Noob 1990, Robbing Man. Give me 1 sec. Let's make sure that no one's missing out on the lobby quickly. Okay, we look good. Robing Man, Unholy One Ice Cool, StarCraft 20, Swervin Curvin, Couchshuck 777, Jonathan Oli, Kiko Machine 2323, Mute SD, Salmon Flies, Mix and Random Numbers, Walrus Jutsu, Sky High Dude, and Weird Tales. Thank you so much. Once more, over to Sellage77 for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for supporting the tournaments. Almost back up at above 1,100 subs, guys. That's amazing. If you're enjoying this stream, do consider using your Prime on the channel. Let's get back into it here as we go into what could be the final game, as we are down by 2 in the bottom right corner. This is the blue Protoss player. It is MaxPax. top left, our red Zerg is going to be Shin. Alright, game number 3, into site Delta. Overload coming about, hatch gas coming about, drone coming in, the gateway coming in. Probe on the way up as we get settled down. The spawning pool coming in also. You got the 69th like on YouTube. Nice. Huge. The only thing huger than that would be the 100th like. So, go, guys, go. Actually on 77 likes. That's kind of crazy. When I mentioned this, like, during the start of the last game, it was at, like, 40-something. You guys got this, YouTube. 22 likes. Let's get up to 100. Let's keep the people rolling in. Honestly, with Clem Rogue up next, we could hit 400 views on YouTube today. That would be actually kind of wild on the YouTube stream. That's crazy. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the YouTube streams. Nexus sets up, Cybercore on the way, and we take ourselves a couple of moments to figure out what this Game 3 will look like. MaxPax, can he just find some of that early game aggression, early game harassment, and some of that early game success to send him through into a nice, strong starting point? It'll be exciting to see. Step just going to go shading forward here initially. Just going to move over to the top side of the map. So just going to come straight across in that direction. I left Twitch and came to YouTube just to like. Beautiful. Love it. That's okay. Get them YouTube likes in. We're just going to see the Adept getting across that lane, going down, bit of damage being done. The other lanes continue to come about as the Oracle comes up. The Wolf Gate is building. The Adept coming through. And those few Lings going to go after some of the probes in the front here. So early Lings are going to find damage. 2 workers down. We're going to lose a couple more. No! That's not a good time for someone to crash out. Rex is going to fall this time. Earlier we had Inu dropping out. This time we're going to have Rex. And that's an unfortunate moment. Link speed about to be done. We have more Links in the middle of the map ready to come across as well. Shin only on 21 drones is starting to drone behind this. But MaxPax has very little chance of getting a wall up, so he could be in some very serious trouble right here. Give it a moment or two, and we'll see this will... Get this going.
Game paused.
Never mind, I'm not a referee, so I don't have that power. So I can't actually do that. And we're back in. All right, the first few Lings get there. Okay, one probe does peel up to the top, and that is going to be the wall off available. Another Adept spawns. We put a pylon down. The few Lings in the main kill an Adept, though. That's a bit of a shame. It's the fact that some of the Lings are already here and in that's going to be an issue. I think Shin did a very good... I think he made a pretty good choice here as that gate goes down. I was going to say, I feel like the choice of actually going into more drones is actually very, very smart. Just stopping and saying, okay, I feel like I'm going to get enough done with this already. And then just going into drones, because if he made extra Lings here, he would have just been killed by the Oracle in a Adept combo. Oracle coming back over, a couple of Overlords hanging around. We have ourselves the Twilight Council building up as well. A couple more probes. Oracle, all building through. The few drones on the way. You have a drone at the front getting taken down as well. The rest of the drones continuing out and across as we just have the saturation coming online. MaxPac's going to take the Stargate and run it into a Void Ray. So 2 Oracles, now a Void Ray. Kind of an interesting time for a Void. I wonder if this is MaxPac saying, I just don't quite know if you're being super aggressive on the follow-up, and so I'm just going to be trying to be very safe. Or if he just feels as though a Void has a lot of potential right now. There's a lot of Overlords in the middle of the map, for example, and maybe just knocking down some of those would be a very good way to go about things as we come through for our 3rd and 4th drone kill. MaxPac's going to stop that rebuild of workers from his opponent for a few moments there, at the very least. Big step in the right direction. Resonating Glaives on the way. Gateways in production. Probe coming through. The couple of Queens and drones on the way from Shin. The Void Ray will activate, and the Overlord on the right-hand side is going to begin to take a few shots of damage. The Overlord will fall. There's the Resonating Glaives from MaxPac. So maybe that's why you go for the Void. Deny Overlord vision, go into the Glaives, and try and catch your opponent a little bit off guard here at game number 3 of the series. Cool way to maybe break momentum and just come back firing the other way. Couple Queen's going to be here. A couple drones went down and pushed that back. Glaive is not far from being done, but losing the depths before Glaives is not exactly great. Bane Nest to help Shin out. He's trying to play a melee upgrade that's not exactly great against Glaive Adepts, but the Bane Nest will help, because if you can force these Adepts to split apart against the Banelings, then the Lings can get full surrounds on individual Adepts. That's when you're going to start finding enough damage output to shut down those numbers. And of course, if some of the Banes do manage to connect, then even better. The Adept's going to go shading toward the natural. That's a wall off, though. The Adepts may not want to commit to that. They're going to go and break down the Evolution Chamber. The Banes finish up on the right-hand side. Stasis Ward is going to get targeted. I don't love that. No, that's going to catch all the Lings and the Banes. Felt like that was obvious. He went onto it way too late, but he tried to make it happen. Some Adepts get up to the high ground. I think this would have been a really good defense if we just didn't get caught in the Stasis Ward. That Stasis is genuinely huge for MaxPac, as these Adepts will make it into this mineral line now. 7 drones going down, and that may grow still as 8 go down. There's an Adept on the 3rd base as well. Shin losing a lot of mining time as drones have to pull away to the sides. That Stasis really is monumental. It is such a huge impact in the game. The Lings will come in. They're going to play cleanup here, but down 14 workers. And with nothing to really show for being down 14 workers, Shin is in serious trouble, and it looks as though MaxPac has successfully made a bounce back in this series to at least take 1 game and to get on the scoreboard and to keep this series alive after 3 maps. And the Lings now trying to run across the map, but the Oracles and the Adepts are going to clean up even more of those Lings. More freebies being given away there by Shin. That was just a mistake to run all the way through like that. That was never going to be as good as it needed to be. Again, melee upgrade coming online. The few extra Banes coming over. Lings, Queen coming through. The last starts up as well from Shin once again. Get that going once more. +14 drones still in production. Lair on the way through. +1 missile attack coming out. Bane comes back over. Trying to connect through on some of those Stalkers, but the Banes will never really do enough there. And now Adept Stalker together. Moments away from Blink, and this one really is done and dusted. We are going to go to Game 4. We will not see a 3-0 sweep from Shin. MaxPac will step back up in this series as Shin tried to get a little aggressive early. It was okay. I think the real killer was, again, just that Stasis Ward. Completely shut down any hope he had of really defending that first push, and that let way too much damage be done. Now with Blink, Stalkers will never die, and they will trade very, very well. As we just see a few more Lings. And picked away at as they step forwards here. GG is called, and MaxPac takes game number 3. Shin 2, MaxPac 1. Idahay comes in with the prime sub at the tail end of that map. Thank you so much for the support, and we are going to game number 4. of this best of 5. Max Packs will not be eliminated just yet. We're going to Ghost River to try and bring this back. All right. Couple of seconds here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Who are missing? Crank. Invite in. And going again over 4. These guys are giving us no chill, no time to wait, no time to hang out. Just getting straight into this next game, guys. Let's get this going. As we kick off into Ghost River. Sorry, I had a little bit of a sneezing fit halfway through that game. Tried to keep it together for the cast, though. Kick this off momentarily. Let's get this underway. In the top left corner of the map, our Blue Protoss player, he's brought it back. We've got a series on our hands, thanks to the Blue Protoss. In the top left, let's make some noise for Max Packs. Top right, the red Zerg player. He really is on the up right now. He really is very fun to watch and play with and witness. It is Shin in the upper right corner of the map. Understand committing to destroying the ward, you would have done too, just mistimed. Yeah, I think that's the thing though, like, there's a point where you've got to say, oh, I started on this, the idea of me clicking that is just too late. I mean, I understand it's obviously a very split-second decision, but you got to be able to see, it's too late for me to truly just click that. I got to just go and move on, right? Like, I just got to step back and just try and split on it instead. Because, the worst part is, it wasn't just the Lings that got caught, his initial Banes got caught, right? So yeah, it really was a horrible moment to get stasis. And the Banes weren't really near the stasis ward either. They were just kind of, you know, casualties from the Lings getting caught in it. So, yeah, great stasis positioning, to be fair, from Max Packs. And a great timing to drop it, too. Well, next is coming up, Hatch in the Pool, getting underway. We have a game number 4 here. We're going to see where we're going to go. Next is Cybercore coming up. It's going to be a hat trick, couple Lings and the Queen. Coming through from Shin. We got ourselves set up. The Adept is on the way. Man, thank you everyone for joining us today. The viewership is unreal right now. Got almost 2,000 viewers across the channels. StarCraft is alive and well, huh? Well, hopefully with the news of a circuit coming soon, hopefully it really will be alive and well, but for the off-season, we're doing pretty darn good, guys. Great job. Thanks for being here. Adept moves across the map, going up towards the upper right-hand side, so he's going to go for a little bit of a poke and a prod in toward the natural and potentially the main base as well. We'll look to see what we can do over there. Link speed coming up. The Adept Warp Gate still coming through. Stargate not far from finishing, and a couple of probes from Max Packs will be finishing very shortly also. Just have that Stargate about to be done. We're getting a couple of Queens, the Lings, and the Ling speed coming up also. Get all of that brought into play. What will Max Packs do? Game number 4. I feel like Shin's almost probably thinking, I kind of want to do what I did in the previous games, you know, game 1 and 2. However, smaller map Ghost River, and I don't know if he will get away with necessarily just playing straight into those lurkers without being in a lot of trouble getting there. I think Max Packs could probably apply a good amount of pressure to stop him from getting there, for example, so... Adepts is going to come through, a couple of Queens going to shoot. That's going to be seeing the Crypt Human going down the front, the Adepts get into the main. Just going to be seeing our next coming through with a couple of those probes. That warp gate coming about as well. And the Oracle. Moving around the top. Did we play new patch? Nope, no new patch today. New patch will give. Honestly, I would not be surprised if the patch changed a little bit next week. We've seen that queen flying away. So you see a melee upgrade coming through, the drones. The queen continuing about as well. So set to rumble, just going to be having the feelings gathering together also. Extra gates, forge, twilight continue coming through. And do have ourselves the gates and so coming about. Just going to see the oracles diving into the main. Gonna have ourselves a little bit of damage being dealt. So, a few shots coming about. Melee upgrade coming over. Ling's lair continue to get going. Just gonna have ourselves the hatch and the lair continue coming through. Again, melee upgrade continues to build into place. Still got the extra gate, still got the +1 and the blink all coming about here for the moment. Again, our Lings continue to fire it up. See if they can find anything, but so far the defensive max back's been pretty decent to say the least. Stalkers, the Oracle's coming around again. +1 on Blink still coming up, the melee upgrade, and the rest of the Lings coming around also. Robo Facility will be on the way from max specs as already the Stalker's starting to pressure towards the other side of the map, though. You know what he wants to do. He wants to just go and keep on going, getting that forward pylon up, maybe even a forward gateway up as well. Robo's going to shoot a couple of Lings taking damage. We do see again +1 and Blink coming out. Robo Facility finishing. Hydrodynamic power to be done from Shin would be a major step in the defense here, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to hold on. I think he's genuinely already in a little bit too much trouble here. The Lings thinking about maybe trying to find a wraparound on those Stalkers. The Queen's going to be gathering up. The Oracle's overhead, +1 and Blink. Both continuing through. Let's have ourselves the Stasis Ward coming down there again. Single Zergling trying to get across is going to get denied in attempting to go there. A couple of Lings. They want to hit that Stasis, but they've been denied so far. Finally, it goes off. Lings on the counterattack may be able to get an Adept and get in on the other side. That could be huge, but we don't have much to protect the Hydras over here. We're going to have to check on those Lings in a second on the other side of the map. It doesn't look like they broke through, though. It looks like the defense was made at home by Max Packs, and so now we've just got to bring these Lings back over here. I mean, there's a gate on the low ground. Lings are going to try and get busy. Shin getting a few Hydras out. It was just not really getting to those Hydras in time, right? He kind of needed those Hydras to be here when the first round of Lings were there, so they could truly just sit in safety and do as much as they could. GG's, and we are going to another Game 5 here today. For the second time in these quarterfinals, we go to the 5th and final map. Max Packs and Shin going the distance. Let's get to it. A 5th and final game between these guys. I'm excited, man. Honestly, think this is looking to be a lot of fun. Beautiful. All right, let's do it. Let's get it. And set up. Just going to be seeing our players join the lobby. Just going to double check we got everyone in here. Looks good to me. And our 5th and final game will be on the way in just a couple of moments. So get this ready to go. And we'll kick off into this very shortly. Very, very exciting. Sorry guys, one sec. Alright, taking us in game, guys. Sorry for that. As we kick off into game number 5, we have got ourselves in the top left, the Blue Protoss player. This is going to be MaxPax, bringing it back. We're going to a 5th and final game. We're going the full distance. In the bottom right-hand side, the Red Zerg player here is going to be Shin on a final map today between these two. After this, CLEM versus Rogue coming up. Let's hope that series is just half as awesome as this one is, because this has been a great match. I feel like CLEM Rogue has that potential for CLEM to just pop off and just knock Rogue down. Really hoping Rogue shows up in that series, and I think Showtime Spirit's going to be a banger to end the day on as well. Might not be quite the full-on superstar names everyone loves all the time, but I think Showtime Spirit's a very solid matchup, and yeah, I think that's going to be a lot of fun as well. Looking forward to that TVP. Sorry guys, I just need to tab 1 second here on my main PC for a sec. Alright guys, apologies for that. Let's have us back in. That's back on track. So, we get underway. Shin bottom right, MaxPax up left. Final game between these two. Which of these guys will advance into that semi-final? Shin looked really good across the first couple of games. A little bit worrying at certain points of game 1 after being so far ahead. I was like, oh, I'm not sure. But then he kind of dispelled my disbelief in game 2, and I was like, okay. But now here we're on a 5th game as MaxPax has brought it back. Couple of different aggressive games from Shin, and none of them really working out. Then obviously getting glaived himself didn't really help either. It kind of seems as though Shin gets through the first 5 to 6 minutes. He's actually going to be pretty okay, but those first 5 to 6 minutes apparently still can be very deadly when MaxPax is in charge. Speed coming up. The Stargate building next is about to finish. Link speed still building. Queen's drones all on the way out at the moment, so continue to bring that through. Gateway building as well. Link speed again not far from being done. Our hatchery finishing shortly. Links will just play the nibbling game on that set of rocks. Just going to open those up, make a little bit of space through here. Link speed is continuing to come on by. Ourselves the drones building, the hatchery building. Queen continuing to come through as well as we settle in. The Adept is going to go shading. Queen is going to fire up a few shots. Adept will get pushed back again. Link speed about to finish up. Queen's on the way. And the drone's going to be popping very shortly. Now the Oracle builds from MaxPax. Warp gate's halfway done. So Oracle is going to provide high ground vision, which lets you pick away at this Overlord, which is really nice. So we just start a chip through this. Overlord will go down. That's going to be a nice grab early. Obviously, an Overlord early is an Overlord that must be replaced because you can't be supply blocked. We have our spores coming up. Again, Queens and Lings continue to come about. Oracle continues to head down to the south, flying over the 3rd base. Couple of Queens. It's going to be there straight away. Oracle activates, gets rid of a creep unit. Let's see that Queen in position to push that Oracle away. That's obviously very important. Making sure that these Oracles do not get too much done. That's definitely where MaxPax starts his advantages in these games against Shin. Twilight Council and Forge both building up from MaxPax. Got a couple probes on the way. The Nexus coming through. And again, 14 more Lings in production currently, as we have the Oracles still moving around on the bottom. and 14 Lings, the melee upgrade, a couple of drones on the way by. Queens are going to be there to keep the Oracles back. Queens jumping onto the Oracles for a moment or two as well. A couple of shots there, pushing those out of here. 7 drones coming up as the Oracle going to latch onto and kill off a drone there for a couple of moments as well. Queens continuing about and just going to have again the Lings pushed up to the top. Melee upgrade, Rotron, drones continue to come over. The Ling's going to wrap around the Adept and the Stalkers. Such a really nice attack because a lot of these units go down before the Oracles get there. As the Oracles get back and activate, it's going to be able to clean that up. The Oracle pulling back around also. And again, Lair coming in, melee upgrade coming up, drones and the Rotron coming by as well. Zoo here, thank you so much for this 7-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it, thank you. Thank you so much as our extractors come online on the natural. And we're back into that melee upgrade. We've seen so many different ways of trying to set up on the game as Shin. Some melee upgrades, some missile upgrades. The main thing he's seen success with is just been getting to the lurkers successfully. If he gets to the lurkers successfully, he feels as though he can really kind of do a whole bunch of stuff, really, as the Stalkers get there, the Oracle's activating, Lings get pushed away immediately. Temple Archives and Robotics Facility both continue to come up and online. The Spire building from Shin as well. Melee upgrade about to finish. Roach speed on the way. 7 additional roaches being produced right now. Going to step up, and that first Oracle already going to take a few shots as well, getting pushed away further up into the center. Spire building through the drones building, the Lings and Roaches coming by, and +1 missiles and the Roach speed coming up. Also, Storm will be producing from max packs as our Blink continues into play. Roach just settles down over on the left side. And the +1 attack not far from being done at all from max packs as well, as the Stalkers not really adventurous. I mean, just setting up to kind of, put on the 4th base. And with the fact that this is a Spire, first time in the series, Shin's playing mutas. Played mutas yesterday. We did go for like the 10 mutalists just into the rest of the army after. Looks like there's a similar style from him today. It didn't really work for him yesterday, but maybe today you can find something that works a little bit better with those mutalists this time around. I actually feel like Shin's had a lot of good games with mutas lately, as these Lings get a pretty decent catch on a couple of the Stalkers. Yeah, he's had some good games with mutalists, just not necessarily against max packs. And like I say, the most recent meeting that the mutas were used in, they were pretty inconsequential. In fact, maybe were quite consequential, because I feel like them doing nothing kind of led to max packs just dominating that game in the end. Cannons are going to be up in time to protect the mineral line, so again, question really will be out on how much can these mutas achieve. Max Pack's almost overcommitted against the mutas the other day too. He made a bunch of Phoenix against them, which obviously Phoenix against mutas isn't bad. You make too many Phoenix and maybe the ground army, because you're switching out of mutas, can become an issue, but because it was lurkers, the Phoenix actually still had a bit of a role to play. They could lift up some of the lurkers and stop some of the burrows in important moments, so it'll be interesting to see if Max Pax thinks about the idea of going into some Phoenix here once again. He's obviously got the Stargate from early games, so it's a possibility, as the mutas show themselves for the first time up the left-hand side and into the natural expansion. They're going to ignore that cannon, I would imagine, and just go for as many probes as they can get, but Stalkers are there, and they have Blink to chase down. Into the main base we go. A couple more probes. Just going to be on the far side of that cannon. That's going to get 11 workers here to start out with. Make it 12. And of course, these Stalkers are running after Mutalisks, so they are not going to be in position to do anything more fruitful than that. Link and Roach on the right side going to get rid of a couple Zealots there as well. They will go down. Stalker's going to get underneath the Mutas once more. A few more Storms coming about. The cannons going to be in position to push those Mutalisks away up to the top. They get chased out of there. Charge coming through, +2 attack coming online, the Immortal building as well. And the Stalkers will continue to hunt to the upper left-hand side, as actually going to blink and pick away at a few of those mutas on the far left. A few of those mutas going down pretty quickly. So mutas get picked away. Just going to have again our +2 attack coming through, a couple of Stargates on the way, the Fleet Beacon coming in. Another Stasis Ward sets up just outside the front as the High Templars and Archons coming about as well. Another lurker or two continuing to come through. 3 lurkers on the way up, 7 spine crawlers producing. Hydra. Wings, roaches. building up as well. Stalkers and High Templars setting up. Stasis Ward is going to go off. Water set of Lings there. Another couple of, well, another Stasis Ward goes down there as well. Obviously, the muta's already dealt with. It's concerning, right, that when they go down so soon, it feels as though you always want to try and draw out as much as you can get with them. As we run up on the right-hand side, Lurkers are going to burrow here. Maxpax are going to come down this ramp, but Stalkers ain't going to do much. Some Lings are going to keep some of the Stalkers in range for an extra moment or so. A little bit painful right there. On the left side, Lings are ready to move in at a moment's notice as well. And Maxpax, he's going to let Shin just take down the 4th base. He did not get into position in time. And Shin denies the 4th of Maxpax. And we've seen this one before. This is how games 1 and 2 set up. Maxpax, this seems to be, I mean, I just can't believe he walked onto that 4th base so easily. Just up the right-hand side, into position, and just like that, 4th base gets denied. We're actually going to see Shin continue to chase Lings from the left-hand side to try and slow some of these units down. Storm's coming through. We do kill some of the High Templar at least. First Tempest is out from Maxpax, so very quick switch to Tempest this game to try and deal with some of that lurk count, I imagine. Down. Let's see, Zard's warping into the main base. We are going to get 2 queens onto that prism, so it will go down. Finish the prism. We do finish the prism, but the Zards are still here, of course. Well, I mean, that's the sort of thing that can pull Shin back. That's the sort of thing that can buy Max back some time. It might be the secret to him seeing a bit more success in this game compared to how games 1 and 2 went. In game 1, he obviously did hit some run-bys. Game 2 was very inactive from Max Pax. He couldn't really find much opportunity at all. Going back to the top, 4th base coming on the line. We have ourselves the Corruptors all coming through. And Lurker's coming about, Roach is coming over. Tempest is going to continue to strike away as well. Let's move back across. High Templars gathering. Lurkers and Lings still on the move as well. Got ourselves the Stalkers going to reposition. Roach is getting pushed back again. Tempest, Stalkers, just going to move about. A couple of shots coming out. Lurker's going to take some shots there. Corruptors are going to try and step up. A couple Storms coming down as well. +2 air weapons on the way through. +3 missiles is coming up. The Hydras are continuing to come about. Going to be seeing the Mothership going to cloak up. And we are going to see them blinking forwards, but there is detection here. Overseer's available. Corruptor's obviously very good. Much faster Corruptor production this game from Shin. He already had the Spire available, right? And that was one of the issues he had earlier when Tempest finally came on the field for Max Packs, having an answer to those. But this game, that's not as much of an issue, and this is starting to be a problem as Maxpax is getting cut off from his main base, and there's the carrier that just got produced getting taken down immediately. First carrier goes down. Corruptors are going to find themselves a second carrier. They're very low. The second carrier should still die, but Corruptor count is not looking super pretty. We will have new Hydras on the way, new Corruptors in production. And Hydras just streaming across the map. I believe it was like 19 Hydras that were building a few moments ago. That natural expansion in trouble. With Robo Facility there as well, obviously not exactly ideal. We still have carriers building, though. Can we get to a scary amount of carriers in this? Can that carrier count be influential? As we see the Hydras here going to try and get involved. What splash damage is there currently? Not a lot. Basically just Storms. Shin's going to give up after killing the natural. He's going to back away for a second. I don't hate it, because obviously getting some more Corruptors online would be great, but the carrier count will get established. And that is a big deal for Maxpax. We've not really seen him on a good carrier count in this series so far. It's been Tempests. But that's kind of been about it, you know. Lurker's going to burrow up as we see the few Hydras stepping over the right-hand side. Obviously, it's going about. Corruptors and the Lurkers are going to be okay. Just going to be seeing the Carriers and Tempests coming about as well. The Phoenix and Carriers and High Templars all continuing through. Again, +2 melee, +2 flyer attack coming in. The Lurkers are going to try and move up the top. The Hydras as well. Going to try and see what we can do currently. Big stasis is going to catch a few of those lurkers. The rest of the lurkers get into a pretty nice spread. The Overseer important here to provide detection as we do go diving forward. Storm's now on top of this army. It's a mess of a fight, but I do believe that Shin is going to start winning out in the skies. Or is he? Some of the Archons are getting to work. The carrier count is still okay. 2 carriers left, a couple Tempests. A few Corruptors still chugging away through this. The Hydras are starting to get involved. 4th base going down is a big deal. The Mothership is moments away from dropping. It might just about get away. Every carrier is going to die, though, and that's kind of a big deal. Not every carrier, every Corruptor is going to die, and that's kind of a big deal. 14 new Corruptors have to be made again. Shin is mining so much more. Killing the bases is huge for him, especially when MaxPax is not putting out a lot of counter damage himself. That is a huge deal, right? The fact that Shin just has 6 bases right now? Yeah, 6 bases, currently mining 81 drones. MaxPax is losing the base every time Shin attacks. If he didn't lose the bases, then MaxPax probably is okay to kind of keep on rebuilding and be like, okay, this is fine, I'm trading armies, resources lost is even. That obviously doesn't work when that 4th base just went down, when previously the natural went down. I've not mind seeing a heavier Corruptor count now. I think another big thing here is now there's only 3 High Templars, 1 Archon. The splash damage is limited once again. The next rounds of these Corruptors are going to be pretty scary for this Protoss army to deal with without proper support. I would love to see if MaxPax gets some money to actually put him into more Templars, more Storms, more Archons, anything along that line, but he's poor. He does not have a lot, and now he's got to decide, does he do that, or does he actually just add more carriers? He's going to go more carriers. I mean, you can almost never deny more carriers is good, but carriers do need their supporting units as well. They do need that splash damage to keep them safe from all those Corruptors flying in. Lurker's looking to step forward here. We do have 1 stasis that's going to actually go down before it hits anything. The lurker count is still important here because the lurker count is going to be what can get rid of some of the ground units that would be big in certain situations. There's a lot of Overseers available here. There's not a lot of Storms. The Storm's honestly kind of missing. That Storm hits more carriers than anything else. And Shin is going to get it done. 3-2 over MaxPax. It looked wobbly for him after that game 1. It looked scary when MaxPax brought it back to 2-2. But Shin finds a game very similar to game 1 and game 2. Game 1, 2, and 5, very similar ideas, very similar setups to give Shin the win over MaxPax in this quarterfinal series and to move on through to the semi-finals here in WardiTV October. We've had some bangers of a set of quarterfinals so far today, guys. Oliveira Gumiho, if you didn't catch that, was an amazing start in TVT. Shin comes through and beats MaxPax in a 5-game series as well. Absolutely stunning stuff as we get ready to go into CLEM versus Rogue for our next matchup. So we're going to get that going in just a few moments. Best of 5 will start very shortly. We're going to get the videos underway for that and get that settled in. So we'll get that all going, guys. Thank you so much for joining us here. You're getting to watch some great games so far as we'll get these Rogue CLEM games started up. Just need to find CLEM. CLEM's not on the NA server. Let me go find CLEM, guys. Alright, so I'm going to get ourselves ready to go into this. Like I said, so Clem's missing, but I can't imagine he's too fun. I'm pretty sure I already saw Clem online previously. So, Clem's actually here now. Perfect. So, Rogue Clem coming up in just a few moments, guys. StarCraft 2 action will continue here in the WardiTV October playoffs quarterfinals right now. Getting this underway in just a couple of moments. More StarCraft 2 action continuing through. I was going to go to bed, but then Clem versus Rogue. Late to bed it is. Yeah, I mean, we're a little bit behind schedule today, but only because we've had really good matches, so can't complain there. Clem versus Rogue, Showtime versus Spirit, a TVZ and a TVP to wrap up the day. And, it's going to be the winner of Rogue Clem will end up against Shin in tomorrow's semifinals. The winner of Showtime Spirit will end up against Oliveira in tomorrow's semifinals. So we'll continue to paint out the bracket as we go through these games. So I'll bring this up right now for you guys quickly just to have a little peek. So this is how things have been panning out in the quarterfinals so far. Just in case you are just tuning in, just in case you've not heard what I just mentioned about who has beaten who already. Great set of quarterfinals. These were really good groups as well, by the way. And if you guys caught the group stages, they were a lot of fun. So the groups were a lot of fun. Now the quarterfinals have been a lot of fun. We're going to have a new patch tournament next week as well. That's probably going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to just getting a lot more games continuing to come on through and continuing to come into action. Exciting stuff, guys. We'll be off and away very, very shortly. Like I say, just waiting for a couple of videos. Ghost River post-youth, Crimson Court video to start us out. I'm not wanting to play a post-youth game against Rogue. He's going to veto Dynasty as well, man. It's so interesting, this map pool. Sometimes Dynasty used to be kind of a Zerg veto. Now some of the Terrans like to veto it. I feel like Clem's just taking away some of the more obnoxious large maps. We're going to start on Oceanborn for game number 1. We'll see what Clem decides to go to for game 2. As I get this first game hosted up. Clem will have server preference, guys. We will play Central, West, Central, West, Central, because Clem came out of his group in first place, so he's the higher seed. He gets the additional server preference if it goes all the way to game 5. He gets the server preference games 1 and 3 as well. So one of the benefits of starting up as the higher seed in the group stages, coming out your group in first place, you get that seed and advantage into the playoffs for server preference, which is nice. Showtime Spirit's also a good matchup, very even. Yeah, I personally think so as well. I think it's a great matchup, actually. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Very much so looking forward to that as well. As everyone's joining the lobby, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks as though we're going to have pretty much everyone here in a moment or two. Wait for the other maps to be picked just so I have them all ready to go for the rest of the series. Readjust the headset a little bit. Probably been asked this 1,000 times, but our tournament's immediately on the new patch? No. New patch is actually on PTR, so you actually have to go to the PTR to play them. Like I say, we'll do a new patch tournament next week, but I'm not going to throw the playoffs of my tournament suddenly into the into the realms of PTR. We'll like I say, we'll do a new tournament, a new patch tournament specifically next week. I don't think we'll make WardiTV Monday's new patch. I think we'll keep WardiTV Monday's current patch, and then, like I say, do a patch-specific tournament a few days following on from that. I think is the better way to go about that. Let's just be a couple of minutes, and we'll be able to kick this off into a fresh best of 5, guys. So fresh series coming at you. Best of 5 Rogue Clan, best of 5 Spirit Showtime coming up after as well. Should also be very good and very exciting. Very much so looking forward to that. I think it's going to be a very good final couple of matches coming through, to be honest. Very exciting indeed. Yes, again, thanks for being here. Thanks for joining us. All right. 4th map, Alcy. 5th map, Golden. And our players are ready. Perfect, let's do this, guys. Let's get into some TVZ action. As Rogue and Clem obviously have played a little bit lately. You know, we saw them in that big Leo League Cup. It was a lower bracket final. That was a Clem loss after he got reverse swept by Max Pass, then lost to Rogue in that lower bracket final. I've actually just been putting those games up on the YouTube as the individual uploads the last couple of days. It's funny, Clem's actually lost the last 2 times he's played against Rogue. He also lost to Rogue in a Kung Fu Cup finals in June. That was kind of a long time ago. Obviously, Clem kind of dominated Rogue before that. Kind of interesting, though. The last 2 times they've met, Rogue has had the better of Clem. That is a very interesting statistic. Will that continue today? I'm going to be very, very intrigued by this because obviously you do not really expect this man to be almost an underdog on a losing streak against people. But he's on a losing streak against his opponents in this best of 5 in the quarterfinals of WardiTV October. We introduce to the top left corner of the map the Red Terran player representing Team Liquid, your world champion of StarCraft 2. This is Clem. In the bottom right, former world champion of StarCraft 2, multi-time world champion of StarCraft 2. Katowice victories and all sorts. It really was one of the very best. And still has some of that magic when he plays. Great to see him in this event. It is Rogue in the bottom right corner of Oceanborn. All right, I'm just going to take a moment, guys. That last series was a pretty wild one. I'm just going to take a moment to catch my voice a little bit and take a little bit of a breather as we obviously open up in this series, and things will be calm, at least for the first few moments. Just take a moment, chill it out, and see what will happen as... Let's see if Clem did his homework after the last Clem Rogue match. Yeah, I mean, Clem's not been invincible, I think, is one of the things to definitely note, right? He's not been unbeatable. He lost to Shin yesterday, and lost to Shin in one of the longer games as well. This wasn't just like a Shin cheesy kind of like boom, boom, bang, gonna win. No, he lost to Shin in some longer games too, so you gotta say that Clem is maybe not, like I say, the invincible Clem that we know he can sometimes be. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with sometimes having a little bit more excitement in play for our point of view, right? So I'm okay with it. I genuinely go into this wondering what kind of series we're gonna see and seeing who we're gonna, seeing who comes out the other side, Am I going to be going to Home Story Cup? Yes, I will be at Home Story Cup next month. Should be a lot of fun as we see our Reaper. Just heading down to the bottom right corner of the map. So just going to be coming straight across there with that. As the reactor comes in, the factory coming about. Just going to be seeing the Reaper firing up a couple of shots. Ling already taking some damage. Drone gets popped around. The other Lings come back over as well. Queen pulls back over. Reaper going to get chased away. Just going to be seeing the Ling speed coming through. Grenade goes down. Creep teamer gets picked up. A couple of Lings get out to the front. Then just going to be able to chase that Reaper away once more. Just going to chase that out of there. Push that back for the moment. Queen gonna shoot. Reaper will take some shots. We have ourselves the Ling speed and the Queen's all building up for the moment. Having ourselves the command center and the starport coming online as well. Does that mean Rogue's the best ZVT player since he beat the best TVZ player? Well, I mean, if you beat the best ZVT player, you kind of have to beat everyone, right? Rogue seems to specifically have a good time against Clem. I'm going to bring it up and just say that I think when Clem lost to Rogue in the Kung Fu Cup, I knew he was pretty sick that day. 3-0, I don't want to take it away from Rogue. Losing to him in the Big Leo League Cup, that was a bit more of a shocker. That's what I'm really looking at. And you know what? That was one series. If Clem comes back and just fires back at Rogue here full force and he's just fine, then I don't think we've got really much to discuss. But, yeah, obviously if Rogue wins again, then we've got to kind of discuss why does Clem have such a difficulty against this Korean Zerg? As our Hellions are not going to be a great defense here because a lot of them are out of position. So 5 SCVs going down. The first run by of the game from Rogue is going to come through and do damage. 7 SCVs down. Ling's still in the main base. SCVs off the mineral line in the natural. Rogue is the first to draw blood. The run by looking beautiful as the Hellions come through, picking off a few more Zerglings. And another few Lings are going to come forward again as they're just going to run into the natural. And a couple of those Lings get turned around immediately. Banshee popping out. Second Banshee lining up. We're now going to have a factory swapping away from the reactor and moving away from Hellion production to free up that reactor most likely for barracks and get into some nice strong marine production for the next stage of the game. The Clem losing some SCVs early is going to take a little bit of the wind out of his sails and definitely will push him into a little bit of a tougher spot for the next few moments of the game. See if Clem can bounce back with anything. Obviously, the Banshee is one way to do that. Potential Banshee damage could be absolutely huge. So, possibilities there. The Hellions coming back down the left-hand side, trying to get in position, see what else is going on. Reactor finishing up. The barracks is going to be finishing. Starport comes over to the edges as well. It's going to be seeing our Stimpack coming through. The engineering base coming online. Barracks still in production. SCVs coming by. And the Hellions get to the right side where they're going to go roasting up that hatchery. So, hatchery will be taking a few more shots. The rest of the Lings coming back over as well. Going to go aim for that SCV. Pick that off immediately. Just trying to hit at the front. A couple of those depots. And one of them's going to go down, giving access for these Lings to move in. The other couple of Marines pulling up that ramp, and Lings just being in here is kind of a big deal. Clem's in trouble. I mean, SCVs have to pull into fight, try and buy some time. 7, 8 workers going down again. Now 9. Do we get to 10? No, as the Hellions, man, they are low. They're going to need a repair or two. And Rogue just kind of brute forcing his way in. and it's constantly SCVs on the kill tab on the side of the screen. We've not killed a drone in this game. Yes, Rogue's given up quite a few lings. Does that matter when you've done that much damage? Finally, our first blood on a drone. 2 drones go down. As the Banshee finds something, he comes back in for number 3 as he knows he needs anything he can get right now. 1 Banshee already dead as well. Clem really is kind of grasping at straws currently in terms of how do I step back into this. I guess one way you look at it right now, army supply for Clem's okay. Rogue is still droning. One way Rogue could lose is he just keeps droning and then boom, you just come in as Clem and bam! Just going to be able to kind of fly through and do very well right as the Banshee comes around the right side. 1-1 upgrade still coming up. Bane speed's halfway done. The Hydraless Den building from Rogue as well. We continue to get that online. As we do have the +1 attack, the Medevac and the Marines continuing to come across. Hellions, Marines stepping up, and the Marines will get there to pick off an Overlord in the center. So that Overlord will go down. Overlord will fall. The Banshee going to pull back toward the top side. A couple of SCVs will pull to go and repair. Marines are going to step up. We are going to be seeing a little bit of a attack onto this hatch. So hatch already taking some damage as well. Lings continue over. A couple Banelings going down. Also, Queens also taking hits right now. So the Queen's taking damage. The Hatchery still taking some shots also. The Overseer overhead. First Queen goes down, Clem. So that's a little bit of an army supply lead. Hellions are going to try and protect that siege tank. Tank going to turn onto the Banelings as we're off creep. And I don't think Rogue should still be chasing. Clem's going to take a fantastic fight. The Banelings do nothing. And Clem is going to hold that position up in army supply. And now Rogue has to go back to the build tab and put some more Banelings in production. Marine's going to jump onto this hatchery. And this base is in a little bit of trouble. There's plenty of Queens. There's transfusions available. Rogue is about to finish 1-1. He's got a much larger wave of units this time around. There should be less of an issue for Rogue in terms of cleaning up. Clem's got a few Marines running in from the left-hand side to play reinforcements. He's going to have to lift the units on the right side. The units from the left are going to show up. He's now going to drop the units from the Medevac back down and essentially join this up as one big army. Rogue's going to start running in towards this Clem because he's only got 1 Medevac on the left. He's going to try and target fire, and he's going to get all the Banelings, but the Lings had a full surround. So while the Baneling target fire was perfect, the Lings do still play cleanup. And Clem taking a decent fight, but needs to kind of finish up some upgrades before he keeps on fighting. Armory done soon, so he can start up the 2-2 upgrades. Lingbane Hydra still coming by as the rest of the Ling Hydra gets into the center. Marines will step forward. An Overlord goes down immediately. The Ling Hydra still coming through. Marines show up on the left side. Another tank sieging. The tank in the front going down as well. We're going to keep on fighting here. More Lings are dropping, but the tank's dead. Hydra's coming through. Tank goes down again, and I think Rogue might just have enough momentum to punch on through and not have to stop. Hydras are very powerful if they outnumber the opponent in Clem. He has no combat shields. He finished him a while ago. He never started up combat shields. Those Marines did look naked in the previous fight. I thought it was on the way, but it wasn't, so mistake from Clem there as Rogue does stop for a second, but like I say, those Hydras in a spread right now are looking dangerous. Scared of perhaps of the siege tank that will be sitting a bit further back, and obviously they're about to have speed, which would be very useful to be able to engage in much more comfortably and easily. I think that's almost an essential play in the near future as the Lings and Hydras come up this right-hand side. Gonna see a few Lings coming in from the bottom. Actually gonna have those Hydras continue to play the chasing game. Marines in some trouble. Medevacs maybe in some issues as well. 1 Medevac goes down. Second Medevac taking a couple of shots. Another couple Lings go down as well. 2-2 upgrades still coming through. The combat shield coming online. Additional Marines are producing from Clem. And some Hydras. Well, we're going to move a few of those Lings into Banelings. The rocks will go down. A couple of creep tumors coming up. The Banes continue to produce. 5 is on the way, and we start to step down to the low ground and moving up to the top of the map. That 12 o'clock base may be in some trouble. Lings and Hydra start to get toward it. The Banes and Lings going to turn back around onto those Marines, going to chase that back. Couple of Banelings not really reaching though, and Rogue is not able to get far enough forward. He is doing the right thing at home. He's teching into Hive, he's teching into Lurker Den. He's putting himself in a position to be able to win this game, even if he can't do it on the Lingbane Hydra. And that's exactly what he needs to be doing right now, as he is losing a few units, but the Banelings do start to connect, and he will push back Clem. It's just not coming as easily as he might have initially hoped it would. Wow, scrappy game. I love it. Clem playing from behind, having to try and get back in is sometimes maybe some of the most fun StarCraft 2 to watch. He is such a good player, kind of turning an attack into a defense and kind of scrambling in situations a lot of the time, something Clem is very good at as well. Like I say, makes it a very entertaining watch a lot of the time as SCVs mine up to the 12 o'clock. Refinery's coming online. See, one queen in the front goes down. The Ling's going to try and capitalize. Of course, Medivacs can play the retreat. Now I've got seismic spines on the way up. We're counting down into those lurkers being fully upgraded and fully operational. That's going to be when CLEM perhaps makes, faces some more trouble again. Of course, CLEM is, on his way to maxing out, but it's not going to be with any sort of, real tech in play. It's just going to be bio tank. He's not set up to have libs. He's not set up to have ghosts, and that will be the issue as lurkers come onto the field. So that's where Rogue is, maybe not as convincingly ahead in supply as you might expect, but he is kind of convincingly ahead in other ways, and that's going to be what really counts at the end of the day. CLEM tries to go straight to 3-3 as Rogue goes +1 missiles, +3 carapace. The tanks again on that ramp covering that do a pretty decent job. Like I say, we can't be too far from seeing some lurkers decide to morph in, although the only issue now might be Rogue figuring out how he morphs the lurkers in, as his Hydra seem to be consistently caught up trying to fight this army. He kind of has to stim again. These stims are really hurting him because he's actually pretty low on medevac energy. Healing is not a guarantee right now, as Rogue is also expanding bottom left. I just love how controlling Rogue is becoming on the game. Maybe dives a bit too far there and just goes a little bit too far up before turning it back around. Could have maybe been a little bit neater on that one. Tanks will siege. Ling's trying to step up. A couple changelings moving in from the left-hand side. The Ling, Bane, Hydra continue to come through. A siege tank in the front goes down immediately. The rest of the Marines are going to stand and fight. Bane goes down. The Ling's getting chased. +1 missiles, +3 carapace, all coming through. 9 additional lurkers coming out. As we are going to be seeing the Ling Bane continue to crash into those Marines. Lurkers are going to start to burrow up. We keep on pressing forward. Ling's taking shots. Tank fire is good. 3-3 upgrades are, about halfway done from CLEM. Like I say, with lurkers out, it becomes a much more challenging situation. Love this from Rogue. A run-by attempt onto that new base. He's going to start losing a little bit of his creep spread, but he's got the map so well enveloped in creep. I'm not sure how worrying that is. He's actually going to kill 7 SCVs there before the planetary comes online. Lurker's going to try and run in and force these Marines to lift, which they will do. The tanks are blasting that lurker, though. A couple of those lurkers went down already. Again, that base did survive, but a lot of the SCVs on it went down. Rogue's supply is still not really holding out. Rogue's issue is still that he's not trading very well, I guess. Resources lost 8k different. Lurkers will sit here and pick away at some more of those bio units. Medevacs healing up as we pull back over to the left-hand side. Couple lurker shots still firing away. Grade 3 is about to complete from CLEM, so again, another set of upgrades for him to work on here. Maybe something he can be impactful with is the Spore Crawler taking a few more shots. Tank firing away, Spore Crawler dies. Marines are going to step forward as well. 3-3 still coming through. And the +2 missile upgrade coming up as well. A couple of lurker shots still firing up onto the Marauders. What would these lurkers like to do now as the couple of Vipers take their step forward? Here we go, man. Big arc. Rogue comes in from kind of all across the screen. He's going to smash through the siege tanks and the units. The bio are going to have to just go running. There's not really an easier getaway than that. Just back up and try and get back to your planetary fortress, perhaps, as Rogue has Banes to keep on chasing as well. Like I've mentioned before, the Medevacs have been constantly healing, so they're constantly drained on energy. However, here are the Ghosts. And if there's one thing that can turn games of TVZ around, we know Ghosts should pretty much be it. Fantastic unit, fantastic ability on it. Snipes are extremely powerful in this TVZ matchup, and that ain't changing anytime soon. That much is for certain. Tank Viking gonna fire. Viking's gonna get rid of the Overlord there. A couple Marines and the Ghost will be there to pick off the Nidus. The tank will get picked off by the Zerglings. Lurkers are going to burrow up, and the bio going to get pushed back immediately. A few Banes are going to turn around the other direction. Ling's going to try and push up to the top. We're missing splash damage, so those Lings fight against a choked up set of Marines. The planetary ain't going to survive, though, I don't think. SCVs can repair this in time. The Snipe's coming through, and CLEM is going to keep the planetary alive. He's going to wipe the Lurkers off the field. And he is going to get the cleanup. Snipes coming through. The Marines stood in the corner. Tanked so many of those Zerglings initially. And like I said, none of the splash damage got to that Bioforce. I thought at the very least Rogue had bought himself time to kill the base, but not killing the base? Rogue's never been super far ahead on money. Now he just took a terrible fight. Resources lost at a 14.4k difference, and Clem has a 50. Almost 60 army supply lead. I had to just double check my math was right there, because I was like, oh my god, he's almost double the army supply of Rogue in that moment. What a ridiculous hold by Clem as Marines, Marauder coming down the right-hand side, getting into this mineral line. Drones will begin to drop. Workers going down. Banes are going to show up. The Marines load back into Medivacs. They are going to peel away. A couple of changelings going down as well as a few drones get picked away at 11 drones going down. Hydras and Lurkers continue up, +3 melee in production as well for the moment. Parasect bombs will land onto those two Medivacs. Bit of damage being done on that right-hand side. Pushing some damage out over there as Parasect bombs should fade. As Medivacs are low though. Easy pickoffs later on. Rogue is going to get to rebuild, but I just don't know if it's... I mean, he still has a lot of the map. So it's hard to really kind of say that Rogue's not going to have this, but at the same time, it's hard to say he's going to have it after the previous couple of fights. I mean, we're only on 8 Lurkers right now. This is otherwise just Ling, Bane, Hydra, and I mean, you look at the numbers, 76 Lings, 3 Hydras, and 15 Banes. The Hydra count's low because he's morphing in some more Lurkers, 4 additional coming online as the Overseer fleet is here, trying to protect those Lurkers, trying to block the view of the snipes. Make it difficult for Clem to target correctly as the Nidus sets up. We are going to be seeing the Lurkers in that Nidus Swarm. If that gets up in the main base, that could be another swinging point of this game. Lurkers in the main are very tough to deal with. The tank is not going to be there in time. The Lurkers are out. The Bio did not realize it, and we are going to start putting some kills in. However, a couple of ghosts are nearby. Some of the Lurkers getting sniped initially. Tank shots are good. Lurkers are getting blasted, but there is still Lurkers in range to pick off some of this production, and getting up this ramp is going to become a challenge here. Ling Bane going to try and make a move on the other side. A liberated defense is not going to be too great. These last few Lurkers standing strong-ish, but not going to last forever. This was an easier cleanup for Clem than I think a lot of us envisioned. Those Lurkers do not have protection against them, which is currently the saving grace of them. And I don't think that was necessarily as much damage as Rogue was hoping for. When you get a successful Nidus up in the main, you're really hoping to get a lot done, and that obviously was not really, like I say, as much as I think he would have liked, considering that situation. Continue setup here on Oceanborn. Game 1 of this quarterfinal. We've had great games all day. Other than that, just coming about, just going to be seeing ourselves the Liberators coming up, the Advanced Ballistics coming through. Clem looking to kind of tech up into those later stages of the game where he really feels like he can draw this out to an advantage and perhaps even a victory from what was initially obviously a rough position. Valinoriano, thank you so much. 2-year resubscription. Thank you so much for supporting for such a long time. Thank you so much indeed for supporting the channel and our tournaments such as this WardiTV October. Quarterfinals right now, Clem Rogue, game 1. Here on Oceanborn, passing the 20-minute marker. Ghosts gathering, Lingbane Hydra settling, Overseers overhead. You have a few Marines and a Marauder or so just going to step up onto the creep spread. A couple of those creep tumors already going down. Get ready for a chance to step forward here as Medivacs load back up, drop back down again. A few of those Lurkers are going to get active onto the orbital command. Ooh. Kind of funny. I don't know if we needed a cloak there rather than just continue to attack, but all good. Saves a bit of HP on the ghosts. Can't complain about that. Ghosts are important. Good to keep them healthy. Oh, now some Lurkers going to get sniped down. Bunch of Lurkers taking a bunch of damage. Big damage dealt there, actually, as the Lings continue up in toward the third base here and just going to try and cause some trouble counter-attacking. Couple of barracks. Going to be taking shots. I mean, nice little run in from Rogue. Obviously, more than anything, you're trying to distract at the same time, right? As we'll abduct there. Siege Tank going to be in trouble to a couple of Hydras from the Blinding Cloud. The Banes roll in towards this base. They don't really kill much with those Banelings, though. That, again, feels like a bit of a flop from Rogue, a fight that doesn't really go far enough in his favor. 21,000 resource loss difference. Rogue has controlled a lot of this map. The resource loss difference is enough that Rogue is going to have to mine over a base more than CLEM to really make up for it with the trajectory of this game, which he's on track to do if the game just stalls out in this position and no one takes other bases, but I guess we'll see what happens as the Spore Crawler burrows up over on that left side. Ling Hydra settling, +1 flyer attack still on the way through. A couple of Liberators are coming up. The Starport is building. The Command Center is coming up. We're going to go diving in towards this top side. Ghosts are going to get caught. Good start to the fight from Rogue. Lings peel away to get the Siege Tank. This might be a base denial on the top, and I think that's kind of what Rogue needs to stop some of Clem's income. 13, 14 SCVs. Big step forward from Rogue. He denies that position. That's going to be absolutely huge for him. Yeah, big win for Rogue. Finally feels like he gets a win. It feels like the last few fights have been all about Clem, and Clem winning this, Clem defending that. This was a big one, especially as, well, okay, don't love the donation of Lings at the very end of it, but 28 SCVs killed, some shutdown on the economy. That feels like a big deal now. A lot of Liberators are out. We don't have a great response to them. Corruptor count is starting to grow. Lurker set up on the left side of these Lib Sieges. Nice gets taken out as well. Another couple of snipes trying to find their way onto that army. Corruptors, Lings, Hydra still all on the way up. Lurkers are popping out of a Nidus that got up in the same position as before. This time we're more aggressive with the Lurkers to go clean up the couple of tanks that were playing defense. That base on the right side from Rogue will go down. So while Rogue succeeded in getting rid of a base, he will lose a base as well. And that attack in the main, that Nidus is just not looking efficient enough to me. Once again, he's kind of just gifting those units away to the Liberator and the tank that were playing defense. Ling Hydra will try and be the defense over here. A couple of Corruptors, can they get forward and make the difference on those Libs? We don't really want to run all the ground army into those Libs right now. That seems like a horrible choice. Those snipes in the final night. Lurkers in this main base go down again. Definitely not the success you're looking for when you get a Nidus up in your opponent's main. You're hoping for so much more than that. And that's just not really what happens this time around. We will have I was gonna say we will have some changes going down. I mean, that was some rapid fire ghosting there. They were going bum, 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 bum. One of the ghosts was like stuttering. It was like trying to fight the changelings so quickly. Ling, Lurker, Hydra moving upwards. We're gonna get towards the top side base, the top right side base. Corruptors turn into that first Liberator there. Brooks is gonna type GG apparently. Well, this is okay. This is going to be a controversial GG in the chat, I can already tell. The reason he's going to GG is because he's kind of out of money and kind of out of units. I think he just, because you look at Rogue's supply, he's got 14 Corruptors, 12 Hydras, and just Lings. I think he doesn't feel as though he can do anything beyond this because he's got no minerals in the bank. And because he's got no minerals banked, he feels as though this game, if he loses this army, is probably just done, which... Yeah, I mean, at the point of the GG, you look at it, he's just down on army supply, and he just has no money to rebuild with. Like, he has no minerals to set back up with, and that's the problem. He knows that Clem's likely going to come back across and do serious damage. Clem doesn't have money, but he has the strongest standing army, and Rogue knows that. Like, when you look at these armies, 8 Libs, 7 tanks, 13 Ghosts, and Rogue knows that a lot of the army supply he does have is Corruptors, which are kind of dead weight against anything but the Libs, but without the proper support, those Corruptors just die anyway. GG's. Clem takes game 1. This was a crazy game. I actually thought Rogue might be winning it just in the end, but Clem brings it back. And remember the start of this game. Horrific start from Clem. This could not have been worse for him in the early stages. As Clem really brought that one back from a very difficult place. I gotta say, that's gotta have a little bit of a mental impact on Rogue, because that felt as though the kind of game which he should be able to close out. He was in a good position. He definitely knows that. That's one of those ones that's going to nag at him as we continue through into the rest of our matches here. Game 2 coming up on Site Delta. We'll not wait around too much. We'll try and just get this going. Put the players in positions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks as though we are good in terms of player count. Ready, GG, good luck, have fun. And we can begin into Rogue versus Clem. Let's do this on Site Delta, guys. Game number 2 coming straight at you as we kick this off when we get this going. Ghost brought one back from a difficult place. I feel like Clem brought this game back before he had Ghost, to be honest. I mean, he should have been dead long before Ghost hit the field. Like, obviously, Ghost helped eventually, but like, there's a lot of players that would have died before Ghost came out for Clem in this game, and Clem... I mean, honestly, I think that the first turning point was really that fight. He did have Ghost for this one, but like 16 minutes in on that game, the fight on that planetary where the Lings run into the bio, that dies, the Lurkers do not kill the planetary fortress off. Huge deal. Is this played on the New Balance patch? Nope. We're not going to switch our tournament into the New Balance PTR patch out of nowhere in the middle of it. We will run a patch-specific tournament next week, guys, as we are currently stuck on the loading screen, so probably someone's disconnected or so. Hopefully not too long we can get that sorted and get back into game. Yeah, Rogue definitely had some rough times trying to trade. Definitely, I think, you know what it is? I feel like the Nidus in the main was such a bait because they went up and it felt really bad for Clem. And it's like, well, actually, he killed like a barracks and a factory and he just lost so many lurkers. And it was true both times that Nidus went up in the bottom left corner of the main base of Clem. Both times it felt like Rogue just completely wasted any unit that popped out of that Nidus, while Clem was just like, cool, I just got a bunch of free units. Like, okay, scary position for like half a second, but I actually had units nearby enough to deal with it that it wasn't that much of an issue. It was kind of wild. So yeah, Rogue definitely had some... There's also a lot of fights, I think, where Rogue kind of attacked in quite aggressively with like Lingbane Hydra, and he stepped quite far forward, and probably stepped just like literally like that much on your screen, too far forwards, right? Like 2 inches too far forwards on the screen, because I think if he pulls back a little bit sooner in a lot of those scenarios, he's actually going to end up in a position where he's able to take out, you know, he's not going to lose as many Banelings as he loses, and that was also kind of part of the efficiency that Clem was finding. We're on the loading screen, guys. We're stuck. Probably someone disconnected and crashed out. So we can't really do anything until that gets resolved. So yeah, we're just stuck. Perfect opportunity for you guys, if you're enjoying the games, to hit the follow button on the Twitch channel. If you're on the YouTube stream, hit the like button on the video, or you can subscribe on the YouTube channel as well. Keep up to date with all of our uploads. Yeah, one person just crashed out, but the players are set to go. They both started a worker. So we'll get into game number 2. Let's do this then. So yeah, just to finish on my thoughts. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. If you're on Twitch, hit follow. See when I'm live with more StarCraft 2 action. Watch some of the top players in the world play one of the very best games out there. As in the top left, bringing back that game number 1, our Red Terran player now here on Site Delta. This is Team Liquid's Clem. In the bottom right, our blue Zerg is going to be Rogue as we get into game number 2 of this best of 5. We get set up into this game 2. Take a moment to just breathe again. These early games are a bit of a respite from the madness we've been having. We've had some just great games today. It's been kind of non-stop awesome matches. 2-3-2 so far. This is our 3rd series of the day. Kind of hoping that we get another epic. Would love to see Rogue take a map or two. Definitely think he's capable of it. Definitely think he's capable of it, so... Drone moving about, Lings be coming in, Lings and a couple of queens on the way about as we get set in for the moment. Hatch goes down, a couple Lings just going to go running after a Reaper for a moment or two. Link speed coming up, Hatch on the way, a few more drones in production. And settled in for now. There's a couple of command centers come online, the factory coming up, reactor also coming through. Link and Queen together, just going to fire up and push that Reaper away for a moment. Game settling here. Just with that Reaper trying to find a bit of something. Rogue so good early in that last game. It really does feel like such a sad wasted opportunity to get in with the Lings so many times and deal that much damage to CLEM early in the game. It just doesn't happen a lot, right? Usually those are the situations you got to grab and run away with, and obviously Rogue failed to do that. That becomes a little bit costly. That becomes a little bit unfortunate. Yo, Fantasy, TY, Fanboy, thank you so much for the 44-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it. Here it gathers up. A couple Hellions coming over and get settled down. Queens moving up. Just going to be seeing a few more Queens on the way. Drones and Overlords continue to produce as well. We get ourselves settled for now. Just going to have our Reapers and the Hellions, or Hellions and the Reaper coming back through. Punch coming about, Hellions on the way. Orbital command finishing shortly. Cloaking coming up and online. Queens will be there to push the other units back. Of course, no Lings really getting in just yet, so this is already looking a little bit better for CLEM. And we'll see if this Banshee can do anything this game. One of the things last time was that one Banshee died before any drones went down. The second Banshee was really pretty inconsequential as well. Yeah, it found a couple of drones eventually, but it was so late on. Really was not the best showing of the Banshees back in that game one as well. So not only was CLEM the one taking damage, he really did not manage to find damage. Now, if Rogue can make that happen again, where CLEM just can't find damage here, that could absolutely be a huge deal. So that's something we can definitely keep an eye on or so. Let's see how Queen's going to get there. Hellions get pushed away. The lag coming up. Spores continuing through. So we got Queen and a few Overlords continue to come about as well. Queen's going to get that. She wants Hellion going down. And she's going to fire up. A couple Queens get turned. Just going to be seeing our Lings trying to come across. Going to look for the wrap here on the Hellions and the Reaper. Doesn't get it, and now the Banshees put some good damage out on the Queens with no detection nearby. The Banshees get some really good shots off. Anytime Banshees are just stood firing, it's a really good DPS. So even if they're just forcing transfusions, that's eating up some Queen energy. Now they're going to go to the natural while the Hellions try and dive to the third base. Queen Ling defense there is good. Good splits from Rogue. Honestly, outside of the Banshees getting a bunch of free shots off there, it's a pretty darn good defense from Rogue. He's only going to have lost 2 drones, a third one now, but he gets a Banshee. Honestly, very good defense from Rogue. I'm not hating it. I'm actually kind of loving it. I feel like that was actually very good for him so far, as the Hellions pull back up the top side of the map. Again, 1-1 missiles and carapace coming through. The Groove Spines is on the way. The Overlord and a couple of hatcheries building as well, as our Hellions will just come forward there and pick off some creep spread. Queens are still trying to come over, and the Hellions are still taking some additional damage. Queens in the tank coming down at the bottom. Queens set up on the edge. The Hellions join together as well. Marine step up, hatch goes down. A couple creep teamers getting picked away at, so a bunch of that creep gonna get taken out already, so a lot of that going down. Marine stand, Callian's coming back around that left side. Missile upgrades, Carapace upgrade coming through. Hive is starting, the Hydra's on the way. 14 additional Zerglings coming by also. Look, then we'll start up. I get all of that producing for the moment. Queens is going to step up. A couple creep teamers going down. The Queens is going to step forward. The Marines are coming through. The few Lings is going to be coming about as well. Big fight here from Clem with the big stim. Rogue does not really have the supply apparently to hold on to this easily. I mean, Hydra's out trying to rush into the Hive and lurk at them, but Clem already being aggressive to put a bit of a stop to that. If Rogue can't hold on against this, well, then he just dies, obviously, but if he does hold on, he gets to very fast lurkers, maybe. The supply differential doesn't really matter too much because he has very good tech very early. Clem is building a 4th base, so he has a 4th CC coming through. Lurkers can morph in right now. Lurker done is done. It's just a question of can we afford to put the Hydras into lurker morphing mode right away. And try and come through here. 22 additional Zerglings in production. Rogue trying to just stay out of range of the siege tanks and only fight when the Marines step forward on creep like this. When the Marines run into that Hydra arc. Again, just a step too far there, I think, from Rogue. Again, the moment you get hit by tanks, I think you want to back away. But he actually ate a couple of tank shots this time around. Look at Burrows. Hydra's trying to shoot. 2-2 upgrade, seismic spines all continuing to come around there. The Hydra's going to try and fire again. The few Marines taking damage. Charging up, just going to see a couple of those Lings begin to go down. Queen gathering. Again, seismic spines not far from being done. Things will surround, the Hellbats will fall. We'll just have ourselves the couple lurkers finishing up. Another lurker or two getting burrowed as well. One lurker already going down. There we go, just going to start pushing forwards here. This is the chance for Rogue to kind of get in position here and push through these tanks, but he's just not making enough progress. He needs to get on top of these tanks and kill them if he's really going to hold these positions. Now Lurkers are running back to try and burrow again, not quite fully in position. Lurkers on the right side going to get broken down, and that means that access to this 4th base is gained by Clem. And if you can get rid of this 4th base, Rogue's in a ton of trouble now. Yeah, there's just nothing to stop the Marines anymore, and so we're actually going to see the Lurkers take a step forward, try and get in range of some of the tanks here, but with the Marines coming back across, Clem is going to comfortably take a second game. And this one is going to look a lot better for him than that first game did. Right from the start this time. Clem still didn't find maybe tons of damage, but getting enough done. And really with this timing, just never really given Rogue a chance to take advantage of, hey, I'm teching up quickly into Lurkers, and Clem's like, great, good for you. I'm going to attack you while you're doing that. Those Lurkers are never going to have as big of an impact as you would kind of need them to, basically. So that's going to be that. As we will take ourselves to a game 3 here. We are going to Amphion to try and round out this series. Clem has a chance to put the first non-3-2 matchup of the day on the bracket. It has been 3-2, 3-2, and now potentially 3-0 unless Rogue fights back. I really felt like, you know what it is? I really felt like game 1. I was really feeling that Rogue was maybe going to take that game 1. I was like, okay, you know, I'm going to definitely have a series here. Because even if, you know, if nothing else, if Rogue swept, that's a storyline. I feel like Clem sweeping is, I guess, a bit of a storyline in a world where Clem has lost the last 2 times he played against Rogue, so I guess Clem showing us that Rogue is not just his kryptonite is interesting too, but maybe a bit more expected. Does potentially set up the rematch as well. Obviously tomorrow, semi-final. Shin plays the winner of this series, so would be kind of a big deal if we could come through there and get in and yeah, if you could get in there and kind of have that rematch from yesterday. I mean, Shin has taken Clem down a couple of different times, so like I say, it could definitely be another interesting little attempt. Countdown is done. Game 3 is on the horizon, guys. Getting ready to kick this off. Let's go into it as we have our third map of this best of 5 coming at you on Amphion. After this, Showtime is still yet to take on Spirit, so that's still coming up as well. That will still be happening further down the line also. Let's get into it. In the bottom left corner, our red Zerg player here, down 0-2, looking to make the bounce back happen. Can he do it? It is Rogue. I'm a little bit of a believer, honestly. I am a little bit of a believer. Would love to see what he can do. As in the top left corner of the map, our blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is CLEM. Alright, game 3 of this best of 5 series. We get this underway. Gonna have ourselves a barracks coming up in a couple of moments, getting that online. Overlord heading up to the top left. Patch, gas pool, all coming through. Barracks in production, getting this on the way. Oh, I'm gonna catch my breath, guys. It's been kind of a crazy set of matches. Well, this game is probably maybe the least crazy we've seen. It has been a bit of a day so far, that is for sure. Thank you everyone so much for joining us up until now. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you for watching. And if you're on the YouTube, hit the like and subscribe. If you're on the Twitch, hit the follow. Greatly appreciate it. The viewership's been bonkers today, so thank you so much. I know we've got great games, but it's still great to see the viewership doing so well during that. Couple Lings chase that Reaper away. Reaper gonna try and fight back. Couple Queens coming about. Ling speed coming through. Drone and the Overlord coming up as well. This will be there. Reaper gets chased away. Queen stepping over. Reaper in the corner, figuring out what it would like to maybe try and do as the Queen continues to step up. Reaper gets chased again. Drone takes a little bit of damage. Forward command building. CC on the way. Rax on the tech lab coming up also. Alien still producing. SCV coming about. Link speed not far from finishing. And with those Hellions finishing up momentarily, we will also have a Marine and a Stim Pack upgrade coming through. The Lair is starting up from Rogue. Link speed not far from, like I say, being done. All of that going to be a big deal here very shortly, as we just have the Lings going to step back out onto the map and actually going to find, or attempt to find a wraparound on that Reaper. Grenade is going to go off, but the Lings get bounced around into nowhere. Alien steps up. Queen going to be there. Mostly Reaper going down. Couple Things fall. The Lair on the way from Rogue. So 2-base Lair. Now, is this going to be like a full-on 2-base Lair Nidus network, or is this potentially going to be some kind of... I mean, there's no Roadshorn going down. Now extra gases come up. That suggests we're going to see a Spire 2-base Muta to try and switch things up from Rogue. I'm personally not completely convinced on the 2-base Spire, if that's what this is going to be. We start a Baneling nest right now. I mean, there's the Spire. I was going to say, it had to be something, right? I mean, you couldn't just build nothing there, right? That did seem to be the way it was going, but yeah, I don't think we could get away with just continuing to do that, so... Makes sense to try and shut that one down. Queen's coming about. The Hellions are going to come over. Just going to have ourselves the Bane Nest and the Spire continuing through the drones. Going to produce across into the front, as we do see the Overseer coming around up to the top as well. Medivacs, Marines, and the Stim Pack continue to come through as the Engineering Bays continue to settle into place. When you play two-base Spire, you need to really successfully hold the Terran player back. If CLEM gets any chance to fight across the map when the mutas have been made, it's going to be very scary. So you're going to have to be completely on top of it as a rogue. You're going to have to be like really good with these mutalisks. You currently have the attempted to drop into the main. I actually think this build is kind of rough for rogue as well, because this was only 2 Hellions from CLEM straight into Marines. Those Marines already have Stim. They're going to have combat shield. Like, unless he catches those full medivacs and kills a bunch of Marines like that, this would be kind of crazy. As we just continue up, the Lings continue in, Bane speed continuing up. Marines and medivacs will continue back over. Overseer to the top side. See, an interesting play is going to contaminate the starport. We're now going to start building a Widowmine as the mutas show themselves here. How well can we hold this back? Obviously, CLEM doesn't want to overstim, but honestly, I look at CLEM's army and I'm like, I feel like we want to try and go. He's going to try and step up. Marines and the Hellions stepping around as well. Siege Chang taking a shot. Again, more mutas coming back, +1 flyer attack, Balance speed, all continuing to build. Trying to come up, just going to jump onto the siege tank there for a second. A few Marines come in from 2 different angles. A couple of those Marines continue to drop. The Hellions getting across there also. Still got our 1-1 upgrades of CLEM not far from being finished, so look to wrap those up in a couple of moments as well. So those things are going to knock their way through that set of rocks, open up that space. I mean, Rogue has successfully held CLEM back. I'm just worried that he didn't do any damage in the process, and so CLEM being held back is not for a result of like scrambling around trying to play defense, but more a case of he's just super happy to build up a large army, and when he does attack, he's going to be extremely powerful. I can definitely understand the concern, right? And where Rogue might come into some trouble here. Marines step up, Marines and a few mutas get chased the other way, just going to push those back across. All that coming through, the 2-2 upgrades are coming about, Drilling Claws +1 vehicle plating, all of that coming in as well as Marine Marauder Medivac continues to produce. The Drilling Claws not far from being done. Things and meters actually going to wrap around a group of Marines there that were just very far forward. Not sure what the idea of those was from CLEM. CLEM supply, by the way, 184 to 167. The sheer pure force of macro from CLEM right now is a little crazy. As put a mind there, going to force the meters to be a little careful. 9 more meters just started in production. Rogue comes into being maxed out. He needs to figure out what his finishing touches are going to be on this. And additional Mutilus finishing. And they be impactful. The Marine's going to stim across the side. Widowmine does not go off there, but the Marines get underneath and they pick off a Muta and the Overseer. Not really worth it for the Widowmine, is it? Widowmine pretty cheap, easy to replace. Overseer and the Mutilus a little bit more expensive in comparison. Fire comes over the left-hand side. Hatch going to start taking some shots. Riddler's going to just jump in. We're going to see a missile turret taking damage. A couple of Widow Mine shots going off as SCVs will be in some trouble. Can't she kill any? See success here? No. Missile turret survives as well. Man, Mutalisk defense has been great so far here from CLEM. It's been really good so far. Let me see a few more of these SCVs going down. The medevacs continue to come back over. 2-2 upgrades on the way from Rogue. CLEM's already on 2-2. One of the things you sacrifice to go into the mutas this early is the upgrades. That's now becoming an issue as you're going to be behind for the fights. CLEM just has had these mutas cornered and he kills off a bunch of them as they finally make their way out. Oof. And again over here, but the Widow Mine goes off. Units are going to be in position again, so the defense is going to be good. More shots continue to come around. Just going to be having our Bioforce continue to come back over. And that 3-3 on the way. Just going to see the Banes rolling down this ramp. They feels like they do more damage to the rocks than they do to the bio units. Does not feel as though Rogue is making enough of an impact in these games to me. I mean, don't want to call it too soon, but I need to see like a spark from Rogue or something, like a fight that goes well for him to kind of make me believe in this, because right now it just ain't happening. CLEM is being extremely patient. He knows that he can get to Ghosts kind of freely here while being in a very good position, and he's just doing exactly that, because he knows that that's one way he will not lose this game. How can he lose the game? Maybe moving forward a bit too aggressively, getting wiped out by a Ling Bane Muta army, right? You know, letting the mutas create too much, letting the mutas create too much chaos because he's being too aggressive. That's a dead Ghost Academy. That's actually something of a nice pick off there from Rogue. So he finds a Ghost Academy in the corner. The Ultralisk Cavern builds on the side of Rogue, so we get that started up. And the bio units and the Ghosts continue to come back over as well. New SCVs going down. This Cavern is about to be done soon. I mean, we're making the correct switch up here. The Ultras are necessary. You're not going to win this game on Ling Bane Muta alone, so Ultras do seem to be kind of a bit of a necessary addition to this defensively. Or aggressively even. Just generally. Well, Bane's going to smash through. Ghost is going to be taking some damage. Actually, nice little surround on a Ghost and a little bit of bio in the front. The attempt to go in on the right-hand side as well with the mutas. They go back and forth a little bit, and they get a missile turret or so, but still very kind of superficial damage in the grand scheme of things. One with the 5th base established here. We're actually going to see mutas roll into the Ghosts over there. Do we get some snipes on the exit as well? The mutas get out of reach at least. It's coming back through. Just going to be seeing the Ling Bane continuing about as well. And Ling Bane Muta continuing through. The Free Marines are going to get jumped on. Libs, Ghosts, +3 vehicle plating on the high ground, +1 ship weapons coming up as well. It's going to be seeing the mutas and the overseers going to come back over. Widow Mine's going to shoot there. That's going to be a few mutas going down. Widow Mine shot going to go in. Banes are going to show up. CLEM's going to kill a lot of them on the way in. They're never going to blow up the planetary. Still 12 SCVs. That doesn't even seem that great, all things considered. I mean, it is damage done, though, as CLEM tries to deny the mutas in the main base once again. We actually do bust down this base over here. I saw that running through. Observer didn't catch it. So we've seen the mutas getting chased away. Overseas going about. Bio going to get underneath, and a couple of snipes will come through. Mutalisk count has obviously been taking some big hits, down to only 11, so the control of the Mutalisk is definitely waning. Now we're going to have the Ultras taken to the stage. Is Rogue in a good enough position to really make these Ultras have an impact? That was a lot of SCVs killed, but CLEM actually just responds by going up on army supply. He doesn't even rebuild that many of the SCVs, so a lot of army supply available for CLEM here. 153 army supply currently. Blings and Banes start running up into the center. Well, CLEM's going to turn around and start dealing with this. A couple of Widowmines get burrowed. If they connect, that's going to be huge. The Thor did get blown up by those Banes. The Medivacs actually have to evacuate the Ghosts. CLEM getting caught a little bit out of position there. Full Medivac did not go down, so none of the full Medivacs went down. The Banes are going to start reaching these Ghosts again. We're going to try and spread and deal with this as Rogue. The problem is the snipes coming through at the tail end of this will be huge, but we don't have any Ghost energy left, so the last few Ultras are going to be okay. Oh, CLEM just stepped a little bit too far forward on that left-hand side. I've been very dismal about Rogue's chances all game long. I've not been excited about Rogue's position. And that fight kind of felt like it came out of nowhere, no? Income advantage has been in Rogue's favor a little bit, but that's not super abnormal. Oh, CLEM just took a horrible fight. Look at that. He plummets down and Rogue rebuilds much sooner. Obviously, the worker damage, I guess that's the combination of he just took SCV losses. So because he just took SCV losses, he couldn't really afford to take a bad fight like this one. That's a massive Widowmine to start this off, though, as Rogue is going to continue to swarm on forwards. SCV is going down. Orbital Commander is likely going to be in some trouble there as well. CLEM pulling back to defend on his natural. I mean, Rogue's in some trouble. CLEM's in some trouble here because he just doesn't have the economy right now to actually stick around in this game for much longer if he keeps taking fights like this. I think this really was, again, the kind of the 1-2 punch of Rogue hit his eco and then took a good fight. I think if Rogue takes that fight 3 minutes ago before he hits the economy and hits those two bases and takes down SCVs in a base, I think CLEM just kind of bounced back from that fight. It's like, not the best fight, finally something nice for Rogue, but it's whatever. But, and at the same way, on its own, that kind of strike to the economy is like, well, CLEM's rebuilding the CC. You know, he lost a few SCVs. I feel like that's very replaceable. He doesn't even feel the need to replace them. He's building a larger army. But both of those things going Rogue's way back to back is massively favorable, as we can see now, because Rogue is clearly very far ahead after that. So fascinating to see how that works. Because like I say, like, you know, individually, each of those moves felt like, you know, good, but not game-winning. Combined, and CLEM is in trouble. Now, he's still only 17 army supply behind, so don't count him completely out. The question mark will be, can he hold on against this while also handling some of the attempts on the economy? We're going to have to step back here. Liberator is going to be left to do some of the damage. SCV is already dropping. The Ultras are going to barge their way up into the natural expansion. CLEM's army supply continues to fall. So many Banelings able to roll into the Ghosts here. They will begin to not explode because we're missing detection apparently. So the Banes is going to go up into the main base instead. Ultras are going to derp about with Liberator shooting back at them. Man, if we had some detection, these Ghosts would have been deaded. And those Banelings would have had a very good time against them, but that has just not happened. But yeah, I think Rogue is going to bring this series back. We are actually going to get a map win on the board for Rogue. I ain't going to complain about it. Very happy to see Rogue able to make a bounce back here. Vikings jump back up into the sky, and Rogue is going to take Game 3. We are going to see this series go on. I will not lie, I was not really believing in Rogue at all in this game. I just didn't feel like anything was really good enough for him. But CLEM messed up the fight, and CLEM lost his economy. And that's the beauty of StarCraft 2. Rogue brings it back, and we are going to go into game number 4 with this series. Very much so still alive then as Rogue. Going to get to the West Coast server as well, so his server preference for this game 4 now coming through. Honestly, very incredible fact that the fact Rogue won this was kind of still bonkers to me in my head. I'm thinking on it, I'm like, I like, you know, sometimes as a cast you say things like, you know, and then something happens in the game, you're like, that was kind of dumb. And like looking back on this, I'm like, was I kind of dumb to be like over what Rogue was doing this game and not really excited by him? And I'm like, no, honestly, like if I watch this game again in, the storyline of this series, and it's like game 3, he's down 0-2, the mutas didn't do enough. he's doing very superficial damage. He didn't blow up the planetary with the Banes. I'm like, I think again I would just be kind of like, yeah, I mean like, yeah, whatever. I just don't like. I look back and I kind of agree with myself, but there you go. Late Chrononaut, thank you so much for continuing your gifted sub. I really appreciate that. That's awesome to see. Turning a gifted sub into continuation. It's always nice to know that not every gift is going to just disappear after a month. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, we are going to dive into game number 4. The match continues here as Rogue does not let this die. In the bottom left corner, our blue Zerg player. This is Rogue. As we have in the top right-hand side, the red Terran player repping Team Liquid. It is CLEM. I actually can't believe this went to a game 4, to be honest, guys. I'm very surprised by that one. As we get into this right now on Alcyone. Again, just to keep on reiterating, this is not the new patch. We'll have a new patch tournament next week. A lot moving around. Reaper in the orbital coming up. Taking a couple of moments. We have a couple of drones moving around. We see now Reaper coming down through the center, moving across for a moment or two, trying to see a little bit of what's going on. Okay, we're going to shoot a couple of Lings, going to be fighting back, just going to be seeing the Reaper piling back to the side. Lings be coming through, the drones continue to build and get settled as that Queen will fire, and the Reaper is just going to get chased away, so just going to get a little bit of pushback there. Quite a lot of Lings here from Rogue early. All 6 of them trying to play defense, and the Reaper will not get much. Getting turned around right now. Queen going to continue to sit at the front as well. What day will be the patch turning? Probably Tuesday, Wednesday. Let's say Friday. Probably Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday, actually. I don't know what I'm going to do on Friday instead, but probably do Tuesday, Wednesday. I had 4 days set aside for tournament next week. I think if we do a patch tournament, we'll probably do it on 3 days. We might do like an invitational patch tournament and then an open patch tournament. Or Brainwave. Or on Tuesday we do an open qualifier, and then on Wednesday and Friday we do groups, and then on Sunday we do playoffs. I kind of like that. I actually have I have a Pokemon tournament on the Sunday, but I'm kind of thinking this is all next week, guys. I'm kind of thinking I might skip my Pokemon tournament and just do the playoffs of a patch tournament. I think that'd be actually a lot of fun. I think I'd be very down to do that, to be honest. Alright, well, we just have ourselves, obviously, this setup. That's all still in mind, just figuring out. But yeah, probably this time next week we'll have either a qualifier or a group. Depends how I decide to line it up. I just haven't decided just yet. That'd be nice to do a qualifier, though. Invite a bunch of people, do a qualifier for the last couple of spots. I'm just thinking like a 10-player tournament, 5-player groups, so we get like 10 best-of-3s. I think that'd be pretty neat. 10 best of 3s per group. Bunch of different matchups. The only problem with doing a qualifier for that is balancing the races, because obviously you'd like to have a good racial balance, but I guess if we just invite 3-3-2, it should be kind of fine. Yeah, Pokemon, I play a trading card game. I have a cup next weekend, but I had a pretty miserable experience at the regional this past weekend, so I'm not really feeling like playing. So I think I might skip and do some StarCraft instead. Hellions are going to continue to come around. And do just have ourselves the flare drones and the spores all coming up. Banshee going to be moving about a little bit as well. Roaches on the map here from Rogue. First time we're really seeing Roaches, and they're going to get to the other side, but there's a Banshee. I mean, Banshee's obviously going to be able to clean this up. The question will be, how many SCVs do we lose in the process? Is it too many? Is that a substantial number? Or how does that all play out? A few of these Roaches continue to fight. A Hellion will go down. A few Marines are going to fight back to the other side. Roach goes down. And that will be a pick-off. 1-1 upgrades of the Stim Pack, both continuing to come on through. Now ourselves 1-1 upgrades. The Stim Pack coming by. Again, Roach Speed +1, +1. Bane Nest coming up as well. We are going to see this Banshee going to turn around and hit the Queens a little bit. So some damage being done there. Second Banshee here to help harass. And we are going to continue into those missile upgrades for the moment. So continue to get those missile upgrades up and on the way. So bringing all of that up and around. And we keep that going. Obviously coming over. Again, the 1-1 attack upgrades coming about. Stim Pack coming through. The Infestation Pit is on the way up as well on the side of Rogue. And the Roaches and Ling's going to be here to hit these Hellions a little bit. Upgrades continue up again. Ling speed, Bane Nest speed. Roach speed all producing. Just gonna get ourselves the Hydralisk Den on the way from CLEM from Rogue as well. So getting into the going the missile upgrades to start the Roach Ravager initially, but then moving into the Ling Bane and the follow up. It's not an uncommon way of playing this out. It's fairly typical, honestly. That's what we're seeing so far. Again, Marines and tanks just gathering there on the natural. We do see the medevac moving out onto the map as well. Ravagers on the way. Ling's building, Hive producing, hatchery. It's coming up to being about halfway done as well. The medevacs get back to the center. A single Marine drops off on the watchtower. A few more of these Marines will unload and just going to start picking away at some of the creep spread. And a few Marines are just going to go after the Overlord as well. So Overlord will be going down. Overlord will fall. Nice cleanup. All of those Grip Teamers going down. Also here, Overlord nearby. It's going to get grabbed. Marines able to take that out. The Roach Ravager trying to step back through. 2-2 upgrades. Combat Shield +1 vehicle weapons. All of that's still on the way. The extra couple of barracks coming by. Also here, again, we've got our siege tanks trying to set up as well. I'm just going to be seeing ourselves an opportunity to push this Marine tank force forward. A couple of Grip Teamers will continue to go down. Marine blob is looking terrifying, by the way, as we are going to step up. Ling's going to come in from the upper left. These Banes trying to get a catch on the Marines. The Marines a little bit stuck in a corner. It's got to be a medevac evacuation from CLEM, and he does get away there. As we now just see the rest of the Roach Ravager coming back through. Marines and medevacs continue to set up. We are going to continue to come around for a little bit, just having ourselves this Roach Ravager force continue to come over. I'm just trying to see what is going on for a couple of moments. A couple of units getting pushed back. I just gotta at least just like, hey guys, really enjoying this TVZ, by the way. She never jumps up like this. You guys know how camera shy she is? She just decided to just come say hi for once. So I'd show you guys just for the so random for her to jump up on me and say hi. So I'll show you guys some Ellie lovers. We do have Marine tank back in position. Then we do have our Ling Bane Roach Ravager continue to come back over. Marines siege tank gonna come about, and is it enough from Clem? I mean, supply is starting to trickle into his favor just a little bit. A couple corrosive biles coming about, and just have ourselves the Bane's gonna try and reach those Marines also, trying to get through with that. Pulling back a little bit, Ling Bane still chasing. The 2-2 upgrades about to finish up on the side of Clem. Still got Marine tank on the move, still got more units in the center. Ultra on the way up as well. Post Academy building up, Sensor Towers coming in. Because our shells is about to finish, we have the 3-3 upgrades from Clem also now starting up, so we're going to get straight into those upgrades. And there's a couple of good fights mixed in here from Rogue. Clem is starting to stabilize and dropping down a couple of additional command centers on the top, and the 12 o'clock getting those established. A few Marines are going to stim through into the middle of the map as well. Parasect Bomb hits a couple of different medevacs, forcing those to split apart a little bit. Things will drop a scan. We see a few of those creep teamers continuing to go down. The Ling Bane is going to continue to run up in towards the rest of this army. Marine tank will take a step away. A couple corrosive files, tank going down. The Bane's still chasing. A couple of those tanks continue to fire. Bane's taking a blast from the tanks. Good target fire all around from Clem. Targeting with the tanks initially, then the bio at the end as well, making sure the Banes cannot connect in the way that they typically need to be successful. And Clem is going to go on the push back down to the bottom side of the map, continue to shove towards the bottom left-hand corner. Ling, Bane, Ravager, Ultra continuing through the bio army. Gonna have to take a couple steps back as well. Continue to stim away here as we are going to be seeing a couple of tanks coming forward. Marines are going to continue to step back. Corrosive Vials are going to land on the siege tanks as well. The Ultralisk will go down. The Ling Roach Ravager is still taking hits. More Ultras on the way. I do not think that that's going to make a difference here for Rogue. I think Clem is getting into a little bit too good of a position. A little bit too strong of a setup. I think this game might be getting decided fairly shortly as Clem looks to potentially just shut this down at a 3-1 scoreline in this best of 5. You know, I'm happy Rogue brought a map back though. Brought back a little bit, made this a little bit more feisty once we made our way through. Drones gathering, just gonna have ourselves the, again, +2/+3 on the way up as well. Steps up, just going to be seeing the Ultra. Going to eat a couple of snipes if it had stayed in range, but it actually does get away from that. Now the Bane, Ultra, Ravager, Ling Force just going to come through. Tanks are going to be hit by Blinding Clouds. The Banes will get to connect a little. Not really finding the big clusters of Marines, but it's enough for Rogue to at least force Clem to lift up and back away. A lot of those snipes getting forced to kind of back up before they could really do too much. The Clem army now on the left side will hit, and this hatchery will be in trouble immediately. Hatchery will be falling in the next few moments. Just going to see the medevacs boosting in toward this bottom side of the map as well. Ultras continue to dive forward. Marines are going to come through. Queen going down. Ultras are still diving up. The Ghost, the Bio in the back, hanging about. The gold base falling. Clem doing great, but needs to kind of clean up these Ultras and these Lings. He's starting to lose a lot of SCVs. More snipes coming down as these Ultras will be getting cleaned up. 28 SCVs going down. The Bio still fighting. The Lings getting turned away one more time. Rogue making this scrappier than I think a lot of us expected. A little transfusion too on the Ultra to buy it a couple of extra seconds. It gives the Lings more damage output time. Clem's still winning out as he's taking down bases that I think Rogue really kind of needs to hold on to if he wants to stay in this. Down 25 army supply. It is a difficult challenge for Rogue to bounce back in this right now. Again, a couple of Vipers are setting up. The Energy trying to get those Parasite Bombs and Blinding Clouds online and ready to go once again here. +3 melee upgrade on the Evo chamber there as well, as the Marine's going to drop off in the back of this. Distractor taking a few shots. A couple of drones will take some nibbles as well. Again, additional siege tanks and Ghosts continue to come up. Lings, Ultras, +3 melee, all of that coming through as well. And those medevacs can get caught by the Parasite Bombs, and actually that's going to be a good chunk of supply going down because those Marines shouldn't be able to trade for too much, although Ultras will be pretty derpy on the minerals. So that's going to be a factor as our Ultras continue to come back around. Ravager's going to fire. A couple of Marines coming about as well. I'll just come back the other direction here. Let's just see ourselves, the Marines coming back through, and another hatchery maybe in trouble. Gonna get a queen initially. Maybe there's not enough Marines to put the hatch in trouble, but still cool ideas as we do see the Ling Thane getting picked up and pulled on away. Breathe for a second. The action calms down. Clem's still working off of 5 bases, so his economy is continuing to be very well established currently. Parasite bomb goes off onto the medevac. A couple snipes are going to line up. The Banes are going to come through. A few more snipes coming down. Bio continue to pull backwards here. The Vipers are going to take in some shots. The Ultras stepping forward, also going to get grabbed. These Ghosts will be able to go after more of these Ultras perhaps. Rogue supply dipping down to 40 below, 45 below Clem's. He's charging forward with some Ultras, and maybe the Ghosts don't have a chance to snipe just yet. If they do find a chance to snipe, I think these Ultras are going to be in trouble. We step back. I love that move. Let the Bio tank for a second, pull the Ghosts away so they get some snipes off. Snipes from the reinforcing Ghosts on the high ground. Going to be a big deal. The tanks should be good enough to finish off these Ultras now as well. And it does look as though Clem cleans up what is the final push of Rogue. Clem is going to take it 3-1 over Rogue in the quarterfinals. He sets up a rematch from yesterday's WardiTV Mondays with Shin in the semis. If you've not had enough of watching Clem TVZ, then you're going to get more of it tomorrow in our semi-finals. Like I say, Clem versus Shin. A match that Shin was looking really good in yesterday. Clem is not looking invincible in this TVZ right now. He is looking very vulnerable in TVZ right now, actually. So that's kind of a big deal. And that actually should be a very fun semi-final in tomorrow's matches. All right, guys. We are going to go into one final series today. It's going to be Showtime versus Spirit coming up. We're going to be jumping into that in just a few moments from TVP. I'm actually going to go to my first break screen of the day. I believe we've not been a break screen at all just yet today. So I'm going to go to break screen. We're going to come right back. It's going to be Showtime Spirit when we return for a little bit of TVP. So yeah, we will be right back. More StarCraft 2 coming up. We'll see you guys in just a few. We'll be right back after this. Yo, JT Pyro, thank you so much as always for the 53-month resub. Appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the stream, obviously follow on Twitch. If you're on the YouTube video, on the YouTube stream, please like the video. Please consider subscribing on YouTube. Great to see those YouTube subs going up a little bit. We'll be back in a few moments, guys. More StarCraft with Showtime Spirit to round out our quarterfinals. Alrighty, hello guys, welcome back. Thank you for a little bit of patience just while we got... Well, I got myself a drink. I took a break. It's been a long day. We've actually been live like 4.5 hours already. Like I said, we were just go, and we didn't want to stop. We didn't want to stop. Ellie's here as well. Hello, Ellie. Yeah, you having a good day? Ellie's excited. Seeing people in the garden doing stuff. Hello, Ellie. Hello, baby. Yes, I know. You're very cute. You're very cute. You just want to get cuddles now, don't you? One guy's just trying to get people into the lobby. Alright guys, Ellie's looking for more sausage. Yeah, Ellie got a dog sausage today for breakfast, so she's pretty excited that she got special delivery just for herself. Alright guys, let's jump into the Showtime vs Spirit series. I think we're good to go. Thanks so much for joining us. I just want to take a moment, like the viewership dropped off obviously with the break and stuff, but we peaked at over 500 viewers on YouTube. And Twitch, I'm not hating on you guys. We nearly hit 2K on Twitch, but like 500 viewers on YouTube is like freaking crazy. It's like actually kind of mental. As there's the caster I was missing. I was gonna say we're missing. I was like, I know one guy's gone. I know someone else is taking trouble and stuff, but like, I couldn't figure out where they were. Anyways, we get sorted out. All right, let's kick off into Showtime vs Spirit. Another awesome round of 8 matchup here. I think maybe he doesn't have, I said it earlier, like, I love Showtime, and I think he is a star, you know, a star in his own right, but I also look at this and I understand, like, people may look at this series and be like, well, that's not like a super star-studded lineup like Showtime Spirit, but, like, this is a good matchup. They're good players that match up well with one another. Really think this is a very cool series to kind of jump into. So let's do exactly that. This best of 5 coming up as we get this underway. Walgren, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs going out to He Galley, Getarix, Family Fantasy RPG 0009109, and Ancient 1SC. Guys, this series was played just a little bit earlier on. They sent me the replays over just because there was a little bit of a scheduling conflict, and we've ended up going quite long today. So they just played this a little earlier. So this is replays, but this is not like super long ago replays or anything crazy like that. I do not know the results. I got sent 5 folders. So I'll open each folder up, a folder for each game as we go along. So yeah, completely spoiler-free. I don't know the results, but this was just played a little earlier on just to be completely transparent with you guys. You wouldn't have noticed if I didn't say it, but some people will somehow find out and then make a huff about it, so I will just say it early. As we have got to the top left-hand side, our red Protoss player playing some great PvT lately. I think actually his PvT's probably looked so good lately that I would actually big favor him in this series more than I usually would. This is Showtime. Bottom right, our blue Terran is Spirit. Like I say, I feel like his PvT maybe not as good as, or his TVP maybe not as good as Showtime's PvT, so I guess we'll see what happens. But yeah, Walgren, thank you so much for those 5 gifted subs as well. I didn't want to gloss over those super quickly. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. We are almost back at 1,100 subs, guys, on Twitch. So if you've got a Twitch Prime or anything going free or a few dollars to spare, let's see if we can push back up to 1,100. I think we're on 1096 if I'm not mistaken. So amazing if you can push over to 1,100 again. That'd be sick. Help us out with that as our SCV and Probe will dance and nibble up against one another here. Command Center will go down. The Orbital Command is coming up. Cybercore, Nexus, Probe continuing to come through. A Stimulator building from Showtime. And this Probe for Showtime will head back to the upper left side of the map. Happy with the initial bit of aggression it was able to put on here for the first few moments. Nicely done. So game number 1, Probe falls back. And just have a Marine set up, a Reaper on the way. Interesting to go Marine then Reaper. Marine just pushes the Probe back a little bit, but the Reaper will still be out to then go across the map to try and pick up some information. So just doing things a little bit differently, not the biggest of deals, but just worth noting, I would say. We'll be hanging around. The Twilight Council and the Nexus coming up. Warp Gate coming through. The Gateway will go down there as well. We'll just have that Nexus about to complete, so Nexus finishes up. And yeah, the Adept continues to come over. Reaper and the Marines trying to go after the Adept as well. The Adept will look to try and get onto the Reaper, but will not. Bunker finishes. And again, the Twilight Council finishing in a few moments' time. Reaper gets back over to the left-hand side of the map during this. Stalker coming up, Blink on the way, Warp Gate in production. Having ourselves the Widow Mine and the Starport continue to produce as well, so all of that's still coming forward here. Again, the Adept and the Stalker just moving around a little bit, Reaper back over to that right-hand side. Go up to the high ground, and it's obviously Reaper wall off, so Spirit tries to get in, but we'll not be able to really find all too much just yet. And we'll end up just backing away into the center, join back up with the Hellion. There's an Adept there, actually move to the right. He's just going to go diving through. I don't hate that because he's going to scout the Robo. I was going to say he could dive into the main and probably see a little bit more of what else is going on as well, but he dove into the natural and decided to go for a probe kill instead. And he gets the one probe, second probe low, but does not go down. A couple more Stalkers warping in. And yeah, Medivac on the way out. A couple of extra barracks are still on the way through. As that Medivac taking the Widow Mines across the map. So Spirit looking for some damage here in these early stages, coming right across to the other side of the map now. Shin is killing it. Yeah, man, I'm super happy to see Shin doing so well lately. Feels like he's been kind of just participating on all the online cubs, but he's actually been doing really well in them all. It's not like he's just playing them all and flopping. Like, he's actually just doing well. It's been really fun to watch Shin lately. I've really become a Shin fan the last couple of weeks, or last couple of months, honestly. It's just been really entertaining to watch. As our Stalkers jump onto and deny this Medivac. Oh, they do not. Well, they do, but only after a third volley. Now, we actually get rid of the first Widow Mine without much issue. Because Blink is done, it's going to be a pretty easy cleanup, so honestly, very comfortable defense from Showtime at Factory, and Medivac and Widow Mine drop just does not come online soon enough to catch Showtime off there. It's a very comfortable defense. As the Observer continues back out into the center, the Marine there gets shot down by a Stalker, the +1 attack on the way up. Siege Tank, Marine Marauder coming through, Refineries on the way up, Nexus building on the third base as well. They're trying to shade around. Again, a few Marines gathering together. We see more Stalkers coming across here, and they will go with the Adept into the front. Are we going to go poking up? Yeah, I mean, there's a bunker here. This is a very safe defensive position for Spirit. Showtime should not be able to find much, but of course, the power of Blink Stalkers is that you can still poke in and then blink out without taking damage, so that's kind of fine. Actually, sends the Adept in the main. It's going to cause a lot of SCVs to run off the line, so to be fair, that's pretty neat. As they do have the Marauders going to try and chase that Adept, but the Shade will go off, and we get one more SCV out of it. Tank even firing to blow it up in the end. Not that that makes any difference how the Adept dies, but... yeah. Wall turret goes down. What's the interesting wall by Spirit? It's a charge lot defense, right? It's basically just saying if you come at my ramp with a bunch of charge lots, like, they're going to get funneled through. He doesn't necessarily want to fully wall them out. He wants to have access himself to funnel through reinforcements and so on, but it's basically just like if charge lots run up here, they're going to get filtered through and have a tougher time getting to the other side, I would imagine. That's the idea of it, so... the benefits of a wall against most things without actually being a wall. It's also nice because if there's a Stalker opening, the wall is here, then obviously it's a little bit problematic because the Stalkers can maybe pick away the depot or something, so then you take some issues. What's the schedule for the semis and the finals? Most likely we'll do the bottom semi first, the winner of this versus Oliveira, tomorrow. So they're all going to be tomorrow, but we'll probably do the Oliveira versus winner of this series first, and then probably do the Shin versus CLEM series second tomorrow, and then into the finals. Just to build up the excitement a little bit, I think is a fair thing to do. As double Medivac load up, Spirit is going to go boosting across to the top side of the map. +1 attack, extended thermal lance, charge all on the way up. Probes going down. We do have our depot still building. We actually have to unload here as the Medivacs get caught a little bit, but bio unload is good enough, and Actually are going to have more probes going down to the auto turret, I guess. Now we have a split push. Some units going up over on the left-hand side. Bio fighting, a couple sentries taking shots. Colossus holding on with the help of that super battery. Bio over here is actually still fighting these stalkers, and it's actually going to be a pretty successful fight from Spirit. He's going to clean up on that right-hand side. Marines and Marauders come through. Stalker going to get chased over to the edge. Showtime in a little bit of trouble as Woodermines start blowing up here, there, and everywhere. And we are going to get a cleanup in the end, but this was kind of expensive for Showtime. A lot of units lost, a lot of his tech units going down. Fourth base doesn't even cancel as well. He kind of looked as though he thought he might be able to save it, but that was a mistake too. He will get the full cleanup on that medevac of units at least. That is one positive from all of this. And now the bio units unload to the left-hand side. A couple of Marauders are going to go off. The probe's taking damage. Siege tank goes down. The Marauders still being chased. The Zealots get to the corner there, pushing the medevacs back into the sky. Ghost Academy is building up from Spirit as well, so we are going to get that on the way. A couple Stalkers warping through. The auto turret still in the back there, hitting that pylon. A few probes get back into the main mineral line. +2 attacks still coming up. Robo Bay is building the prism speed. And the medevacs continue down through the bottom. Observer going to come across. Just going to see the medevacs there as well. And mines will burrow. Sun's Tower out the front. And a bit more bio. Gathering up and getting set to go. The couple Vikings join. Prism speed and +2 as mentioned is on the way. And still more Zealots just trying to loop around on the bottom side of the map. And this felt so good for Spirit, and then I feel like he just stuck around for too long, right? I feel like he really just kind of stuck around longer than he had to. I mean, this did not need to be him losing as many units as he lost. So I do feel like that's a little bit of a shame. And you now have Bio Medevac coming back across the top. Heading up north here, and a little bit more Bio going to come around the sides to accompany and help with that as well. Straight up top, pylon going to go down. We have a fourth base to the far left-hand side, obviously. Oh, sorry, fourth base back online here. This was the third, right? So, TLDR, 4 bases are back up. Never mind which order they came in. Stalkers will blink back a little bit. Zealots going to charge up in front. Very Marauder-heavy army. There's only like 10, I think 8 Marines in that force, so very Marauder-heavy. Does not put out a lot of damage against Zealots. 5th Nexus of Showtime goes up to the 12 o'clock. We will see the Vikings, Marauders, Marines, +2 attack. The ship weapons coming up as well. Just going to be seeing the Marine coming back up that right side also. And on the left-hand side, that Zealot's going to swipe that Marine down too. So the Marine will go down. A few more Zealots in the bottom looking to run on in as well. Fire gets that. Zealot goes down again. Disruptor. The +1 armor coming up on the Forge. So a lot more Zealots still coming in on the side of Showtime. Again, a couple more Disruptors coming through. The +1 armor upgrade still coming by. The army of Showtime wanting to come back over the left. Now the army of Spirit coming back into the center and maybe towards the front. Stepping up a little bit as we have the +3 attack and +1 armor both producing. The 2 Disruptors still on the way forwards, and the army of Spirit trying to move about a little bit. Yo, Clairboss, thank you so much for the 6-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thanks for streaming. Thanks so much for watching. Well, that Dark Shrine comes in here from Showtime, so we set that up. A couple of Zealots go around the back. Gonna run into the SCV line, into the bunker. A couple of those SCVs begin to drop, and the bunker will continue to put some work in. Press this army over here as well. Bang, bang. Disruptors fire forward. Not quite going to connect just yet. Still got the 2-2 coming up as well. Armor coming about. The Prism loads, and we are going to go back around to the top side. That Dark Shrine, additional gateways all coming up. The Observer coming through. Rest this army from Spirit. Back over to the far left-hand side. Disruptor grabs a Marine. Viking step up, Guardian Shield pops, Stalkers are going to come over, we're going to have a bit more damage being done, Force Field's going down. Zealot's running in from the left side, another Disruptor shot flies but does not quite land. Colossus actually, first one goes down, Vikings able to get rid of that. Actually have a big army coming up to the top right. Showtime does not have a recall for that base, so this 5th is in trouble because that pylon does not cover the, second pylon did not cover the warping location. So the Zealots do get denied on the warp in, and now we have the Nexus going down as well. So that will fall. Medivac's trying to get away up to the top side, not quite able to just yet. Bio now diving over on the left-hand side, where we are going to see ourselves, well, the battery taking a lot of damage there, and Zombie getting chased away. Spirit in the main base, going to unload as well. It's been a very chaotic game. Spirit trying to do a lot, but Showtime's supply, he's maxed out. Now he's going to start losing access to some of his gateway warp-ins here, but his army has huge potential. Stalker's coming over here, actually going to get rid of a medevac, so only, a few units get away. This group of units over here is a lot of investment. There's not really anything at home for Spirit. He has a bunch of bio in the main. That's not going to save the other bases. I'm not sure he's necessarily going to get enough bases out of this himself to make up for that right now. Medevac unloading again. Bio units will come back in. A lot of probes going down, do not get me wrong. Disruptor shots here, going to try and ward off this reinforcing bio, as we have seen Showtime get some units back over there, and they will come across and push that force away. They'll warp in the main base, should be enough to now deal with this final little bit of a drop over here as well. Handle that. The +2 ship weapons still on the way up. The SCVs on a big transfer across the right-hand side as well, going to move in toward that mineral line. Get back on track. Again, this Protoss force just stepping forward. Since tower goes down, a few of these SCVs are going to start getting swept away as well. Disruptor shots fire, orbital command will fall. Viking cleaned up as well. Another refinery gets picked away at. DT's going to head down the bottom. On the left-hand side, the Marauders are going to be able to grab a cancel on the Nexus. The other medevac's coming back across. +1 shields coming up on the Forge. Now the medevacs continue to move around. Everything else gathering into the center. Stalker's actually going to find both those empty medevacs, so supplies are still close enough, right? I mean, we're talking about a 138 to 122 supply lead in terms of army. Showtime lost a lot of workers, but his standing army is kind of huge. I'm just worried about the sheer power of this Bioforce. A lot of Ghost mixed in there as well, right? EMPs available will make this a lot more of a struggle for the Protoss. First EMP going down. A couple of Disruptors are going to start stepping up. These Disruptors have the potential to be massive, by the way. Spirit has been kind of walking around with that army clumped so far. Bam, bam. EMPs go down. A couple of units just pulling away again. One Ghost already falls. The Stalker's trying to push up. The Disruptor shot fires through two. And Sense Tower goes down. Disruptor shot gets a few units already. Going to go for another. Showtime, I think, would like to get rid of this base, but obviously committing onto that is an investment that he has to decide if it's worthwhile or not. As he sees the army go towards this base, he'll get this base. I think he's okay with that. It's going to knock us down to 4 bases versus 5 if this does come up online, but we might lose another base here. Showtime's already running the probes. Showtime knows it. He's just going to run around this army. He's going to try and play base trade round 2. And a single Widowmine there's actually going to hit bang in the center of those Zealots. Talk about an explosion. That was an explosive start, as all these SCVs will be in trouble. Spirit's going to split some units off to continue after bases, split some units home to come go after this army. Showtime, does he know this army's coming? He's going to have Disruptors that are going to run away a little bit. The Zealots actually go after that. The rest of this force deciding where it wants to go. DTs and Zealots already picked off this base. Showtime is winning the speed to kind of kill off bases so far. It's 2 bases versus 3 currently. He's actually going to turn onto this army again. A couple of DTs still mixed in there. The scan fading away. There's also going to be, obviously, EMPs available to provide detection. This army is low HP. I thought at first maybe Showtime could have recalled to save this base. Oh, the recall goes off. He actually gets the units here. He'll lose the Colossus, but he'll clean up all the units. It's kind of a nice trade in the end, I guess, because he's actually going to be able to still get rid of a lot of the bio there, and at least that now can't go home and get healed up or anything. Can't believe that recall went off. That was kind of clutch, honestly. As Showtime has definitely established himself the worker and army and everything lead in this game now. Man, it's been a pretty chaotic game. Both these guys playing pretty chaotic StarCraft 2 right here. As our Stalkers continue to pull backwards, a couple of Disruptor shots are going to come through and try and land in. The medevac's just not going to be able to make a difference here. We scan for the DTs, but the Stalkers will blink after those units. They're not going to let them step away easily, and that will be GG. Showtime is going to open up and is going to be taking the 1-0 lead in the best of 5. Honestly, pretty great first game. Really back and forth. I felt Showtime was in a lot of trouble early on. maybe that was a little bit misplaced, my feelings on that, because it kind of turned out to be okay in the end, right? But I did feel like some of the early trades were definitely going Spirit's way. Felt as though he was getting into some good positions. Didn't quite turn out like that. Guys, this is not on new patch again. We'll have a new patch tournament next week, but I'm not going to throw new patch stuff in. It got announced yesterday. I'm not going to throw it into the playoffs of a tournament today out of nowhere, you know? Alright, let me start inviting people in. We'll take just a second here, guys. Got the invites off. Give me a moment or two. Hope you're all doing great again. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for hanging out. Throw it in there anyway you want to see. I think by the time we have our patch tournament next week, we might actually already be on a... might already be on like some changes to the patch, to be honest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should be on 8 casters. Yeah, guys, not new patch. New patch tournament next week. Alright, couple of moments, just waiting for one of the casters to join us here, guys. We are 1,099 subs. So if you got a Prime sub right now, this is my call to you. Hit us up with the Bezos bucks. And, yeah, hit us onto 1,100 subs. Nice to get back onto 1,100 for a day. Mothership's going back to minus 400, 400. That's literally because I just changed the name of the freaking of the redeemable reward in the chat to be an OG Mothership instead of just Mothership for 400, 400. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna kick off in game. Game number 2 here. Showtime versus Spirit. Second game coming up in a couple of moments. 1099's killing your OCD. Alright, guys. Now we need 2 subs to hit it to 1,101. Just to, you know, make sure that the OCD is being affected again for this sub. Alright, guys. Let's jump into this in the bottom right-hand corner. Up a game in the best of 5. Our Red Rose play. Pretty hectic game. Honestly, these quarterfinals have been absolutely brilliant today. We've had a fantastic day of StarCraft so far. This is Showtime in the bottom right corner of Oceanborn. In the top left, our blue Terran player. It is Spirit. And I'm going to need a drink. Give me a sec. It's not just been a decently long day and a consistent day. It's just been good games. We've been shouting a little bit. We've been getting excited. It's been entertaining. It's been very fun. Hence my voice is kind of dying out on me a little bit. Yo, Omega4114, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for all you do. Thank you so much for using your Prime on the channel. Really appreciate it. Guys, I will just say, just at the start of this game number 2 here, just a quick mention to check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. If you guys are enjoying this tournament, you want to see more tournaments like this one, you want to help us to run more of these events, do consider supporting the Patreon. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools from the WardiTV system. So, again, check that out. Great rate of support if you want to specifically support the tournament prize pools. Of course, all the other support does always help us to keep on running stuff as well. Whether you're subscribing, we take a bit of that money and put it into tournament prize pools as well and all that kind of stuff. So, any support helps. But again, just want to mention the Patreon one more time if you specifically want to support the events, because it's been a great game today. It's been awesome. 2% Chungus, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much for your Prime sub. As our Marine comes through, and we'll chase that probe away, just back out from the natural onto the map. Cybercore coming up, Nexus in production. And a factory in production as well from Spirit, so... yeah, so that Marine coming out early again, shoving the probe away. This time no Reaper, though. So the factory will come up a little bit sooner. Yeah, the factory will come up a little bit sooner, just because you don't spend 50 gas on the Reaper, so that's got a little bit of impact in it as well. Stargate building from Showtime. Obviously played the Blink last game, now going to play the Stargate. I don't hate it, the way that last game went, playing Stargate and playing something that can be a little bit more controlling throughout the early stages might just be a good way to approach this. Actually might be a fantastic way to just get set up. So, yeah, I kind of like that. I think that's a cool idea. As we do have our Stargate coming in, a couple probes, Stalker, Warp Gate, all continue to come about as well. Adept is going to go shading forward. Wouldn't mind coming through. Again, Marines continue going about. The SCV going to come back over. Medevac, Cyclone, and the Marines continue to produce. Twilight Council coming up as well. Cyclone locks on. Adept will take some damage. The SCV is going to go down, actually. So the Adept goes down, but we get an SCV forward, and you check the add-ons in the main base. You know, there's a Cyclone, for example, so pretty good indicator of what's going on from Showtime there. Medevac loads up, pulling away. Oracle going up to the top. Oracle will just activate. SCV's already getting chased back. Cyclone gonna come across. Oracle just gonna get pushed over into the corner there. Get a little pickup. We're gonna see Marines in the Cyclone continuing onto the pylons. The pylon will be going down. Pylon falls. It's gonna depower this gateway and this Stargate. Now, the Oracle across the map not gonna find much just yet. Oracle number 2 is actually never made, so we just went for the... Wait, am I crazy? Oh, he actually never went second Oracle. Alright, so just Stalkers in the main. Going to warp in a couple as well. Has gates on the low ground, so that one gateway being depowered wasn't the end of the world. You lose a few probes, but it's going to be, honestly, a pretty reasonable defense. A few probes go down. Obviously, the initial pylon going down was a bit brutal. Can we recover from it? Now it would be nice to not obviously lose too much here. Especially, you really don't want to be losing like an actual gateway or your cyber core, but this actually turned out to be a bit of a challenge. I mean, part of this is the fact you went one Oracle Stargate into Blink. Blink is obviously not done just yet. That's a beautiful save. The battery getting on that Stalker straight away there is fantastic. Marines and the Cyclones continue onto the Cyber Core. We're going to get rid of the Medevac there. The Stalker's going to come back through. Marines and Cyclones still being chased around a little. Blink about to be done. Robo Facility coming online. And again, the Banshee of Spirit coming across over the far right-hand side as well. As Marines and Cyclones pull back a little bit, Stalker splits apart. Widow Mine shot goes, and the Stalkers will just grab the Widow Mine straight away. Now we got Blink, obviously, dealing with these things becomes a little bit easier. This is the problem with Stargate into Blink. It's very scary, because Blink is obviously delayed than if you just went straight into Twilight. One Oracle doesn't help a lot in these situations either, so it's a little bit of a flimsy style, but Showtime has survived. Probably the scariest stage of it right now. Now changing into charge on the Twilight Council. He's actually getting quite a few of these Marines as he chases back across the map. Tries for the bunker. He's actually going to get the bunker if he wanted to. He probably could have stuck around. Oh, Revelation. He'll have himself a Banshee. But we're taking a lot of damage, and actually multiple Stalkers going down here in the end. So Spirit should be pretty darn happy as he does get damage done. And now the Cloak Banshee across the map is going to create an issue as well. I love that we're building a Phoenix, just so we have some mobile kind of way to deal with the Banshee. Observer on the way up. We'll have the Oracle obviously to Revelate as well if needed. So you have multiple ways just to deal with this. Revelation available here. As the Banshee's about to be out of energy. 3, 2, 1. Phoenix will be out in a sec. Banshee's actually going to come back in as it's out of energy, and Phoenix is going to be there to pick it off. But we're going to lose a couple more probes. So definitely not the cleanest of early games. I tell you what, it's very different from what we've been seeing. Yeah, it's very it's very different from what we've been seeing, because we've obviously seen Showtime typically be a very good defensive player, but he's actually having some issues early in these games defending a little bit. Stalkers gather up, charging +1 coming through. The Robo Bay is on the way. The gateways are building. Probes coming out. Another Stasis Ward sets up out the front here, as we will see a few Stalkers going to peel back around over the right-hand side. Stasis Ward about to finish. Observer setting up. Stim Pack, Combat +1. All coming through. Marine, Marauder, Medevac coming about. Command Center coming online. Biotank, Cyclone joining up together. CC going to float across into the third base. Oracle around the back. It's going to set up a stasis ward as well. Stasis will get taken out. The Oracle getting chased away. And the depot just going to go down as well. Up in the top left. A couple of Medevacs come through. And the Stalkers will settle into this. Again, +1 attack about to finish. Distant Thermal Lens coming by. Colossus still chrono boosting. Now Stalkers going to go after the Marauders there for a second. Stasis catching on the right side. Going to get a few of those units. Stasis going to be huge here on the tanks. I mean, it's not like Showtime has a lot of units nearby to take advantage of it, but it is going to slow down any advance that Spirit might have been thinking of, right? So put Showtime into just a little bit of a more comfortable position here where he has more time to set up against whatever his opponent might end up going for here. Now these few Zealots still going after a few of those SCVs. A couple of those already dropping off. The Bayou's getting in position. The Zealots continue to fall. Just going to regather Zealot Stalker, Colossus. Back up the right-hand side. Again, the tanks, the bio, the medevacs joining up together. Stun Thermal Lens coming through. The robot facility is coming about. Our Stalkers took a step forward there, and the bio units are going to force them backward a little bit. Marine goes down, the Bio's still in the center, gathering up as well. Tank to support these medevacs as we figure out where we're going to go and what we're going to do. Bio joins up together. Just going to be seeing the Marines, the Ghosts, all producing. The Armory is still coming up as well. And the Revelation down. You know, while it was still a little bit messy in the early stages, I will say that it has obviously been a much more comfortable game for Showtime. Like, last game continued to be very chaotic throughout. This game has chilled out a lot. Like, this game has really just chilled out a lot in comparison. Like, Spirit has not seen a lot of successful drops and kind of kept that going or anything along those lines. It's been a very different kind of game, honestly, as the units settle on to the center. Bio is going to get a scan out. Ghost, Widow Mines, Vikings continue to gather up there at the moment. We do have ourselves the Dark Shrine and the Gateway coming online as well from Showtime. Gonna drop another depot into place. That's the tower still setting up. That's the tower to give Spirit a very good kind of safety layer around that third base. Should know about any run-bys coming in a little bit ahead of time. Can make the difference. Prism set up as well, as we do have the first EMP. We're going to get rid of a Widow Mine already as well, which is nice. Say that Prism can be very annoying. For the Sense Tower being on the third, that's great, but it does not give him information up the left side. And Spirit is split, some units to the right and some units bottom left. Now this is something that Showtime has to figure out. He will lose the Oracle. He will drop the Recall and get a lot of units back home there to deploy defense. And just as that's happening, he's going to be going in. So he's actually going to defend and hit the Prism drop at the same time. Love the force field while two Colossus go down. It's pretty successful because he gets a lot of units trapped there for a long time. And like I say, the Prism goes into the main. Actually going to have units in the main base. A pretty good defense for Spirit there as well. He'll lose 5 SCVs. The Prism never got to warp in, so this was never an overwhelming amount of Zealots. Obviously, if you get a warp in of like plus 10 Zealots on top of those 4, and it's like 14 Zealots, then that group of units maybe is in trouble. But because the units are already there, you can't stop and warp in with the Prism because the Prism will get target fired. So it doesn't quite go all that well. Go back around the right, and a few Zealots going to move up. CC's going to come across to the 12 o'clock. A couple Zealots going to go charging forward. Force fields go down. Prism taking a few more hits. Super low. Prism goes down. Stalkers get rid of the Viking. Bio, Ghost continuing to gather in the front. The medevacs are going to load up. They're going to peel away. +3 attack, +2 armor on the way out. Our command center floats to the 12 o'clock position. Another couple of grabs. Those Widow Mines will go down. We're just going to continue to move up. Showtime is going to be in position and just going to go after the command center. Couple of Vikings going to go forward with the Colossus. Zealot's still going to try and come through. A couple of Ghosts. And picked away. I mean, the Colossus go down, but every Viking dies, so we can realistically rebuild Colossus here. Zealots in the natural as well as where some of the damage is coming from. I believe the Prism died to the Vikings, though, so no more Warpins available. Of course, the damage is, like I say, already kind of being done here, so looking respectable as a couple of Woodham lanes continue to get going. A couple of Zealots coming through. The units continue to come across. Fire Force continue to come over, and we will see a couple more of those Zealots going down. Stalker's going to get grabbed. Disruptor shot fires. Marauders will come through. Again, a couple more units continue to get picked away at. Disruptor open about as well as we have the Stalker Zealot continuing to move across. Well, just have now a couple Marauders on the way up still. Showtime winning this fight and winning it drastically. He's won across the board. He's killed economy. He's killed army. And he's just looking very comfortable currently in this game number 2. He's up a game in this best of 5. Can he make it a 2-0 lead as the Disruptor does get denied? Important for Spirit, and actually very good for Spirit because he gets all the Disruptors. Mistake from Showtime. He gets caught coming across with his opponent coming down that ramp. And those Disruptors got cleaned out. Over on the left side, Woodham going to go off in a couple of Zealots, and again just causing trouble over here. So it's still around on that natural being an issue. Will fall. The rest of the Stalker's going to move back out onto the map again, so we step up one more time. It's going to come down. Battery goes down now. This Nexus will fall, so it's going to clean this up. Going to have to recall the probes from this corner. Most of those get away here. Now, so Stalker Colossus joining up. Disruptor shot fires. Shields coming through. The Nexus getting going. Observer overhead. More Vikings on the way out. Ghosts are producing as well. And plus 3 armor coming through. The shields on the way. And our army of Spirit returning back to the top side of the map here currently. Fire comes through, Disruptor shot fires up, clips a couple of Marauders. Units are going to continue to chase. Fire Force gets running away over to the right-hand side. We've seen the Zealots continue to chase. The Colossus will be, I mean, this is just a fight that Spirit ain't winning. He's getting chased down and hunted here in this game number 2. Showtime is sniffing out his 2-0 lead. Looking to take advantage of this in the next couple of moments, perhaps, as we just have the Zealot Disruptor Stalker Colossus pressing up. Medevac goes down. We've seen the Sun's Tower going to get cleaned up. Lincoln, obviously you can try and get rid of these Vikings. The EMP lands on 2 of the Colossus. The Colossus are dropping pretty quickly. Zealot's still leading the charge forward. Disruptor's going to try and see if they can zone a little bit further as well. Oh, the Disruptor shot lands dead center pretty much. I mean, it's a bit to the left side. We'll call it dead center because they still had a full surrounded bio when it blew up. And it is going to take an even bigger chunk away of Spirit's supply as Showtime will continue to press into. Again, what I can only see resulting in a 2-0 lead. I do not see what you do here as... I do not see what you do here, quite frankly, as Spirit. Showtime looking fantastic. Zealot's still charging up, still doing extremely well. Gonna turn it around a little bit. Bio on the right side, gonna get cleaned up as well. GG gets called. Showtime takes the 2-0 lead and is gonna be a map away from joining us in the semifinals. He would be taking on Oliveira in those semifinals. I'd be pretty darn excited to see an Oliveira Showtime best of 5. I think that'd be really sick. So yeah, kind of looking forward to that if it happens. Pretty cool. Alright guys, loading up game 3 here in just a second. Give me a moment. Get that ready to go. Let me go into Alcyone for our 3rd map. Alright, get this set up to go. Alright, guys, a couple of moments. Get this ready. Showtime leads by 2. Even join us. We almost had 2K views on Twitch again. That's bonkers. You guys have been amazing lately. Streams have been fired up. It's been great. Thank you for all the love, guys. Thank you for all the support. Double check who else needs an invite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's 7. I think that's all we need. Perfect. So we should be able to go straight into this game number 3. Let's get this going. Showtime leads 2-0. Remember, guys, semi-finals and finals will be tomorrow. Same starting time as today. So if you're interested in catching that, we'll be back again tomorrow for those games. So you check it out. Get ready to go. All right, let's do this. Let's jump into game number 3. Take this off and see what will happen. All right, Alcyone coming up. We get this underway. We get this started. Let's see what goes down, down, down. As we have got ourselves in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, the red Protoss player. This up 2-0, and a map away from moving into the semi-finals is Showtime. Top right-hand corner of the map, our blue Terran. It is Spirit. Can he bring it back? Can he bounce back into this? Finding out very shortly. Game 3 of this Best of 5 series. Again, just thank you so much for joining us today, guys. Really appreciate it. Like I say, all the love and support lately. It's great to see the sub count so high. Great to see the viewership so consistent. We're enjoying continuing to bring you guys StarCraft 2, believe it or not. It's been a lot of fun, so you guys continue to enjoy. We'll keep on bringing you guys the games. Like I say, support if and when you can. Even if that is just watching the ads, helps out a whole bunch. Goes a long way for us. That is underway. Rack's coming up. Cybercore producing. We do have one probe who's going to scout on the other side of the map to see a little bit of what's going on currently. Let's see what's going on over there. SCV nibbling at the probe. The shots coming out. Probe taking some damage. Yeah, probe pulling back a little bit here, taking a couple steps for the moment. Probe coming about, Adept is going to be chrono boosting through, and the other Adept coming over as well. Boost at the moment. Adept's coming about, just going to shade over to the other side of the map. We'll look to see what we might be able to get done for a moment or so. Shots firing through, damage being dealt. We have our starport coming up, the Hellion coming through, the orbital command coming about also. Reaper continues to peel away over to the sides. Again, a little look to see what we can get up to, what we can make happen. As the Hellion will come across, and the Reaper going to continue to come over as well, so we continue to make some moves and get into some positions. Have ourselves the little root grenade going down there, so a couple of shots coming over. Just having our Reaper going to continue to fight, and some damage coming through. Stalker going to move around a little bit as well. It's going to have the other Stalker getting warped in. Blink still on the way out here, getting set up for the moment. As we get settled down. Alright, so settling into this. Let's see what we can do. Just going to have ourselves again the Prism and the Blink on the way up. Our Medevac will have a couple of Widow Mines in it as well. Going to try and come across. Heading over to that far left-hand side already. Again, Cyclone coming through. The Viking coming around. Going to have ourselves that Prism still Chrono boosting about. The Adept over on the far left as well. Medevac will take a turn to the south. Going to go down that edge. Just try and find a way into position here over the next few moments. Try and figure out if there's something that we might be able to get done for the next little bit. Well, 3 more Stalkers coming up. The Observer in production. Already Showtime on the other side of the map himself, looking to try and maybe get ready to do a little bit of something here. As the Stalker's going to get there, the Bunker going to be taking some damage. And Joe's going to go through for a couple more of those SCVs, so a little bit more damage being dealt for the moment. And yeah, Stalkers will continue to fight. So a little bit more damage being dealt. We are going to see the Stalkers still trading, Marines taking damage as well, Cyclone coming over. I mean, damage being done on the other side. Widowmine gets a Stalker there. The other Medevac, or the Medevac getting away with the other Widowmine. Stalkers will try and chase that, but gotta obviously finish off this mine at some point too. We leave one Stalker to do that. The other mine and the Medevac going to go to the corner for the moment. Again, with all the upgrades coming through on the bio units, they will come on in. Just have a little bit of bio coming down the low ground. Again, the Stalkers actually jump into the main. We're going to get Stim. That would be a huge upgrade cancel. Is it enough damage? No, it's not enough damage. We do not get it. Huge repair from Spirit. Pulls the SCVs, gets the repair off. That is absolutely massive right there. That could not have gone better. This Widowmine is going to go and get a probe in a moment. Actually going to retarget a few times. Got to pull some probes away. Widowmine will unburrow, reburrow, and just be annoying as well. Just trying to keep all these probes from mining for as long as possible. That is essentially damage being done, right? If those probes are not mining. So the longer you do that for, the more successful you will see that as being. Stim pack finishing soon. Combat shield finishing shortly. +1 attack will be on the way. Now Stalkers unload over to the edge. A little scan. Observer falls. The other Observer coming out and settling in the front. Charge halfway done. +1 attack is coming up. Now by units of Spirit continue to push through to the middle of the map as well. So we continue to get going to the other side. As our Stalker's still settled down. Stalker's going to jump in, and a few of those SCVs will begin to get dropped. Workers going down immediately, make it 3. And concussive shells coming up, Medevac's on the way, Colossus building, charge and +1. Continuing through. Vikings will continue about then as the Bioforce will start to head down to the center. Watchtower, well, an Observer just flying over there. Again, Zard Stalker, Sentry Colossus joining together, a couple of gateways coming about. Showtime leading this 2-0, just in case you just joined us here. The last quarterfinal of the day. Been a fantastic day of games, and we will have ourselves semi-finals and finals played tomorrow. We already know it's CLEM versus Shin on the top side semi. The winner of this semi-final plays against Oliveira, heading towards their star-studded final day. 2 Terrans so far guaranteed, and a Zerg. Will Showtime make it a Protoss in that equation? I'd love to see Showtime doing great in one of these events and making it all the way through. Be really sick. Widowmine's building on the factory, and we'll see our Bayou still get into the center. Zella gets pushed away again. And the Vikings coming by, the +1 and extended thermal lance is coming up. Means the Spirit just gathered together, and again, the third CC now morphing into the Orbital. We will see Zealot's going to charge up. Just going to get rid of the Cyclone straight away there. So just going to be able to grab that immediately. Okay, next turn, Thermal Lance coming through. +1 attack is coming up on the Forge now. +2 attack will start. We get all of that underway. Cloud's building Robo Facility coming up. It's going to be Robo Facility number 2. A little bit of Bio is going to go stepping forward. The Stalker step away from the Watchtower. Now going to be a huge amount of Bio around for the left-hand side from Spirit as well. Robo Facility continues in. Still got the Disruptor building. The rest of the army coming back around. T2 building up. Just going to see the rest of the Bio moving across. Vikings on the way. And Spirit's in 159 to 164 supply. I mean, game's close. Game is playable on both sides. Got a similar tendency. I mean, that first game was a lot more active from Spirit, but since then it's been kind of these same tendencies of just like, we're getting into these games, Spirit's going to stop after the early game aggression and then start to go for some of these bigger fights. And the question kind of comes down to how will Showtime deal with those larger fights. Fire goes to the top. We'll get that. Zal gets cleaned out. The rest of the Bio pulling back over the other way. Again, Dark Shrine coming up. Extra gates coming through. +2 and +1 continuing in. 2-2 building on this side of the Terran. I mean, Showtime's very happy. If Spirit isn't attacking him, he just doesn't have to deal with those fights, and he's just allowed to tech up. Dark Shrine coming online, that's obviously going to be a big deal. Then we got that +2 attack finishing, the +2 armors on the way up. All of that continuing to establish here currently as the army of Showtime continues to the top side. So Stalker will step up a little bit as well. Bioun's going to come back through. Disruptor Shot will fire, will not quite land just yet. The Disruptor Shot will fire, but not quite land for the moment. Still got our 2-2 upgrades on the way out, +1 ship weapons coming by. It's going to gather here. The Prism setting up. The army going to get ready to move up into the high ground. It's going to get ready to go, go, go. The Vikings going to come forward. Colossus is going to get jumped on. A couple of Disruptor Shots coming through. Vikings continue to go onto the Colossus. 2 of those Colossus go down pretty quickly. I'll continue to fight there. Another Zealot will fall. And the 2-2 about to complete as the Medevac Marauders Marine coming by as well. 8 more DTs about to finish up in the bottom corner. We're going to see a Nexus in production here from Showtime as well. So we continue to get that up and online. Just continuing to expand. Showtime establishing a good position in this game. Fusion Core is going to be halfway done, so we will see that later game tech establishing. Might want to start getting some libs out, some Liberator range. Vikings going to look to find a Colossus, but they just kind of walk into Stalkers, and we actually do see 2 Vikings go down. Showtime kind of thought that might be the engagement coming in, so he set a warning Disruptor Shot off to the side already. DTs to the top. See that group of units. If he had Blink, he could have blinked on the DT. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Blinked on the Ghost and taken it out and taken the fight, but I don't think. I like this though. Actually, just sending 1 DT forward and forcing the scan or the EMP to come down for 1 DT feels very worthwhile. It's going to push up again as we are going to be having ourselves a couple of Disruptors trying to join in this fight. This is a messy fight. Obviously, Showtime deciding to attack into the base of Spirit. So as Disruptors, trying to use those to escape out of here. The Disruptor Shot turns. Marine Marauder going down. Another Disruptor again. Bio units continue to back away currently as we have our +3 attack about to finish up from Showtime. 3-3 upgrades from Spirit continue to come through. That's going to be cloaking on the Ghost Academy. The +2 ship weapons, the advanced ballistics, all coming by. Another disruptor shot goes up. Marauder's going to take some hits. CC getting chased away. Disruptor shot trying to fire through. Still got the 3-3 upgrades building on the side of Spirit here currently. The the advanced ballistics finishing shortly as well. Disruptor shot does not land. So it's just going to charge. He's going to chase that bio down a little bit. We do see SCVs pulled over to the right. Showtime is going to drop the force fields and be like, hey, I can maybe try and kill this base. So I'm going to try and keep that bio force zoned away. SCVs will go down. Can we actually finish the CC? We're pretty committed here. Showtime, he was standing in this area, which if the Terran gets down here and cuts that army in half, that's troublesome. But gets rid of the base, denies the 5th. Now we see now nuke available now. Spirit going to maybe try and land a nuke or two in this game. I mean, I'm kind of looking back across the series. I'm like, yeah, game 1 was a bit scrappier, but man, Showtime just looked pretty good throughout, right? Like, I feel like there's very few moments where I've looked at this and been like, yeah, Spirit's winning. Like, maybe the start of game 1, some of that harass was very good. Azal's going to try and lead up. We already have DTs trying to find their way in, but double planetary, and that's just going to be a no-go. Showtime says not worth committing those units into that one. As that first nuke going to launch onto the non-existent gold base. Wow. You know what? This is such a sick nuke. Showtime does not see it coming, does not pull anything away, and the nuke lands. Half damage done to the debris, bit further, 150 HP left. Showtime going to be exposed. That passage almost open on the bottom portion of the map. Spirit with the nuke of the day so far. Hard to find another candidate that's been better placed than that, quite frankly. Fantastic nuke from Spirit as the bio is going to come through the center, and Showtime escapes down the right-hand side as well. And we'll just see a couple of disruptors are going to get donated into the center, unfortunately, so they will go down immediately. Bio just going to go and knock down a battery, and well, at the same time, Showtime's just going to dive for it himself. So we're going to start base trading. We saw in the first game, Showtime was very comfortable in these base trade scenarios. Felt like he really found a good balance of dealing damage versus when to recall home. Continue to dive into that base. Already seeing this orbital command is going to be in a lot of trouble. That goes down. DTs blink forward. There's a lot of units in this main base that just continue to get cleaned up. I mean, reinforcements will not get through. Obviously, Showtime, this is where you really benefit from bases like these, just away in the corners, away from everything else. A couple cannons actually going to put a bit of work in as well. Showtime will lose its production in the main base shortly. Had got a couple more warp-ins available over here, though, and that's always huge. The production now from Spirit having to lift off. He's got double planetary over here, so that's a really good defensive position he can maybe utilize. Spirit just kind of chasing around. Showtime has economy for the moment. Actually has a lot of money. Surprised he didn't start building structures over here. There's one Nexus over there as well, as Spirit's still working through the base. So we're going to try and drop a reactor on the starport. Probably feels as though Liberators are one of the best things he can kind of get up right now. I think we're just going to dive on this position. I do not hate it. It's a double planetary, yes, but better to break this now than wait for units to be available, right? If you wait for units to be about, then that's going to be a much tougher break. The only thing I would say is the damage is pretty spread across both planetaries, so it lasts a little while longer, but I do not hate this for Showtime. Spirit's army is down 50 army supply already. Mass build and production top left. He's going to cancel and actually build depots. Look at that rapid-fire depot build. Yeah, because he can't do anything else without depots, but he also needs some money. He's going to have to drop some mules off that orbital or so. He's only got 4 SCVs left in the game. We're going to stim down to this base over here. Recall available. I don't think we want to use recall on this. Probes are just going to try and run out of there. See if they can get away. Showtime's army is going to be there pretty soon. I was going to say he does have access to some gateways because he can repower them over there, and he's actually got a prism on them already. Disruptor firing warning shots. Well, Spirit needs to be very careful about what he does with this army. Showtime maybe he's going to be somewhat happy to just take a fight here. He's going to turn onto this. EMPs are eating the Colossus go down immediately. This is mostly Zealot Stalker, but is the size of this Protoss army just going to be a little bit too much for Spirit? He's going to start cutting away. It's Marauders, and Marauders just don't do very well against those Zealots. That could be great if it was just Stalkers left over. We're going to start shooting down Medivacs. Spirit is going to say GG and admit defeat as Showtime is going to take it down 3-0 and advances to the semifinals to play against Oliveira tomorrow. Great games today, guys. Okay, we ended up on a bit of a 3-0 at the end, but you know what? The rest of the matches were so good, I don't think we can complain about having a 3-0 as part of our day. It was a very good day of StarCraft 2 here. And I hope you all enjoyed. Again, just to wrap us up and to show you guys what's going to happen tomorrow. Oliveira vs Showtime. I think we're going to start on the Oliveira Showtime series tomorrow and then go CLEM Shin for match 2 and then the grand finals after that. So that's probably going to be the schedule for tomorrow. 2 best of 5s and a best of 7 to round out WardiTV October. It's going to be it for the day for us, guys. Ads are about to autoplay on Twitch, so I might lose you guys to ads on my outro, but obviously I will host someone up in a few minutes' time after the ads have played. Thank you so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, do consider supporting, whether that just be a follow, a like, a subscription, a Prime sub, or whatever. All of it goes a long way. Especially appreciate all the YouTube support. It's amazing to see the YouTube channel really kind of having resounding growth right now. It's been kind of dead in the water for a year and a bit, so the YouTube doing great is amazing. The Twitch stream today has been incredible, guys. The viewership's been up there. We've had some gifted subs and some support. It's been amazing, so thank you so much for continuing to make WardiTV events a success. We will keep on running these as long as you guys keep on enjoying watching them and supporting them, so thank you so much in that regard. Not really much else to say, guys. We will be back tomorrow for the semifinals and finals. 5.5 hours. You know, if you go back in time 5.5 hours, that's the time we're going to be starting at tomorrow. That's the time it started at today. And yeah, not really much else to say, guys, other than to say thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you all. I will throw you guys over to the end screen, and I will see you guys tomorrow for more awesome StarCraft 2 games. Thank you so much for being here and supporting. I'll see you guys next time, which is, of course, tomorrow. Bye.